2.
Hello world, welcome from Wijk aan Zee, from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the last round, the final day. We're here in Wijk aan Zee in the studio. My name is Tex de Wit, I'll be your host today. I'm a FIDE master from Amsterdam, and to make sure that I get the moves right and the ideas right the whole day, I'll have Grandmaster guidance. And the first Grandmaster that joins me today is, I think, a familiar face for many of you, Grandmaster Erwin Lamy.
Happy to be here.
Nice to have you. I think people who watch this live stream more often, they have seen you do this many days.
Been around.
Good to have you here. I want to, before we go to the games, ask you a quick question. You've been doing commentary for 3 weeks here, but you've also played in the A group. And I noticed that you really seem to enjoy the commentary. So I want to ask, what do you prefer, playing or doing the commentary?
You immediately asked the most easy question, huh?
I thought let's get right into it.
No, I think playing in the main group here is really kind of a dream. And the first time I played it was really, I really felt amazing. But I also realized that playing the A group is pretty stressful.
Yeah.
Every day they're out to get you, and so it's I have a weird hate-love relationship with the main group here, but still playing there is I think still my main.
You want to get back on the main stage.
That would be great, yeah.
So now you got 3 weeks to really check out what they're doing, what their weaknesses are. You get to analyze their stuff.
Right.
So I think when you play again, they want to beat you even more because you said mean things about their play, or you just praise them, I think. Well, good that you're doing commentary again.
I do like it a lot, I should add.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was the first time for me giving commentary, and I really enjoy it as well. So
it's nice to have a strong player around. Let's look at the tournament. As you probably all know, everything has been decided. When they told me I could do the commentary for the last day, I of course hoped that it would be super close and it would all be decided on the last day. That's not the case. Aronian has won the Masters group. Saric has won the Challengers group. But you could expect short draws today. But I somehow feel that there are many, especially white players, that will want to win today. If we look at maybe let's first look at the standings. We have Aronian leading with 8 points. 2-point gap with Gary and Karyakin.
It's pretty clear. We had Kasparov visiting the tournament yesterday. It reminds me a bit of those days when Kasparov was winning tournaments with 2.5 points difference. This is kind of unheard of nowadays. So this very impressive,
right? Impressive. And Gary Karyakin 6, Hare Krishna Caruana, Dominguez 5.5, Nakamura 4.5. If he wins today, he's playing Giri, he can get to 50%. I think that's a goal.
But Giri hasn't lost a single game yet, and I'm sure he wants to keep it that way.
Yeah, Giri is very solid. Then we have Van Wely at 4, Rapport, Gelfand and Najdic, who probably the last two want to forget this tournament as soon as possible.
They did win their games both yesterday.
Yeah.
It was quite a remarkable round.
To finish on a high.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the pairings, Nakamura is playing Giri. I think Nakamura will want to press for a win. Giri wants to keep a draw or win.
I'm sure it's nice to end. He still has a chance to get back on 50%. Nakamura, I think he will want to try with white.
Yeah, I think, and then we have Najdic, Rapport.
That can be a crazy game. I think both of them, they are known to be ones that don't shy complications.
Yeah.
So that could become very interesting.
I heard one interesting fact about Najdic. That he had a rough tournament, so he went out, he partied. That was not last night, but the night before. And the day after, he beat Caruana. He scored his first win. But
a change of rhythm can be refreshing sometimes.
Also,
perhaps.
In my experience, the hangover, the crash comes one day later. So it should be today. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
We'll keep an eye on maybe with the camera we can see if his eyes are still open. And then we have Caruana, both 5.5, both already on 50%. Who do you think is going to press for a win?
Well, so has white, so I think he will try. But Caruana, well, he lost his game against Najdic yesterday, lost the chance to get the top position.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see how he will cope with that today. I think that will want to press a bit with white.
Yeah. Yeah, Gelfand, Hare Krishna. Gelfand won yesterday, 3.5 points.
Yeah,
going to Zurich in 3 days, big tournament.
Three days already.
Yeah, it's quick. So it's 2 days to get back together and start playing again. Then we have Aronian Van Wely. Aronian 8 points. I think he's just going to go for the +7.
Yeah, and I had a quick peek already at the game.
Yeah.
I saw the first move was d4 f5, so that's going to be.
Yeah, I suggest let's right away go to that game. Let's see, Aronian and Van Wely, they started maybe the first game to start, but you saw d4 f5, the Dutch defense.
Dutch defense.
d4.
Rather fitting.
f5. Yeah, why do you think is Van Wely known to play the Dutch defense?
I cannot recall any previous time he did this. On the other hand, as I said very often on the live stream, Van Wely has a sort of been trying to avoid theory in Wijkenzee, and actually in his play in the last few years, he used to work very hard on his openings, hours a day, trying to follow all the latest trends. But he sort of grew tired of it. We've seen him play Trompowsky with White.
So offbeat openings.
Offbeat openings, just trying to play chess and try to be sharp. He's going to the gym often. He's trying to be in good shape, and that's how he's preparing for his. And this kind of fits that whole new way he's approaching this tournament.
Yeah, and I would say Aronian is quite the opposite, because there are rumors that the entire country of Armenia is working for him. I don't know if the entire country is working, but I think he's always very well prepared. So I think it's a smart choice from Wely to go for the Dutch defense.
You don't want to go into some mainstream theory against Levon. Definitely not.
Aronian, knight f3, knight f6, bishop f4. So not the mainline Dutch defense.
And Aronian, I think he had in the tournament in St. Louis, where he played both Carlsen and Nakamura.
Also with this system, right?
They both played the Dutch, and he was not so convincing against both players. So I think maybe this has been a source of inspiration for Luke.
Yeah, exactly. Aronian even said, I was not too happy with this system, I believe. But now he repeats this system. Yeah, so maybe he found some better moves. Though he did take 3 minutes to play bishop f4. And for Aronian, usually he blitzes out the first 20 moves. So it seems like Van Wely's plan has worked a little bit. To at least catch him off guard a little bit. d6, e3. And Van Wely is thinking here. Let's see, is that true, or do we have new moves? Yeah, he's thinking here, which is to me, of course, you have to think about your moves, but it does seem a little odd if you know Aronian is playing this system, that you already have to start thinking after move 4. He could have foreseen this.
I guess it only goes to show that he's really not focusing on preparation too much.
Okay, he's really just in the gym and he doesn't. He was not aware he was playing the strongest chess tournament.
Well, he made the joke that before he made the joke that he was saving his preparation for more important events.
More important events.
So I'm guessing that Black will be aiming for the e7, e5 push at some point.
Yeah.
He will slowly try to prepare that advance.
Yeah, because right now we have many pieces aiming at e5, right? The knight, the bishop, and the pawn.
They're all stopping this advance.
Yeah.
But there's a general rule that when many pieces try to stop one advance, then the moment you actually manage to get that advance through, it's usually
a total equalizer.
Totally, destructive.
Yeah. So he's going to play for e5 and probably with something like G6, bishop G7.
Yeah, right. G6, bishop G7, short castle, putting the knight on D7.
Queen E8 Queen sometimes, E8. And push the pawn. Okay, we're gonna keep that game in mind. If you're gonna keep all games in mind, let's go to the next game. Let's go to Giri. Nakamura Giri.
Oh, that looks very interesting.
Looks very interesting right away. Let's start from the beginning. C4, the English opening, and Giri replied with C5. You have many options, of course. If you
symmetrical English.
If you go for E5 instead, you get a reverse Sicilian. Kind. C4, C5. Nakamura, knight F3. Knight F6. Copy paste. Knight C3.
But now he's deviating.
Now he's gonna, you could play knight C6 and
keep.
But he decides to play D5. So main move in this position.
Yeah, most principal reply.
And Nakamura takes, Giri takes back, and here you have many moves. I think you have moves like G3, E3, D4, but he played E4.
Again, the sharpest move.
It's the sharpest move. I bet you can take on c3 as well. That's not the move, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because if the knight takes c3, b takes c3, I think this isn't this how... for example, if the g6, d4, we would go into a Grunfeld suddenly.
Yeah.
But also it's interesting, to take here with the d pawn.
You just
and you don't really mind that exchange of queens because the king has a nice spot on c2.
Yeah, c2 is the perfect square for your king.
And you're slightly better developed. You have black has made this ugly move c7, c5.
c5 is an ugly pawn here.
So this is known to be slightly better for white. Of course, nothing decisive, but generally black players don't go for knight takes c3.
No, so it's nice to see that Geary went for knight b4, threatening to check here on d3.
Right.
So Nakamura moves his bishop out, and still the check.
Many games, of course, in this particular line.
Yeah. So this is all theory.
However exciting it may look, it's all played before.
Yeah, but there will be a point where
it's going to be very sharp, I think. And Anish also has experience from the white side of this position. I think he's played it against Kasim Zanov.
So is that that's an advantage, right? Because then you can just pick what line you find annoying as white.
I'm assuming that he has an idea for black here. Yeah.
King e2 attacking the knight. Knight f4 check. King f1, and the knight now has to come back.
Yeah, the knight has done what he's supposed to get at the king on f1. You cannot castle anymore, so now it can go back.
Knight e6. So when we look at this position, white cannot castle anymore. That's a disadvantage. If you would have castled right now, if your king would be here and your rook would be castled, you would have a great position. Because black hasn't developed much. This knight has played a lot. It's the star of the show. It went to f6, d5, b4, d3, and f4, e6. So all the opening rules, like don't play more than once with one piece in the opening, those guys can just ignore those rules. D4 is a square that comes to mind as if white could push d4 at some point, he would like to do that sometimes. But right now he has a backward pawn on d2.
Right. Yeah. Let's say if we could make a few moves with black, then of course moves like knight c6, g6, bishop g7 really.
And g6.
G6, bishop g7 really controlling d4 and. That would stop d4 forever and really keep nice positional advantage for black. Yeah. But white will have to play very energetically to keep the pressure on.
To keep the pressure, and he right away plays an energetic move. I think knight e5. Very, almost an aggressive move, I would say. Or is it also is there a purpose of making sure the knight can go here right away?
I'm guessing that knight c6 that he will take that
he will right away
take that off, because that's an ugly transformation of the structure.
But also you right away, I don't know if if you like attacking games, but I feel right away he's eyeing for f7 as well.
Some move like queen f3 can be annoying.
Yeah, queen
if you
f3.
have to play f6 after queen f3, then that's a serious weakening.
So he has to deal with. I think Geary is still thinking, so it's interesting. He has a lot of experience, but knight e5 caught him off guard a little bit, or maybe he's deciding what line to go for.
There are a few options. He could try to remember what this was all about, and if it's complicated, it might take some time. He might think there's a safe option and a sharp option, and he's deciding, well, what should I do?
What I feel like.
There are many options, or he just has absolutely no clue what's going on. He's just starting to think.
Yeah, maybe we can get a camera on him at some point and see. Let's see at his poker face.
Yeah, I'm looking at his poker face right now.
He is playing with a pawn. Yeah, that is something.
Are his eyes closed? Because that could be a sign that he's just trying to remember.
He seems to stare at the position. I was going to ask you this, Erwin, because so often I watch the videos of the Bianca Mura interviews the players, and so often they say, "Yeah, I forgot my preparation. I forgot the theory." But do you really believe that they forget their theory? Or is it like a schoolboy saying, "Yeah, I didn't do my homework," and they still score an A?
Well, that's for sure. They always score an A when it comes to theory. But yeah, it's a bit of a psychological warfare. I think, especially Rognan is very good at this. He says, "Oh,
like,
I forgot," but then he still played 25 moves.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, but he really yesterday he literally said, "Yeah, I just looked at this idea a little bit before the game."
Yeah, you
and
can
he used like 2 minutes for 30 moves.
Yeah, you can be sure that it was more than just a bit before the game, I think. But these guys, they play each other all the time. They like to teach each other a bit. It's some kind of, they know they play each other all the time also, and they go to Zurich in 3 days. It's a constant. They want to show how good they really are.
Yeah, so they want to show how good they are by saying,
they are.
"I have no idea. I didn't prepare anything. I just come to the Tata Steel Chess tournament and do whatever." No, we don't buy into that here. But knight e5. Yeah. So you say, let's see. Queen f3 is a move you like to make?
If we make just a stupid move like a7, a6 for example.
Let's do
just to execute our threat.
a7, a6?
Yeah, that would run into queen f3, I think.
Queen f3.
Because if f6...
Eyeing f7.
Yeah, it's just rather difficult to stop.
Yeah, it's something like, no, you can play knight g5.
Knight g5, even queen f7 is...
queen f7, yeah, this is a nice idea. If you play, let's see, knight f3.
So knight g5.
Knight g5.
Queen f7.
You could go for bishop f7, but if you could sacrifice your queen so early in the game, knight takes f7, bishop takes f7, mate.
Yeah, I would almost say that queen f7 is better.
It's better.
Because it's just...
It's more beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
It's more 19th century.
Beauty is also important. And after f6, to stop queen f7, we have queen h5 check.
Yeah.
So that's another...
Queen h5 check.
Forcing g6, and then knight takes g6 is just decisive.
Yeah.
So it shows that definitely there are some ways that white can. Of course, a6 is.
So you wouldn't recommend a6?
Not exactly.
So is there? Can we see a move maybe?
Is knight d7
Knight d7. Let's see, because it
looks a bit scary, but
it does look scary, doesn't it? For all the tacticians, for you out there, if you're awake.
Well, if bishop takes e6, you're ready to take on e5. I think.
Yeah. So this, of course, you don't take here on e6 because you have queen h5, but you take here, and this might actually be
this
okay.
Looks fine, yeah. But knight f7, is that a move?
Knight f7 right away.
At least something to look at.
King takes f7.
Yeah, now is a nice moment to take stock.
Maybe this is also not sufficient because queen.
Yeah. Well, can I try bishop takes e6 just to have some fun?
Yeah. King takes
queen b3 check.
Queen b3. Making sure the king can't go back to f7. Yeah. So now we can go to d6 or f6, but it's.
Let's say if f6, then I wanted to go knight d5
Knight d5,
check.
Another check. Check is always a good thing to do. Yeah, this is dangerous,
it's rather miraculous, but it looks like, for example, king g6.
King g6.
Knight f4 check. And now the queen comes to e6 and it might actually result in something serious.
Yeah. So bishop takes queen b3, maybe king d6.
King d6, well, knight b5 check or d4.
d4 just...
d4 screen, getting the bishop in and...
And now maybe something like e6 to make sure that you get some more. Knight b5 check. Yeah, this is dangerous because for instance, if you would go, let's say you would go back to e7,
right?
And we're just making some nice moves here.
Just showing the difficulties.
Good variations. Bishop check maybe. Knight f6.
Yeah,
e5 minimum. You could already. Win back a piece, and the king is placed a little bit awkwardly. And this is maybe not all rock solid variations, but it does show that this is a dangerous position.
No, this could work. Yeah, you never know. Such things might just.
So yeah, knight e5, and Gary is still thinking.
Yeah, then I have the suspicion that he might be.
He just played
knight c6.
Knight c6. Okay, then he has played knight c6 after 17 minutes. So.
Okay. I was saying that knight takes c6 is an option now.
Yeah. The first
I still think it is.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind is indeed just taking on c6, because this pawn structure is a bit odd.
On the other hand, white has made 2 moves, knight f3, knight e5, actually 3 moves to exchange the knight on c6. So,
yeah, and the attack is, I wouldn't say over, but there's not much on attack anymore. Probably you continue with g6, bishop g7.
Right. I think now the question is suddenly if white's pawn on d2 is weaker than this double c pawns. What weighs more
this pawn
heavily?
versus versus those two.
Right.
It's often in chess, right? Is it what is worse?
Exactly.
In this case,
Yeah.
still a balanced position, I think. Yeah, and I don't know if there are many alternatives to taking on c6, because otherwise, what's the point of?
Yeah, all these knight f7s don't work
maybe
anymore, of course.
Bishop b5, maybe?
Is an option, definitely. And after bishop d7, I guess.
Bishop d7.
Because I don't think black minds to exchange even more pieces. Let's say knight takes c6, bishop takes c6.
Yeah, then
we keep
you exchange
exchanging
even more,
and,
and like bishop first, and you can also take with the bishop, maybe.
Yeah.
And then you get the same position we just had.
But aren't we running into queen f3 again? After bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6.
Bishop
the line
takes
you just
c6,
showed.
bishop, and queen f3.
Maybe
just the checkmate attack is not yet over. Queen f3.
This looks interesting.
Do you now have knight g5 maybe?
G5.
It's
Yeah,
not,
because we don't have our mate anymore.
Yeah, now there's not the beautiful mate
yeah.
because we don't have the bishop anymore.
So I have to move the queen somewhere.
You have
f5.
to go, yeah, queen f5, then maybe e6.
Yeah, e6 is strong.
E6
yeah,
is-
e6.
is a
Defending
strong
g5
move.
and
Yeah.
attacking the queen.
So
I missed that one.
multi-purpose move.
Yeah. No, this looks fine then.
This so this is fine. Let's see. He did take on c6 right away, and b takes c6, and
I'm expecting him just to go d3, bishop e3, and then bring his king to a
Yeah.
somewhat more
Yeah.
normal position. Maybe g3.
g3, king
G2.
king g2, and castle.
Yeah.
Castle that way, some kind of fake castle. Let's go to next game. Let's see. Do
Yeah.
you see an interesting one? I think all games are interesting.
All our
I want to suggest to go to knight each rapport.
knight reports. Yeah.
Just because rapport, almost all his games have been interesting so far. And knight each, won yesterday. Is maybe on a roll, wants to win again.
A good game, I think, that he won against
Yeah, it
Iran
was
yesterday.
a strong game, right?
And a pretty finish with rook f1 check. For people who didn't see that game, it's
Yeah, it was a
definitely
beautiful finish.
beautiful mating finish. Yeah.
Yeah, the way we like it here. I just noticed that in general there are many fighting games. So there are no quick
Yeah.
draws.
I think
Almost
that's
no quick.
somehow the spirit has always been like that here in Wijk aan Zee. It's one of the most fighting tournaments around.
And why do you think that is?
That's a good question. I think it's mainly it's just a great tournament to play in, and it inspires players to simply do their best. We never had any discussions of even introducing Sofia rules in this event because it's simply not necessary.
Yeah, the rule you can't offer a draw before move 40 is not that's not necessary here.
Right. I don't recall any short draws even. I think in this event.
Yeah, no, I don't think
So,
any. And when you played in the A group, did you also did something come up like you're fighting every game, or what?
Yeah, no, it's already the fact that you come in Wijk aan Zee, you see all the flags, you see all the there's a you enter some kind of chess Valhalla.
Yeah. So
And
for all tournaments that don't have fighting games, you need flags. That is, I think, the rule. If you got flags, people
it.
will start a grandmaster.
but
Love flags.
But you know what I mean. Everybody
Sorry,
in this village is into this tournament.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that we are playing the chess tournament here. They are visiting. They are if you look the shops at the shops in this city, they all have some chessboard.
Yeah, and they have chess deals. That's awesome. They have special restaurants have chess menus. I don't know what fish. And
what more
chips
can we ask
have
for?
to do with chess, but it's a chess menu, and then you just order it because you're a chess player.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's definitely something going on here.
There's something going on.
I don't think Rapport needs flags necessarily, but he still plays interesting games. Let's see what he came up with today. E4, D6. Perk or modern defense coming up.
I'm not a specialist on this, but that is indeed.
Yeah, I have
They
played some games with this opening, but I wouldn't call myself a specialist, survivalist. But let's go again. I have Grandmaster guidance. It's like they say you are allowed to drive a car, but only if you have a parent next to you. You can, otherwise I crash into variations. And let's see. G6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, Knight F3.
Yeah.
If black were to play Knight F6 here, we have a classical perk.
Yeah, that's really the main variation,
perk line. Perk you don't see that often on high level anymore. That sometimes Kramnik applies it as a surprise weapon.
He applies it when he has to win.
When he has to win, and that's
basically,
interesting because it's viewed as not as good as an opening as many Sicilians or Spanish or E5 Berlin Wall. but it's a fighting opening.
Yeah.
Rapport decided to play c6, so more offbeat variation, but still
naturally, yeah, that's the choice he's been making.
Yeah.
Entire tournament.
Yeah, within 4 moves there's an offbeat move, I would say.
Oh, it's c6 is always a useful move in this kind of setups.
Yeah.
So
often want to play moves like
you can often change the move order more or less in any way.
Yeah, and that's different from many Spanish or Sicilian moves where you have to openings where you have to find the only move. But here you got some room to play a little bit. Bishop e3. Yeah, also always a good move. You often want to play king d2, exchange the bishops, or a castle king side and push pawns.
Very natural developing.
Sometimes also what you also see is that they play a4 just to make sure black can play
stop
b5.
that expansion on the queen side.
Exactly, but the disadvantage of playing a4 is that you can castle king side as easy anymore.
Yeah.
So that's always a choice. What do you go for? Do you feel like attacking? Do you feel like... And it's very a hybrid system. Like you really... Often white keeps his option open. Like after bishop e3, nothing has been decided yet. Queen c7 is played.
Well, this is already a little bit more offbeat than c6, I think.
Yeah.
Because here you're not 100% sure if the queen, if it's the best square.
No, because sometimes you want to go to b6, maybe sometimes you want to go to a5.
And a move like knight d7 or knight gf6, you'll have to play it anyway at some point. So usually it's advisable to start with the moves that anyway have to be
so you would say
have to be played.
Queen c7 is it's a move.
Okay, it's of course it's a move, but it's definitely not the first move I would consider. Let's say.
No. Let's see.
Did I say that diplomatically enough?
You said you will be invited next year again. You just make sure not to say mean things about Rapport. That's good. You might be the next world champion, and then you would have said something mean about him, and that's safe to not do that. Let's see. Queen d2. Also, useful moves. Again, sometimes this bishop wants to go here. So when you play knight f6, for instance, you right away can exchange bishops. It's also just a good move to make. Let's see, knight d7, the move you requested 1 move earlier.
Yeah.
It's also a flexible move. Sometimes black goes for the b5 setup. Sometimes black goes for the e5 setup. And it's interesting to see where he'll go. But now knight is castled queenside. And I like that move.
Yeah, this is going to be sharp. That's obvious.
Because knight says, I'm not going to prevent b5, I'm not going to play a4, I'm just going to castle queenside. I hope you castle kingside.
That's the most, I think he also thought that queen c7 is too early, and he really wants to punish him simply by going the most sharp way. That's the best way to punish your opponent usually, when by playing something slightly odd.
Yeah. Let's see.
Do we have more moves?
Yeah, we have more moves.
Yeah, e5. Well, this is b5,
e5. b5. Right away aiming for the queen side, right? Sometimes going b4, sometimes going knight b6.
Taking the square c4, sometimes that can be useful.
Yeah, and here knight each, after 2 minutes of thinking, he plays it might be theory, it might also be that he just thinks.
No, I think they're already out of their, well out of their preparation,
Right. Yeah, and he plays e5. He's like, all my pieces are ready. My king is castled. My queen is ready. My bishop is out. And this is often the bishop on f1. Let's see, you have to click here. Yep. Bishop on f1 usually stays here for a while because you don't know what the right square will be. Like, do you want to play to e2? Do you want to just keep it on f1?
But black has some serious issues already here, hasn't he?
Let's see.
Because when the position opens, then...
Yeah, let's say e5 is in a way a pawn sacrifice. Let's see what happens.
Let's try to take it first,
Let's try to take it. We take back. And let's say knight takes e5.
Yeah.
I feel if your opponent plays e5, the first thing you look at is, can I take the pawn?
Of course.
Knight e5, let's...
Well, moves like knight takes e5 or... Yeah, knight takes e5.
Let's take knight e5. Now, well, we can recapture in 2 ways. Let's first take queen h5.
It's not the best recapture.
It's not the best e5. What do we play? I have a good suggestion.
Aha.
Let's checkmate him.
That's excellent.
Yeah. So that is something that won't
unlikely to happen.
Yeah. That would be sensational.
That would be sensational, yeah.
Bishop takes e5. More normal move. So now we sacrifice the pawn.
I already wanted to take on b5, some moves like that,
You
but
wanna-
maybe it doesn't really work yet. The pity is with the bishop on g7, that would have worked very nicely. Because then after knight takes b5, c takes b5.
Oh yeah. So
Well, if
should we go back
can
here,
even
maybe?
we can even take, you can even continue the line after
Oh,
bishop takes e5.
Sorry, bishop takes e5. Yeah,
Then
and
if knight takes b5, c takes b5, bishop takes b5, king f8. That's
Check.
the only move.
king.
Now it's very unfortunate that the
F8.
bishop just left
Yeah.
this. Otherwise, queen d8 would have been made
If the bishop
again.
was still on g7, it was mate, indeed.
So that maybe that exchange on e5 was not appropriate.
So knight takes e5, and maybe we right away take on b5.
Either with bishop or with knight, or
Shall we start with the knight?
there's a feeling that there should be something.
Yeah,
here.
indeed. That might be a poison pawn to take on.
Let's
e5.
take with the knight. Let's see.
Start with knight takes b5.
Yeah, we'll have to take.
Let's
I
take
think.
back. So the queen is attacked.
Yeah, bishop
takes b5.
But now
check.
we can interpose on d7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either
Okay. You shouldn't play knight c6 again, because you get the same idea, same checkmate.
Could even start with queen d8 check.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or not.
Right.
I
Right.
don't
I
know,
thought
no,
queen
no.
takes.
Yeah, that's not a good.
Yeah. You want to sacrifice your queen
Yeah,
all
but
day.
no,
That's
that was
going to
not-
be your.
Too ambitious.
No, but let's
Too
always,
ambitious.
when you see a queen sacrifice, let's do that right away. But you can interpose maybe
Yeah, bishop d7 or
bishop d7 or knight.
one of the two. Yeah, I think maybe both.
Maybe at the same time. That would definitely confuse your
Yeah.
opponent. But let's see, bishop d7.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Here we're messing up a bit, huh?
yeah, this might
Because
be okay. Because we can take back. Those players can't. When they make a move, it's final. But
I think maybe
maybe
we're doing it too violently. Maybe he just wants slowly to play something like bishop f4 and just centralize his pieces.
Slow. Can we do one more violent
Sure,
one
yeah, of
before we
course,
go
of
back
course.
to the
That's the nice
slower
part.
slower approaches?
Oh, because after knight takes f3, you want to take on c6,
I
right?
take on c6, so knight f3. A
And we
nice
have,
move
another
would be
mate.
knight c6. It's a lot of mating games, and
Yeah.
this is the third time in 2 minutes I play queen
the last
d8
time,
mate.
the
It's
last
time. Now we will just look at other move. Let's see. So knight f3 loses. So again, let's take maybe. That would be.
Well, or not to do anything. Just to
In the
well,
s-
not to do anything. A move like bishop b7 or
Mhm.
because I'm afraid that of course taking is definitely a move we have to check.
Yeah, but let's see. Bishop b7. Okay, but then you haven't sacrificed a pawn.
That's true. That's true.
So
Plus a move like knight d5 looks
yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah.
to
So
say the least.
let's go back to.
Let's try to
let's
take
just
it.
take it.
Let's try to take it.
C takes b5. We take with the knight.
But that's dangerous, huh? Queen
This is
d7.
Queen d7, yeah. And now we might not have
Queen
mate.
a5. Queen a5.
Queen
is very strong, I
a5.
think.
Oh yeah, because at first I thought exchange on d7 and win the rook, but that might not be.
But Queen a5 is
Queen
more
a5
rough.
is again you're in a violent mood. I like it.
Yeah.
It's like the last day you just want to sacrifice. You
I'm
want
gonna
to
throw
go all
I'm
in.
throwing everything out now.
Yeah,
That's it, right?
Yeah, it's over.
Because knight c6 you can try, but it will again end with mate. Knight c7 check,
Knight c7
king
check.
f8, rook d7. We win back the queen, but it's mate on d8
Yeah.
again.
And I was not allowed to play queen d8
But
mate
rook is
anymore,
okay.
but rook d8
Rook is
was
okay.
still,
Rook is
still
okay.
okay. Yeah, so this is an interesting line.
So, but definitely your bishop takes b5 is
Might be
might be the way.
might be the way.
That might be the way.
Interesting. No, I hope it probably
Do
won't
we have
happen.
moves in this game?
We don't have moves yet.
Yeah, okay. I suppose the report. Yeah, he will need some to take his time. Here.
Yeah, it's like this is
And if
not
you want
something
to
to take
close the
lightly.
position with something like d5, then I guess he wants to push e6.
Yeah, if you play d5,
Because now he would like to play e7, e6 next move and
yeah,
really close the position
so,
up.
and then you say nice sacrifice or a nice idea can be e6.
Doesn't really feel like a sacrifice though.
No, you have sacrifices and sacrifice. And this, well, technically you did give a pawn, but now something like knight g5 might be a move, or bishop.
Or just bishop f4,
Bishop
and,
F4.
and just play on that e5 square.
Yeah, or even go for
Rook bishop.
e1.
I thought bishop f4 and then rook e1 next, for example.
Yeah, so, yeah, indeed, an idea like bishop
Just
f4,
a small.
rook e1, sometimes knight g5.
Yeah. Doesn't look very.
No, but the difference is you did give you do have a pawn as black, but it feels a little shaky. And also the moves have not been too useful, like the queen on c7.
And I'm also wondering if, well, we gave the pawn now with e6, but also maybe a direct move like h4, h5 could be unpleasant.
Right away attack,
because it takes black a lot of moves to close that position up, and maybe we're just in time to open it up again on the other side.
Well, actually, the last move, and then we'll go to a next game. He did play d5.
He did play d5.
So
okay.
He played d5.
Okay.
So
understandable, I think.
Decided
because,
not to take the pawn, but he played d5. Okay, and now it's going to be interesting to see if he goes for h4.
I think e6 or h4. My guesses would be.
See how violent knight each is. Yeah, we'll get back to that game. Yeah, we'll have a 2-minute break. I hope the whole world, all of you, will still be watching. I want to thank Erwin Lamy for being here. I hope you'll comment way more in the future on many tournaments, and also play way more in the A group or wherever you'll play.
That would be great.
And that you take some of the skills you picked up here and you bring them to your own game. And thanks a lot, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Hello world again, welcome back in Wijk and Say. After a 2-minute break, I found myself a new Grandmaster. Erwin Lamy left, and look who walked in. Ian Rogers, Grandmaster from Australia.
Hi.
Good to have you. Did the commentary yesterday.
Yep.
Nice to
Coming
have you
back
here.
for more.
Coming back for more, yeah, it tastes like more. yeah, nice that you were to join me. I told the viewers I'm a FIDE master from Amsterdam, so I need Grandmaster guidance all day, so I don't mess up too much. And I'm glad that you're here to help. So you've been able to look at the games for 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's, we've definitely got some big theoretical battles today. So, some of them are in sidelines, but yeah, the game you were looking at between Nakamura and Giri is really retro stuff, 1980s theory after knight e5 on move 9.
Yeah.
The move knight c6 has been played fairly frequently, but it's got a shocking score. I mean, the guy who more or less popularised this line for white was Mihai Suba, the guy who wrote Dynamic Chess Strategy. And every player who played knight c6 against him, he just took on c6 and played d3 and beat them.
Oh, he took here, he took back, and he played d3
and just won. So people were trying all sorts of other things against him after knight e5.
Yeah.
The least successful was a game in Hastings which went Queen d6, which was, I think it was Sucks. It was the computer suggestion, actually.
Queen
probably
d6.
not back in the 80s when it was played. f4.
f4.
And then knight c6. Queen a4.
Queen a4.
So he's trying to give the same pawn structure. And here black played knight d8. And he got absolutely blown away after d4.
d4, wow.
Pawn takes.
You can take it in
knight b5. Knight
b5.
Queen b8.
Queen b8.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
And after f6, he went knight c6. He took back with the pawn and bishop f7, and he had to resign.
Wow.
Because after knight takes, queen takes, really one of the quickest games.
And this was a Grandmaster game.
Absolutely, it was the top group in Hastings back in the 80s.
So then, it's interesting here that after knight e5, knight c6 was played, he took, and you said Suba always played d3 and won.
That's right.
But here we got the move from Nakamura after 5 minutes.
Knight a4.
Knight a4. So that's another idea right away, targeting the c5 pawn.
Yeah, there were also some games with where Korchnoi used to throw, well, not against 8 and 9 knight c6, but he used to throw b4 in as a gambit and then get a big pawn center with d4. Here, normally black would just go g6, bishop g7 here. And you can have c5 if you want to. Maybe you want to.
Yeah, but you still need to attack it. Yeah, so you mean like if you would take bishop e6,
bishop e6,
bishop e6, knight c5,
and maybe this is just good.
Yeah, is it?
You've got bishop c4,
bishop c4 check,
d3, and then e5 or something like that.
Yeah, the point that you can take on c4 because the queen is hanging.
Yeah, but you might just finish a pawn down in some of these lines. For example, we could start with bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Protecting our queen. So that we can take on c4.
Yeah, but if you take here, then the knight is also hanging.
Sorry, knight is sorry. Okay, so start with bishop e3 then.
Bishop e3.
Yeah, sorry, same idea. Maybe bishop h6.
Yeah, or can you take on c5
we take
and
on c4.
You take on c4.
And we get a pawn up rook ending.
Then you get this ending.
Yeah, I think we maybe you keep queens on though. Queen f6 or queen g5 and probably black's, or queen b6. Probably black's doing okay here. But okay, I'm not sure. Knight a4 is certainly putting black under some pressure that he has to actually worry about his pawn. There is a queen d4 move, but it looks like d3 is a simple answer.
If you right away play queen d4, indeed d3, and bishop e3 is coming, and that even helps you develop maybe. Yeah,
I'm looking for something good to put pressure on the d pawn, but there probably isn't anything here. The queen can come back to e5, but okay, it still looks like white's going to have extra development. So knight a4 is an interesting idea. Yeah,
interesting, nice new theoretical idea maybe, at least. So and Giri is thinking, so...
Yes, and it's really not a Giri sort of position. I like the way Nakamura has played. This was trendy before Giri was born. Okay, Nakamura's not that much older
but Giri does have a computer, but still it's indeed trendy in the 80s, so then it's maybe...
That's right. And knight c6 just... it feels like you're making big commitments. I know white's got a slightly bad king and... you're willing to play actively, but
I feel because Giri usually has very sound pawn structures.
He's a healthy player.
He's a healthy player. He doesn't lose often. He makes a lot of draws as well, but he's very solid. And this doesn't look too solid.
Anything but solid.
Anything but solid. So we'll get back the game. Let's see what they do. Want to go to a new game because we went through Karjakin Dominguez.
Yes, because this has exploded into life. But let's just go through the opening a little bit.
Yeah, the opening. There's one interesting thing. Nice knight f3 opening by Karjakin.
Right. Well, he wants Dominguez to go c5 so that he can go e4. He avoids any e4, e5 ideas because Dominguez has played some Petrovs against him with some success. So he's sort of forcing him into his knight off. But in fact, he doesn't. He's playing bishop b5 check as well, which Carlsen has shown is quite dangerous.
Yeah, that is Carlsen's weapon, right? Carlsen never enters a Sicilian main line, almost never.
Well, he's played a dragon with black occasionally, but
I mean, from the white side, he almost never plays.
And bishop b5 scored a wonderful win against Anand not so long ago. The way it's played, bishop d7, bishop takes, queen takes. Again, this is old stuff, and now castles. For a while, people were playing c4 first. They wanted this Maroczy bind.
To right away play c4 here?
Because if you go queen g4 winning a pawn, it's just extremely risky. White castles, queen takes e4, d4, and later knight c3, rook e1, this sort of thing. Yeah. There's some spectacular wins. I think the earliest was a Walter Brown win against Miguel Quinteros. So nobody plays queen g4 anymore. But after c4, black plays knight f6, white plays knight c3, and you get your Maroczy bind with d4. But there is a lot of theory on that nowadays.
And it's a Maroczy bind, but does it matter that the white bishops have been exchanged?
Well, normally you would expect that would favour white, because normally the white bishop's sitting on e2 and not doing much. But somehow there have been various games where black's shown he can play a quick e6 and d5, I think in Ivanchuk games. So
and also when a piece is exchanged in a Maroczy bind position, then it usually favours black because he lacks space usually, right?
Indeed, yeah. Anyway, it's lots and lots of theory here. Yeah. And castles is very old-fashioned. Knight f6, and now you have to guard your e-pawn. And queen e2 has been played a bit more recently. Rook e1 is the old move.
Rook e1.
And then c3 and d4. But Karjakin's doing it the other way with queen e2 and rook d1 and c3, d4. So knight c6.
Knight c6, normal move.
Yeah.
Also eyeing d4.
So rook d1 and rook c8. It's almost a waiting move here. So c3 is coming anyway. I think there were some old, maybe even some Karjakin games. Sorry, not Karjakin, Caruana games on the black side here. So c3. And here, e6.
He played e6. Is e5 also? Because everything is aiming at d4 right now?
But probably you just play it anyway.
If you would play e5, then d4 is...
d4, you take everything. White doesn't take back the final time. So let's say cd4,
c takes,
e takes, bishop g5, and you'll be able to take back the pawn in a minute.
And this is quite an ugly
d4 will fall.
Yeah. So he played e6.
And this is in fact something that Dominguez may, in the back of his mind, have realised that he was actually played only a bit over a month ago in Beijing in a blitz game.
But do you think he only realised this now?
Well, you tend to play 20 games in a blitz tournament, and maybe he'll remember it because I think he lost. He's played this twice. I think lost one, drew one, and but the difference was after d4, which is what Karjakin played after pawn takes pawn. I think his opponent played bishop g5.
Oh, so he didn't recapture.
Yeah, like a Mora gambit.
So he played.
And then I think Dominguez played bishop e7, and then he recaptured probably with the pawn. Might have been with the knight, but I think it was the pawn. And game continued. Yeah. And do
you think Karjakin knew this? Do you think Karjakin was aware of this?
You must be. If you're preparing for Dominguez, you know he's got certain ways he plays against bishop b5 check. And
so now even the blitz games aren't safe anymore. They're also in the database.
That's right, yeah.
So every game those guys play, they're in there. So you can even prepare based on blitz games.
Karjakin's got a very good score against Dominguez. I mean, it's 3 wins, 3 draws, no losses. That's classical games. But he's even got a good score in blitz, which is pretty remarkable given how strong Dominguez is at blitz. So he really has the wood on Dominguez. Yeah. So he took with the knight, which looks really anti-positional. I mean, it's a strange move. But
because every 8-year-old would think,
Pawn takes and
pawn
knight
takes,
c3.
and I have a very interesting.
But black will go
strong center.
d5,
D5,
e5, knight e4.
knight e4.
And this is usually roughly equal.
Yeah,
A lot of these sort of positions happen in the bishop b5 lines, and white can swap off that knight on e4, but black
Yeah.
at some point will go bishop e7 and f6.
Yeah, and you're right away. If you look at the pawn structure, then also sometimes this bishop is maybe a nicer bishop than this one because it looks at its own pawns.
Indeed. So there should be no problems whatsoever
So
here.
knight takes d4 is also is a move, is an active move maybe.
Yes, but
I feel it almost hurts you physically. That's the sound you're making right now.
That's right, because you've put a pawn on c3. You cannot play knight c3. So no matter which way you play it, you're going to be in a normal sort of Sicilian with at least a tempo down.
Yeah.
And after bishop e7, here's where Karyakin plays a completely new move, knight f3.
Oh, that's a new move, but it's interesting. He played it real fast.
Yes.
So Dominguez thought for 7 minutes about bishop e7, and Karyakin right away replied knight f3.
And I guess Dominguez was thinking, what has he got in store?
Yeah.
And now he knows. Because, okay, right now
D-file.
Right now e5 is coming, so he moves his queen.
Yeah, he moves his queen because right now indeed e5 is a threat, so he plays queen c7.
And now c4.
So now we have, this is interesting,
You have your Maroczy bind.
have a Maroczy bind after all, but it just took some time.
Yes, and now a6.
A6, because usually in the Maroczy bind, white has this strong center, c4, e4, and black, in a perfect world, black would want to play d5, breaking up this center.
But it'll never happen.
It will never happen, or b5, something to break down the wall.
Well, in fact, he's hoping for b5. After a6, if white plays knight c3, then I presume he wanted to go knight a5 here. And if b3, then perhaps play b5.
Yeah, making use of the fact that you can take because the knight
is
on
now
c3 is hanging.
So that's why he started with b3, but I really wonder if, if he has prepared b3, and somehow when you get to this sort of position, you tend to think, okay, this one will be okay, I'll get my pieces out and everything will be fine.
Yeah.
And suddenly Dominguez goes and plays knight takes e4, which is just amazing.
This is an amazing move after a 20-minute think. So
Yes.
this is, but this must be something Karyakin has looked at.
I don't agree, because I don't think you'd allow it if you'd looked at it. Unless you're saying, okay, my opponent won't play it. But Dominguez is sharp. He sees all the tactics.
Yeah.
And
Is he a tactical player?
well, he's. I don't know if you could say tactical. His openings are certainly sharp, and he does see the tactics well. He doesn't always need to play them, but.
So knight takes e4, but then Karyakin so far up to here hasn't used much time yet.
No, he
then
took
you
on
must have
e4 quickly.
quite a poker face to hide your emotions if you suddenly get hit by knight takes e4 and you haven't.
Well, okay.
Prepare this move.
So queen takes e4,
Queen takes
bishop
only move.
f6. It looks to me as if he's going to have to play knight c3, because everything else is going to be down the exchange, and I just can't see how you're going to get compensation for it.
If you play a knight d4, that just...
I guess you might have some bishop f4 idea to hit d6. Knight d4, we'll just swap everything and...
Yeah, you would take... You would take...
And can we keep pinning? No, do we keep taking? It's pinned. It's completely pinned. So possibly we don't need to take. What if we hit you with d5?
d5?
Because if rook d5, we can take the rook.
Yeah.
You might have some bishop e... Oh, no, you don't have bishop.
Yeah, d5 is interesting because you can, let's just show, you can take because of...
indeed.
It's mate. So d5 is actually...
annoying.
An annoying move, because indeed, if you would have to take here, that might actually favor white.
Yes, the two pieces, if they get developed, will be better
than the rook.
Especially
so
with no open
knight
files.
takes, rook takes d5. That is interesting. So indeed, if you take with a rook, your other rook is lost.
And I don't see the compensation.
And if you would have to go back, yeah, let's say if you play queen d3,
makes a lot of sense.
Because now, if you take on
c4, you will take with the rook.
Rook takes.
Indeed, so we have to take the rook first.
So let's say you take
here,
d4.
Queen takes, and castles.
And castles.
And hard to judge.
Yeah, this is interesting.
White could easily still be better here with bishop b2.
Bishop b2 is a nice in-between move, maybe?
Yeah, unless we have a very quick e5, but then you can take on d... Oh no, can you take d5? I'm not sure. There's some rook d8 and e4. It's scary.
This is a grandmaster working right here. This is. I like that you think out loud and that we see you hear your thought process. But this is a position, so you have to calculate this whole variation and then judge the final position.
Yeah. So
because indeed, if white just gets his pieces out, his knight to f3 is rook developed, then I feel 2 pieces versus rook and a pawn favors white in this position. So
let's go back a little. So we took on d4 immediately. There's still a pin. If we start with d5.
Start with d5.
Because you can't take because of knight d4.
Yeah, and now you don't have queen d3 because this is hanging.
Right. So you have queen e3 though.
Queen e3.
Okay, is this different? Knight d4.
Knight takes.
Rook takes.
Rook takes.
Doesn't look very different. No, I don't see.
Yeah, this is.
See how to do this. It's similar. Very similar. So
actually, knight d4 is
interesting. It's a very
interesting move.
Yep.
And Karjakin has not played.
No, he didn't play knight.
He didn't play knight d4, so there must be a tactical thing going on. There must be a certain pin.
Not necessarily. Maybe he just says, okay. Well, he spent 1 minute on knight.
Yeah, he spent. Well, that's the thing. What I said that he must have prepared this, because otherwise you don't play.
You're right.
Otherwise you don't play knight c3 right away, because knight d4.
Okay, bishop c3, rook b1. So
knight c3 was played.
Yeah, you have to take it, and rook b1. So the real question is, what's he got for a pawn? Well, he'll have moves like bishop f4 or bishop a3. That's true. So he could have some compensation. I wonder if castles is going to get immediately punished by knight
let's
g5.
say a normal move would be castles.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But then knight g5 is looking a bit scary.
Let's see, knight
g5. You must play g6.
Yeah, there's something going on h7, so g6 is the only move.
Queen h4.
Queen h4.
You must play h5.
h5 and then maybe
then
right away g4. Or?
No, knight e4 is better for white. d6 is hanging and
d6
bishop h6,
the bishop has to go. Yeah. This bishop has to go back to.
And then who knows? Do we want to take on d6 immediately? I don't know.
Maybe take on d6, but is it in this position?
G4 is usually answered by king g7.
King g7 to play.
Rook h8. But then the bishop is hanging. King g7, pawn takes pawn. Rook h8,
and then you
queen back.
Queen
there.
h3 maybe.
I don't know where exactly. And g3.
G3.
G3. Probably. Bishop e5 and
F4.
bishop f or f4 or bishop f4. Yeah. And that's got to be
It's quite messy, but
it looks almost winning for white. There's knight takes e6 check coming in that position.
In the end. So.
And no, it'll be strong.
Yeah. So this is after
so he
castles.
Can't castle. So this is actually
so you have
tricky.
this position, a pawn up for black.
And Dominguez is he's moved actually. Bishop f6. So he stops knight g5, but I don't know. This feels like there's enough for the pawn.
You would prefer white in this position?
No, but I don't know. Maybe I do. It might be easier to play. I do like having the extra pawn. So now Karjakin has to choose bishop f4 or bishop a3. Bishop a3 might be even better. I don't know.
Play bishop a3.
The only thing I'm worried about with bishop a3 is bishop e7.
And you just really retreat the bishop.
And then there might be a d5 coming when I'm not looking. So maybe you're right. Maybe bishop f4 is superior.
Bishop f4, a little bit more, slightly more active, maybe.
Yep.
And here you have to. I know this feels really ugly.
You want e5?
Ever would you consider e5? I know you do really give away square d5.
I sure do.
But you're a pawn. A pawn is a pawn.
Okay, then.
Might be because otherwise. If you don't play e5, let's say you play bishop e7, maybe c5.
C5, there might
maybe be c5 right away.
C5, d5? I don't know.
d5. Yeah, okay, then d5 is an idea. And if you take the queen, you also take that queen.
So it's really not simple. But after e5, I'm absolutely satisfied that there's enough compensation for the pawn.
So now you just retreat the bishop
or go to g5. It might be interesting as well.
To swap the bishops.
Yeah, to sort of ruin the pawn structure over there.
Yeah, and then Knight takes h6 maybe.
h6 perhaps. Yep.
Knight back.
Yeah.
Castles.
Probably go back castles.
And
And double on the D line, but no, actually, black's doing fine here.
yeah, it is a pawn, right?
I've-
You don't
well-
have many attacking chances.
Well,
The
I've
only
got
thing you have
knight
right now is
knight h4, but knight d4. Yeah, you're right. This is not enough, so probably not bishop g5. So after e5, of course, we don't have to move that bishop, but
Not right away.
c5 is the only attacking move I can find, and I think you can take that.
yeah, c5 you can take.
So it's, yeah, maybe
Let's conclude.
maybe he won't play bishop f4. Maybe he'll go bishop a3.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I'm just going to say, I think Dominguez is not unhappy here. If you have this position, it's not too dangerous, and you are a pawn up with black. I know it's there's definitely compensation, but I think after the opening, after given the fact that Karyakin seems so well prepared, he's not too unhappy with
No,
his
and he
position.
looks very calm actually at the board. It's Karyakin who's got his head in his hands,
Yeah.
and Dominguez is just concentrating hard. Now, it feels like White has enough, but it's hard to believe it's more than enough. Yeah, there's quite a few positions where you know you've got a compensation for the pawn, but you can never convert it into anything real. So
well, that's what makes chess interesting, right? That you're not sure what the outcome will be.
yeah. Well, Dominguez is super brave. I mean, his opponent's playing at blitz pace, and he goes knight takes e4 and bishop f6.
And then, but if you look at the body language you need, I think we have a camera. Someone is blocking it. He steps away right now. Then you see that indeed Dominguez seems just calm, and Karyakin is just doing the standard chess pose, where you actually support your head to get more blood.
I must admit, the half-hour advantage on the clock, well, a little bit more than half an hour advantage might come in useful for Karyakin, but no, this will be quite tough actually, and it's nothing like any of the games they've had before. So
I want to switch to another game. We have two more games we haven't touched yet. So let's go to Wesley So, Fabiana Caruana.
This is an interesting one. Okay.
An interesting one, yeah. Both on 5.5 points, both youngsters, both potential world champion material. What do you think?
Well, Wesley really has come on in the last year or two. He was incredibly talented as a 13-year-old, 2600, and then somehow I suspect it was also he was slightly handicapped. He really only had himself and his computer for a long time. And
on the Philippines, there's not many chess trainers there.
Well, he didn't have chess trainers there, and he played a lot of the Asian tournaments like the Kuala Lumpur Open, but it's not quite the sort of test you get when you're in Europe. And I thought he might.
Is that something you also experienced? Because you're a grandmaster from Australia. That's also you were the first or the second grandmaster ever in Australia.
Depends if you count Walter Brown.
Okay,
so,
let's just not count him right now. Let's say you're the first grandmaster, but that was also must have been hard to achieve if you don't have any other grandmasters around.
Yeah, but basically myself and Daryl Johansson, who became a grandmaster after me, had to spend a lot of time in Europe. There was no choice. Nowadays there are more tournaments in Asia. There's big opens in the Philippines, a big one in Kuala Lumpur, and a couple of good tournaments now in Australia. So these are relatively new. But
and one more question for you, because I'm interested by the fact that you were the grandmaster of Australia. You became a grandmaster, and what was it like in Australia? Were they like, finally we have a chess grandmaster? Did they not care about chess? Was it a big party? Were you national news?
No, not at all. There was within the chess community there was a lot of congratulations, but it was barely noticed in the media generally. Chess is really very low profile. But there is a difference. I mean, for example, Murray Chandler became a grandmaster before me, and he made the decision to move to Europe. Ultimately, he started playing for England, but that was a decision that Wesley and others have to face. Do you base yourself in Europe? Even Anand based himself in Europe, in Spain,
just because all the big tournaments are here.
It just saves you a lot of jet lag.
So Wesley So is really gotten this far just with him and his computer and
more or less. I remember in 2010 I was asked to be a bit of a chaperone, or Kathy, my wife, and myself were asked to be a bit of a chaperone when he arrived early for the NH tournament in Amsterdam. He was there a couple of days by himself. He was only, I think, 16 years old, maybe even a bit younger, and he's a lovely kid. He really is. Well, he still is. He was a lovely kid. He still is. But he had very firm opinions about all sorts of chess matters, and he was clearly keeping up to date with which the best engines to work with were. For example, I mentioned I was using Houdini. He said, no, for the last 6 months, Firebird's been stronger than Houdini.
Oh, wow.
This could change, but at the moment you should be using Firebird. And I suddenly realised that this was really important to Wesley, because he needed to work with the best engines if you don't have top trainers. And of course he did pretty well in that NH tournament, which was against strong. It was a youth versus experience tournament, and he played well. Basically broke even or a little bit better against all sorts of strong players.
Yeah, so you almost wonder how far he will get when he does have trainers or good players around.
Well, he's got lots and lots of natural talent, and I think it's a lot easier nowadays with natural talent to become a good player from anywhere else in the world. And Nan did it, and he was an exception back in the 80s, but now you see people crop up from all over the place. And when you think about it, the formative years of Geary were spent in Japan. But he didn't come to Holland until 2008.
Until he was 14.
And the period when people were becoming grandmasters, nowadays, up to 14, 15,
it's younger
he was in Japan. He'd left St. Petersburg. He had 6 years in Japan, and he was still able to move on as a chess player. Of course, it helped a lot when he came to Holland. But by then, I mean, he immediately became Dutch champion as soon as he got to Holland. He was already a really good player, and that's exceptional natural talent again. And of course, you've got Geary and So in the top 20 now as a result of this tournament.
It's
so
interesting what they're going to do in the future.
Absolutely.
Names to keep in mind. Let's see, Wesley So is playing Caruana, also
I think he'll
big talent.
He would have been looking forward. The other thing about So Caruana is you forget they're only a year apart. Caruana is only 1 year older than So. They played each other in World Youth events. So Caruana is actually 2 years younger than Carlsen. He feels like he's been around forever, but he's sort of a big talent. You don't think?
There's many of those guys. You think Caruana has been playing chess for 10 years, but been around for 10 years. But
you don't think of Caruana as a kid. Whereas Geary and So you think of as the up-and-coming juniors. But
so I don't know if that's comforting for our viewers, but we're watching a game that is dominated by children. We're actually analysing children's games right now.
No, I actually had a look at this tournament in terms of when these players became grandmasters. And Karyakin became a grandmaster at 12. Rapport at 13. Caruana, So and Geary at 14. And Nakamura and Hari Krishna at 15. Now, me, 25 or something like that. But Van Welly became one at 21. That was thought to be really good when he became a grandmaster. Now it's like ancient. And even when Nakamura became one at 15, he broke Bobby Fischer's record, youngest American grandmaster. It was thought to be absolutely exceptional. When Fischer became a grandmaster at 15, there'd only been 3 other teenage grandmasters in history.
So it's
changed completely.
It's a matter of time before we'll have a group with people playing with stuffed animals next to their boards. And
we've already seen that, actually.
The stuffed animals in the A group? I hope not. But
not in the A group, but at the Aeroflot Open, I believe there was one player in the top.
So then you're a grandmaster, a Russian grandmaster, and you're playing an 8-year-old who has a stuffed animal. I remember
Judith Polgar at the Australian Open back in 1988. She had a stuffed crocodile next to her board or something like that. Oh, no, it was a lion, actually. And one of her opponents eventually bought a stuffed crocodile to play against that lion. But she was 10 years old, and she was about to become the top-rated woman player in the world within 2 years. She was 25-50 at 12, and but she was still supported by a stuffed animal. So don't diss the stuffed animals.
And it looks cute, but she was probably fierce on the board. Let's see. Okay. Let's go to So Caruana.
Yeah, this is 2 theory hounds in action.
Yeah, they know their Grunfeld. They know their Grunfeld, and both of them do. So this is the main line of the Grunfeld.
Knight F3 is almost replaced Bishop C4 and Knight E2. I can't help thinking fashion will go back to Bishop C4, Knight E2 sooner or later. But the 80s stuff is gone, and Knight F3 and Rook B1 is very common.
Rook B1.
Yeah, you're trying to induce black to play a B6 system because later there will be a problem with white playing Bishop A6. But okay, Caruana goes for the absolute if you like, refutation of rook b1, and that is the a-pawn's weak. So bishop e2.
Bishop b2.
And in the old days, they used to think that bishop g4 stuff was going to equalise, but the weakness on b7 is
bishop
a
b4,
hassle in these lines.
Yeah.
Well, I think white might start with bishop e3 and take there later, but these sort of things
Yeah, so they right now they keep their bishop.
And also, if knight c6, you've got d5 here if you want it, giving away the c3 pawn.
Also, if you play knight c6,
just d5.
you can just sacrifice
bishop
this
takes,
pawn.
bishop d2,
Bishop b2,
take. And if knight a5, for example, you can just go h4. And
h4, and you're going to attack.
try to mate them.
And this is really you miss this bishop right now.
Indeed. I mean, this is actually quite old theory, but somehow black doesn't seem to want to play it anymore.
No.
So CD4, CD4, queen a5 check. Well,
yeah, CD4,
yeah.
CD4,
And
the check is an important check, right?
Yeah, if you're a wimp, you play queen d2 here, but the ending is not scary.
A wimp. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so queen d2.
And you take queens off, or even knight c6 first.
But this is...
Well, you could play knight c6 first,
knight c6
actually.
First.
The point about knight c6 first is if d5, then...
then you take...
No, then you play bishop c3.
Oh, of course, sorry. Then you play
Yeah.
bishop c3.
So, and if you swap, knight takes is playable.
Yeah. So this is not
anything
too interesting. This
well, white can still play for advantage, but these endings at some point black often hits with f5, and it seems to work out okay for black in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
So bishop d2.
This is more double edged, right? You sacrifice
queen takes castles.
a2.
Yep.
And castles, and you're a pawn down.
Yeah.
And black, if black gets time, the a pawn will just run towards a1.
Yep.
But white, what the advantage of white there is a good center.
And okay, there's a lot of theory on this. The queen can come back immediately to e6, for example.
Or queen e6.
And threatening the e pawn. And then there's moves like rook e1 here. To try and get e7 later. And anyway, modern theory has all sorts of ideas.
Yeah.
But bishop g4 is a bit more old-fashioned, but there has been a recent game. There was a game between Radjabov and Swierz. Swierz is a young Polish player, quite strong. Radjabov, of course, is one of the best players in the world. And this, I think, is what So was following. Bishop e3, knight c6, and now he takes on b7.
He takes on b7, that's at least a pawn back.
Rook b8.
Rook a b8.
Rook c7, which is annoying. You have to offer the swap of rooks on c8 now.
Yeah, and then you would rather have the rook swapped on the b file. So this is a little
advantage.
So takes
and h3.
And this is again
this
for all the
all
humans out there. We've played 70 moves.
Still theory.
But this is all still theory.
And now there's the choice. Bishop takes f3, which is playable, but definitely slightly better for white.
Yeah, bishop takes. And this is a little bit better. You have the bishop pair.
Yeah,
still
and
your strong
it's
center.
not so easy to force anything against that center. White will play d5 at some point.
Yeah.
And knight e5, bishop e2, and it's just a little bit better.
Yeah.
So
it's like this. So he retreated, and this is actually his first thing. He thought for 12 minutes.
That's right.
Caruana did, maybe because he was.
And he was wondering what Wesley had in store. And this is where the original game went d5, the Radjabov game, and after knight b4. d6, black did get into some slight difficulties, but in fact it seems as if after d5, knight e5 is just roughly equal. So you don't have to put your knight on b4.
No, you can also go there. Okay, so he
went bishop b5.
Bishop
b5.
b5.
Absolutely new move. And
this is a new move.
Yeah.
So we have a novelty right here. It's always nice to have a novelty.
Yeah. So.
But it seems to be an normal move, right?
Indeed, yes.
You attack c6.
So.
And then
he went a.
Yeah, a5.
A5. You could also go a6, I guess.
Yeah, would it be the idea? Would he want to swap?
I guess he just goes back to a4.
Goes back here and maybe wants to play bishop b3. Maybe sometimes knight g5, some queen f3. So everything on f7. So it's also an attacking move, bishop b5.
And at some moment, maybe d5 will be annoying. But okay, at the moment you've got knight e5, so it's not really a problem. So he just goes a5.
a5, and it's straightforward, right? You just want to get the pawn.
But it's strange, because it's not going any further, I must admit.
Yeah, but he plays another move, but you said after a6, bishop a4 might be a move. Isn't that an idea here as well?
It is indeed.
Should play to follow the plan of attacking the queen and eyeing f7.
Yep.
Might be. Yeah, let's see what.
Now black can play e6 if he wishes.
E6, yeah. It's a move you yeah, no, it's
not so terrible.
Not so terrible.
Since you're putting your bishop on d7, but I'm a little bit nervous my queen might get into a mess.
Yeah.
But probably it's okay.
Yeah, maybe d5.
Well, I'm trying to trap it with bishop c1, but I think that's a bit over-optimistic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, but there'll always be a1 for the queen later.
You can always go here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't, in the game, he didn't play bishop a4, he played queen a1.
And this is, the first choice of the computer. So my guess is Wesley wants this ending. The outcome could be that white will win that a5 pawn and have to try and win a 5 against 4 ending. I mean, this is very safe play by Wesley.
So it's like I either want to make a draw or win. There are two results are possible.
Yeah.
So he's almost forced to take on a1, take back.
Rook a8 if you don't want to play a 5 against 4.
Yeah, because otherwise if you play, let's say you play h6.
Maybe e6
and then
is... Oh, yeah.
Just as a random move, you could take bishop
but e4 is hanging.
Yeah, so, sorry, d5 is not possible.
Yeah.
So you can't play this right away?
No, it's not an immediate threat, but there might be a d5. Oh, no, there isn't a d5 with the rook on a1. So...
But if white gets time, he just moves his rook.
Indeed.
Takes here, plays d5 and wins the a-pawn.
But okay, Caruana played rook a8, which makes sense, and now bishop a4. And this is just a little bit tricky.
How to assess this position?
Well,
it feels a little bit better for white.
You would have to bet on a draw around here. Okay, you probably at some point you have to go e6. I don't know if you want to do it immediately, and there's a question about whether you want to also play f5, probably after e6 to break up that pawn center.
Because you just want to. You kind of just want to exchange pawns and break up the center. And
once there's one pawn in the center for white, I can't see any real danger. But it's a little bit hard to untangle. I mean, after f5, white will, in many positions, play e5, and then you'd normally like to maneuver your knight to d5, but it's probably not going to happen because the pressure on the pin.
And this pin is also annoying, right? The pin,
anyway, starting with e6 can't be bad. And I think it's the next move or two that is going to be a problem. E6
so let's see, we got the move actually, we got e6.
Knight d2.
And knight d2 was played. And making use of the fact that you can take here.
Well, you can actually.
Or can you take?
Bishop d7.
Let's see, this is tactical, because you would say this is not possible, but after this move you got the check, right? Knight e2.
Well, I'm thinking, there's also rook d8 to start with.
Yeah, so you can start with rook d8, but let's see if you check.
King f1.
King f1.
Bishop takes. King takes.
King takes here. And then
definitely better for white.
It's better for white. Isn't this pawn? This could be a threat.
It's scary, but I would expect something will go in front of it.
Right away, right away start running.
Bishop where? C6 probably.
Bishop c6. Let's see. Rook. We're just going to play some moves, and then maybe bishop.
Bishop's b5.
Bishop b5.
B5, not 7.
Oh, sorry. B5.
And rook a5 and bishop c4, and we get in front of the pawn.
Yeah, and then you
hopefully we round it up later. Maybe black can draw this, but I wouldn't enjoy it at all.
It's going to be a long fight for.
Yeah, indeed. So
bishop knight d2, interesting move. Let's see. I wanna go back to the move of our tournament, the game of our tournament leader, real quick. Aronian Van Bailey, we looked at the game before.
Yes, this was very clever psychological play by Van Bailey. I mean, he obviously noticed what Carlsen did against Aronian in the Sinkerfeld Cup in St. Louis last year. And after the game, Carlsen was asked, why did you play the Dutch? And he just said, well, I noticed that Aronian didn't have great results against... and then Nakamura did it also, and also got a good position. And Aronian was persisting with putting his bishop on f4.
I talked to it with Erwin Lamy. We talked about this, that he just continues to play this position. But
he believes in it, but maybe belief is overwhelming logic. I don't know.
Let's find out. We left it at this position, just the opening moves. Van Bailey, after 5 minutes, came up with h6. Wanting to play g5, right? To kick back the bishop and sometimes play knight h5 too.
This is 1920s theory. I mean, this is how people used to play against the Dutch nearly 100 years ago. There's a famous old Nimzowitsch game where white goes h4, and after knight c6, d5, e5, the game goes completely crazy and Nimzowitsch wins. But I can completely understand why you don't want to go h4 here.
No, h4, but he did play h3.
Yeah, and it gives black what he wants, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, g5, but you can retreat the bishop to h2, because otherwise if you had to go to g3 and it can be exchanged with knight h5, so now bishop h2,
g7.
bishop g7, knight bd2, and this it seems very solid, right?
Yeah,
it seems just like you move your pieces, black castles, c3, knight c6. Black obviously wants to play e5 at some point. That would be a nice move to play.
It would be, yeah.
But it's not always possible, because white won't always allow it. Knight d3, this is... I feel at my chess club in Amsterdam, many people would play like this. And I know it's Aronian play, the number 2 in the world, but it's still, this is where it somehow feels natural places for your pieces, and a solid
you have to
system.
actually follow this up well, because bishop d3 means that e5 is getting more and more dangerous. So
because of the, if you could ever play e5 followed by e4,
it would be good. And at the moment, e5, the bishop on d3 is hanging, but fortunately you can take on e5 and then play bishop check, and then take on e5.
If you play it right away, you can take
in
check.
Exactly.
King has to go, and you then take on e5. So this it's not working right away.
Yep.
But it's something to keep in mind. And he played rook b8. For me, he played rook b8. What would be the idea? Why would you move?
Bafflement City. I guess he wants white to castle queenside, and he's going to go b5, b4 someday.
So he's just preparing to attack on the queen side already. So
you would think so, or else his hand touched the rook accidentally. He's having a bad tournament, so you never know.
Yeah, he's having a bad tournament. I feel the interesting thing about Luke is that I feel no matter who's playing, he'll want to win. So he's not the strongest player in this group, but he's always playing interesting games. And rook b8 could also be, as you said, waiting for white to castle kingside or queenside to make up his mind, and now
to get him to go kingside.
Yeah, and this is what I find interesting is this is one of the first games where Aronian is actually thinking about opening moves. The whole tournament, he's just been blitzing his opening, and that is the thing that Van Wely did well.
Clock times, so 109.58. So he's actually fractionally ahead of Van Wely on the clock.
He has more time than Van Wely, who played
the problem for
Queen
Aronian is he'd like to go e4, and you will get the big centre, but after f4 your bishop may never come out of h2. So if you could play e4 and break everything up, you'd be doing fine. So if you can get e4, e5 under good circumstances, it might work. But I don't know. I don't see anything clear. Maybe queen c2 here.
Yeah, queen c2. So it's white move. Black, obviously, he wants to play e5. That's what he is all his moves are aiming at. As you said, if you would play move like e4,
then just f4.
Then f4. And this bishop is buried for the time being.
Well, for a long time, yeah.
For a couple of hours at least. Let's see. So e4, queen c2. Targeting the f pawn. So then e6.
Yeah, but if you play e6, you can't play e5.
Exactly.
Small success for white.
So that is.
But you don't really want to go queen g6. It just looks like
queen g6. Ooh,
then e4 is playable. Yeah.
Yeah. If you play e4 now.
Although then take and bishop f5. Oh no, take bishop f5.
Bishop f5. This gets.
But white could even be better here by exchanging a few pieces.
Yeah, and now I also see why rook b8 is often a good move, because otherwise, in some variations, you could lose a pawn with a check, and now this seems to be a good square for the rook. So I don't know if that was one of the ideas, but
extremely subtle. Yep.
Yeah, very subtle idea. So queen g6, e4. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting move. Curious if he'll ever get to play e5. Let's go to Nakamura Giri, because we left it at a very interesting position.
Yep.
Knight a4 was just played, and Giri went into a 30 minutes or 28 minute pause, so that is 1/3 of his time.
And he played knight d4.
And he played knight d4.
Okay.
And now I like that both players probably are just out on their own. And
yes, I suspect that
early in the
knight,
game,
knight c6 on move 8 wouldn't have featured move 9 wouldn't have featured very heavily in Nakamura's preparation.
but this is, as we talked about, this is anti-Geary to just give up a pawn.
Yeah, it's true, but maybe he decided hanging on to it wasn't that easy either, and he'll give it away in the most active way possible.
Yeah, and yesterday Kasparov said, at the press conference they asked me, what did you think of Geary? And he said, he made a lot of progress, but he can play more aggressively. And Geary said, yeah, I like to hear that I made some progress. That's nice to hear from Kasparov. And maybe I lack the self-confidence to play more aggressively. So maybe the words of Kasparov really forced him to sacrifice this pawn. Let's say this is to honor Kasparov's comment.
Or maybe knight a4 forced him to sacrifice a pawn.
Knight a4, or it was just Nakamura's play.
Sometimes, yeah. Because they've had a lot of tough fights. These two.
Yeah, they're also they're young. Well, Nakamura's 26, 27. Geary is 20, low 20s.
It's 19.
19. That's very low in his 20s, so it's 19. But they've played so many tournaments, so many games together. So and I think Nakamura is slightly favourite.
This great fight in Reggio Emilia. I think they exchanged wins there.
Yeah.
And this is a couple of years ago. But overall, Nakamura's slightly on top. But they've had a lot of draws. I think it's 3 wins for Nakamura, 11 draws, and 1 win for Geary.
Yeah.
But the win
your statistics.
The win for Geary was with black, so that'll encourage him a little bit.
Okay, so let's see. Now, knight takes c5 after a minute.
And
he's just like
G6.
That's upon his pawn, and g6.
Mm-hmm. The knight on d4 does a very good job in preventing the white queen getting to that f7 square.
Yeah, so you would want to you would like to really play queen b3, queen f3, but this knight is blocking all of it. And when you play g6 and bishop g7, you control the knight. So this is a firm block, firm grip on the square.
Mm-hmm. So that's why he plays knight b3.
Knight b3 to challenge the knight.
Bishop e6. Wow.
I love it when the grandmaster next to me is just shocked, and that's happened again now. Bishop e6.
Yeah. You would think you can just take that guy.
Bishop e6.
And unless he's planning to take with the pawn, which is actually the way Tal used to play these lines. He won a famous game against Polagavsky where he took back with the f-pawn on e6 in this line and just attacked down the f-line and won very convincingly.
So first reaction would be just let's see what happens after you take the
But if you take with the knight, then d4.
Yeah, this is... And now you're...
Unless there are lots of tricks with a quick c5. So let's have a look.
Yeah, bishop g7.
Bishop e3, the queen's protected. There's no tricks.
This is no trick. This is just a pawn down. Yep. I mean, the king hasn't castled, but you could always get some artificial castle situation going on. Mm-hmm. So knight takes e6 doesn't seem to be... So then you suggest f take e6.
Yep.
And again, for our young viewers that are just learning chess, this looks very ugly, but don't try this at home. It is very ugly. Your pawn structure is just... This is. Look at this pawn structure. It hurts my eyes.
Lots of islands.
Well, the good thing is you have lots of open files, lots of active play.
Yeah, well, that's the advantage of double pawns. You always get open files with double pawns, so they're not. There's always something to be said for them. But okay, none of these the double pawns on the e file aren't directly exposed. It's just that if they get blocked in some sort of ending, then you'll have a problem. Yeah. I mean, I must admit, this doesn't look very trustworthy at all.
It doesn't, right? I mean, maybe you get rook b8, maybe you get some interesting ideas.
Okay, let's start with
d3 or g3. Maybe?
I think I want that queen on d4. So let's go knight takes on d4.
Knight takes d4.
Queen takes d3. Something simple
d3.
like that. Are you really going to go rook d8?
Rook d8, maybe?
Because then I'm thinking, maybe...
Can you even play
I'd like
bishop
to,
e3?
I think you'll take on b2 rather than on d3.
All right.
d3 is a horrible endgame.
But king e2?
King e2 is playable as well.
And then maybe with the idea of queen c2 and bishop e3?
Indeed. You might still lose b2 sometime because bishop g7.
Yeah.
But this looks fantastic for white.
Right. This because you could also play rook b1. This is so maybe taking on d4. Yeah, it should be. This is all force, right? Because he played bishop e6.
Well, he took on e6.
He took on e6. Let's see the moves.
And he took back with the knight.
And he did take back. And he didn't play d4.
He didn't play d4.
We must have. This hurts to say this, but we must have missed something here. Let's see, D4.
No,
Oh no, we're just commentators. Okay,
that's
that's
right.
good.
So let's see, D4. So I'm looking at.
Oh, isn't it something maybe like
take with the queen?
No, take with the queen, so that doesn't work.
So bishop G7, bishop E3.
Bishop G7.
Bishop E3.
Bishop E3.
I can't see how you build up the pressure here, unless it's some. No, there's no F5.
Let's see. Let's go. So D4. The Bishop G7, is that the best move? Yeah, it seems so. This is the first move you would consider, right?
Yeah.
It's just build
Now,
your center.
it's conceivable that what Nakamura played is simply better.
Yeah, I played Queen C2.
He may be planning D4 next move anyway. For example, if you play Queen D7, then D4.
But this is interesting. This is interesting what Geary played rather quickly. He played Bishop G7.
Uh-huh.
And
Well,
this is just totally ignoring. Let's say you would take
Yep.
on C6,
King
check.
F8, 2 pawns
King
down.
F8. So you're 2 pawns down. Interestingly
But
enough, both players can't castle. They both have to castle artificially. So the rooks on H1 and H8.
But this is getting a bit dodgy. There's Rook C8 and
Yeah,
Queen
Rook
D3.
C8 is coming. So this is.
And it's very hard to see how white's going to develop here. I wonder if you really want that C6 pawn. But
Yeah, so that might be
actually,
a poison pawn.
if you don't want it, then Queen C2 is pointless. So unless you're going to go D3 and Bishop E3.
Yeah, so another option would indeed be to just
Play D3.
finish your development.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting play, Bishop G7. An active move. He's not gonna just defend the C pawn.
Well, he doesn't need to now after D3. He'll castle. And will he just go for the quick F5? But the white bishop is very happy on E3 probably. But okay, black has to castle.
Black
Absolutely.
has to castle, and here maybe Bishop E3.
3 looks logical, and I suspect you can't play F5 because of Queen C4. I think you're in a pretty bad pin there.
Yeah, but then maybe you can even prepare it.
Yes, but it's so slow.
It's very slow. Okay.
Yeah.
Now if you can get F4 in, I don't know. Maybe why not? Just King H8. Next move F5.
Yes. The other problem is F5 can easily be answered with F3 if we really want to.
If you just want to play real solid. Okay,
yeah.
so Nakamura decided to not play D4 and go for a more solid option.
Well,
here.
no, I think he wanted to take on C6. I think he still wants to take on C6. But maybe he's starting to see the occasional problem now. And this is not at all simple. There's a lot of these lines where black just goes a pawn down and doesn't worry about it. This one doesn't look convincing at all.
Look at Nakamura's face. I like, he's just. Let's see. Yeah, he's this is almost Kasparov-like, but then less aggressive and more happy.
I think he is probably regretting playing Queen C2 so quickly. If he did have the option of D4, then he would have gone for it.
That was the moment. I like. He's like, no, I don't like this too much, but that seems okay. Is that a chess thing? Do chess players have a poker face, or what is he doing right now?
Most of them have a bit of a poker face, but I think his opponent's not at the board, so I don't think he's making these faces for his opponent.
Maybe for the viewers at home, for you guys out there, the Nakamura, but he seems to have whole conversations with himself.
Yes, well, he doesn't when he's got dark glasses on, and that works pretty well
when he's not wearing the shades, if I can say. Well, it's winter, it's almost freezing out, so makes sense he's not wearing and now he's going into the well-known chess. Face.
Okay, actually, let's go back to the So Caruana game, because we've just had a big move by Caruana. He did take on D4.
So, get your tactical engine going, Ian, because we're going to check this out.
Knight takes D4, okay.
Knight takes D4. Candidate moves. What are...
Bishop takes D7, only candidate
Only
move.
candidate move right here. Okay, but now indeed black has... So you take on D7.
Yep. Okay, and
black can play.
Okay, so there is Rook D8.
Rook D8 or Knight.
Knight E2. Well, Rook D8 has Knight C2 ideas to some extent.
So let's just.
We could start with Knight C2, but then maybe Bishop C6 works. I don't know. So okay, let's play Rook D8 first.
Rook D8.
I guess you have to take on A5 now.
Because if you... Yeah, so take on e5.
And now maybe we're losing.
Because, yeah, let's show, because rook takes, rook
check,
a check.
Bishop here, bishop h6.
Well-known checkmate.
Yep, okay,
coming.
so that's bad.
This is bad.
Okay, so instead of rook d8, the other idea, apart from knight e2, is knight c2.
Knight c2 here. But then can't you just move your rook and your...
Probably to d1.
To a2?
a2, yeah, okay.
a2
that
attacking,
works.
and if you take that, because sometimes you would have this pin, but the knight is protected by the rook.
So we have to play knight c2.
So knight e2.
Sorry, knight e2.
Knight e2 check. King f1.
So there's no point in knight g3, is there? Probably
no, because
not.
then you just take that. Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's take the rook.
Let's take rook.
We tried this. Okay,
bishop takes a1. King takes e2.
Unless knight b3 is better, but it won't be. Okay, and now a4.
So now we have two pieces against a rook and a pawn, but this pawn can be interesting. So this could be the match winner, or so a4 to just move it right away, because otherwise white blocks it with bishop a4 maybe.
Yeah, it's I don't trust this for black. Caroline, how long did he think about knight d4? 15 minutes, a bit more than 15 minutes.
Yeah, so he did think about it, and what's interesting to me, if we go to this position, knight takes, that right now white is thinking here for a few minutes already.
Yeah.
So we played bishop takes d7.
Yeah. Maybe I'm missing something after bishop d7, rook d8.
Bishop d7,
rook d8,
rook d8,
rook a5. Maybe there's something tricky here.
Let's see.
Okay, let's try knight c2.
Knight c2.
Yeah, let's try.
Interesting, because if white would save the bishop, you could take here, and take on d2.
Yes.
So this is.
But after knight c2, there is bishop b6.
Bishop b6, and again, this is a beautiful idea. It's again the same line, a little bit different. Not this time. It's not checkmate, but
That's
you still lose. Oh well, you can take. Oh, this is.
But bishop f8, h, rook check. Okay, let's try that.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Rook d2, bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Rook d1.
You have to check, because if you would go here, you would lose the rook. So rook d1 check.
Right.
King h2
and h5.
h5 only move, and is this bishop e7?
King
no,
g7.
King g7. So
and I know we've got a lot of weak black squares. It feels like this should be better, but let's try.
It might just hold.
Bishop d6 check. It looks dangerous.
Bishop d6 check.
Yeah.
King. Well, this might actually be the move, because now you
must go to h7, I think, because if you go to g7, bishop e5 is very strong.
f6
and rook check.
And rook check, and you lose this pawn.
Indeed.
So, but if you go to h7,
you have bishop e5.
Bishop e5. G5.
Check.
Yeah, check.
Check again. Have to go to h6. Is there any way to make progress here?
This is a long forced line.
Bishop f6 perhaps.
Bishop f6. Targeting g5.
And I don't think black has a move. So
you didn't miss anything after rook d8. It's just good to check this 20 move variation.
I'm not convinced.
But again, he's still thinking. So is there another move besides bishop?
No, we have
d7?
definitely missed something here. I just am baffled as to what it is. Okay, as far as I can see, bishop d7 is forced.
Bishop d7. I want to say, I see some awesome developments at Knightage Rapport. Okay. I want to say, let's wait for.
Okay, well, we can come back to this. Yeah,
we'll come back to this.
But if this works well, Wesley has nothing. But I can't help thinking there should be something there for white.
There should be something, right?
But then again, if Caruana plays it after thinking for a long time, and he plays the sharpest line, it's probably well calculated. Yeah. Okay, we left. That's right.
So
we left
just trust the super GMs here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Knightage Rapport. Interesting position to leave. We decided we discussed e6 or h4. Well, he opted for h4.
And I'm far from convinced by this for white.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Because white's committed his king to one side of the board.
Yeah.
And he's set up his pieces to play bishop h6, but the knight on g8 covers that. I know white has kept the black king kingside completely under control, so there are 3 black pieces out of play.
Yeah.
But the other ones might just launch some sort of queenside attack.
Yeah, because b5's already in, but I would always go play white here.
Oh, queen a5 looks like a good start.
Oh, yeah, so you played queen h5. This is, we discussed this with Erwin Lamy. He played queen c7 rather early, so now he kind of lost a move playing queen a5. He moved his queen twice. Well,
it's a change position though.
Yeah.
I didn't mind queen c7. I thought black was looking for an early e5, and
then white played e5. And
circumstances changed. Yeah.
So one of the ideas, sometimes queen a5, besides just eyeing the castled king, is sometimes to play something like b4. And win the a2 pawn.
Okay, but most of the time when you play b4, white will play knight b1,
knight b1.
And you take the a pawn and you haven't really got anywhere.
Exactly.
Although white then has to be reasonably quick because black will play a5, a4, a3,
but
and
that
so on.
also takes some time.
Slow.
But white decided I can play h5.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
I got time.
And here, black has a choice of plans. Knight b6, knight c4, or because b4, knight b1, I don't trust.
No, if you would play go b4, knight b1, and let's say you would take here.
Okay,
besides the fact that white can even take on b4 sometimes.
Yeah, now it looks like e6 is very dangerous.
Right, yeah, now, because this also...
g6 is weak.
This is going to be too weak.
Well, it's very weak. The black knight can come to f8 later. So take it. We take on g6. We take on h8.
Take on h8.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
Knight f8.
And
how do we knight maybe e5, maybe h4.
Or maybe queen takes b4.
It's also playable.
Queen takes b4 or knight h4.
Yeah.
This feels even like this. This feels the queen doesn't get out easily.
Yeah.
This pawn might be...
I like knight h4 actually. I think I want all my pieces on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Knight h4.
Knight h4, but this is
and then my
ugly.
queen can come to f3 or g4 rather at some time. Maybe black could break out with e5, but it looks like he's going to be the one who dies.
Yeah, so this is b4, might b2, and knight b6.
Knight b6 is a good healthy move.
Yeah, if you want to go to c4.
And if he takes it, you'll take with the b pawn and rook b8 and see what happens from here.
Yeah, so he took.
Okay, and he took with the f pawn.
He took with the f pawn again.
Okay, so he's saying that he's not going to worry about the king side.
Yeah, because usually you would capture towards the center, right? Keep
right, but the open h file will be white's.
You would take here, take,
and now you don't really want to play bishop d3 because you're going to have to take that knight anyway on c4.
Yeah.
So you need a good move here.
Yeah. So let's see.
Might be king b1. But
king b1, a nice prophylactic move.
Yeah, but it's sort of asking for knight c4, isn't it?
Yeah, because after king b1, knight c4, and let's say you take, b takes, and suddenly...
Okay, rook h1.
Rook h1, bishop
g7, rook h7, king f8.
King f8.
And we need something.
Yeah, we definitely need something, because also black will get some play now. Yeah. Suddenly we'll get rook.
Well, a lot of the time you can just go king a1 and there's nothing on the queen side happening, but black actually is going to play bishop f5, and black's pieces are not that terrible. This is
not enough for white. Yeah. If you get this position, you got the.
So I'm not quite sure why he took with the f pawn.
Let's see, takes.
Then again, rapport is breaking every rule in this tournament, so why not break the rule about capturing towards the center?
He ignores 150 years of chess theory, dogmas. It's like Nimzovich, never heard of the guy. It's all he just ignores it. Well, that's very interesting. Like there are not too many players who do that, right? Morozevich, who always plays. It's nice to watch a player and not be able to predict his moves. Because with some people, you just I can predict all the 2,700 moves, but it's easier. And with him, it's always.
When he won the B group equal with Najditch last year, it was very standard chess that Rapport was playing. And actually, when he played Najditch, he got ground down in a very boring game. In fact, I think it was the most boring line of the Petrov, where white plays queen e2, black plays queen e7, and d3, and the queens come off the board and this sort of thing.
What do you think that happened to Rapport? Did he just get struck by lightning? That he thought, I have to change everything? I have to...
these rebellious teenagers. At some point,
rebellion. It's rebellion.
At some point he said to his coaches, look, You don't have to play the Spanish to be a
No,
good player.
I want to play my own game.
And
I,
the other thing is, he is breaking these rules, but he does know them. So he's breaking them in the knowledge that he knows what he should be doing.
So that's the order, right? You first have to know what you're doing, know the rules, and then you can break the rules. You can't right away start breaking the rules.
Yeah, you can try, but anyway, well, let's see how his attack's going.
Yeah, so
F takes very suspicious.
F takes, yeah.
Okay,
Suspicious move, duly noted. And
so
then A3.
Okay, so Black really needs to play E6 and Bishop F8 round here to attack that. I mean,
let's quickly show if you would play B4, which is a move you would sometimes want to play. Knight A2 just loses the pawn. So that is a tactical way.
Knight C4 is the other way, but I presume he will take.
Yeah, if you play Knight C4, you don't want to move away because that's too dangerous. So you take, B takes.
And now,
do you want to quickly move your king to A1?
Well, even these endgames look very healthy. Knight E2 now, for example.
Oh, you would now
put it on F4 sometime.
That's interesting because you play in the H4 often to attack, but at the right moment in the game, then you switch to let's just
you don't have the bishops, but the pawn structure is very handy for white.
And this is indeed ugly. In any endgame, this is an ugly pawn structure for.
Okay. So he plays Rook B8, which is going to be a useful attacking move anyway.
And it's preparing Knight C4.
Yeah, and now Knight E4. I like this by Knight.
Oh, yeah.
He really wants this endgame. If queen takes queen, he's going to take.
So Knight E4 is played, and he wants queen takes and Knight takes.
No attack and the knight will come to B3 and then C5.
Yeah, this is all nice nice squares.
So. In fact, the other problem after Knight E4 is you can't keep the queens on easily with Queen A4 because there's a very simple Knight C5.
Yeah, so if you go to A4,
then Knight C5, and the queen is trapped. I think.
So he came up with some B4. Highly
suspicious, but okay.
Suspicious, but the knight is hanging, so he makes use of the fact that you can take on.
So you play knight.
Just for the viewer, just because we haven't had a checkmate in a few moves. Let's just checkmate. Okay, we're done. Knight C5.
And
Knight C5. Now you do threaten to take capture. Queen takes B4. So he played Knight C4.
This looks very sus. I don't trust this one little bit actually for black. You take it, yeah?
It feels a little loose, all of it. Like so you take
a little. Yeah. Okay, take, and now
do an understatement for. Although there are
threats.
There are threats. Like you do want to, if you're black and it's your move, you want to play C3. Unfortunately, white has to is allowed to make a move as well.
Okay, so.
This position. So it feels. Our starting point is. It feels very suspicious for black.
And for example, white could just go A4 and block everything.
A4. Oh, that happened. It just happened in the game.
Did it?
A4 was just played.
Because C3 you ignore. You just move your queen, and probably to D3. Oh no, then Bishop F5.
Let's see. So C3 was the move we were thinking about.
Yeah, I guess you want to put your queen.
What you don't want to do is take.
And open lines.
Open lines. And is there already a checkmate or almost? Not yet. Almost.
Queen B4 is a good start.
Queen B4 is a good start, and that's a checkmate.
Yep.
Again.
So Queen D3 will be played.
Queen D3
perhaps.
right away.
Okay, then Bishop F5, or you could take on B2 first, but let's say Bishop F5.
Bishop F5.
And I presume we're going to go Queen C4.
Queen C4, you're just going to move around the bishop for a while.
So now you take on B2. You could have done that earlier, but...
Yeah, because you don't want white to block everything here.
Well, white is threatening Rook H7 here. That's the really damaging threat.
Oh yeah, it's a nice threat. So we take the check.
Okay, the idea is if King B1, then you're going to play B3 probably and open more lines. Though even that's
B3,
not...
Knight takes.
Queen B4, perhaps.
Yeah, B4, but a lot is happening. Can you...
Oh, yeah, true. But B3 is hanging, that helps.
Yeah, so...
But okay, this is desperation anyway.
Yeah, this is...
But what about King B2?
King takes B2.
Because I don't see any follow-up of the attack now.
No.
And Rook H7 is
this
serious.
Is a threat. Knight B3 is a nice...
There's Knight E6 sometimes.
Yeah, you have to do... What can you even do? But do you have to play H5 maybe?
Yeah.
Or H6?
H5, Knight H4 looks really strong too.
Yeah. This is horrible.
Yeah.
So C3 is probably horrible.
Yeah,
that
but
we came to that.
not c3 is also horrible. I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I like that we say c3 is horrible, and at that moment,
Well,
c3 is played.
Okay, he will play queen d3
Queen
quickly.
d3.
What are clock times like here?
Clock times.
Slightly better for rapport.
Yeah, so 40 minutes for knight each,
Yeah.
and 1 hour and 5 minutes for rapport.
Yeah.
This
is not one of Rapport's more successful attacks.
No, but that is the thing. If you play so creatively, he got away with it a few times. But if you play those top players, then it can also backfire. It can just blow up in your face, right? That's what happened.
But when you think about Rapport's wins, his game with Gelfand was actually a very fine positional game. It started with Budapest. The opening was eventful, but in fact he played a quick f4, and then he immediately switched to positional play and then managed to outplay Gelfand. But
this is an interesting, because maybe if he comes back next year or in other tournaments, maybe we'll see the craziness merging with the solid play, and then
it's a very interesting way to approach your first super tournament, really. And I think he will understand that if he'd played solidly, he might have scored a little bit better. But this was a test of whether he could be more creative and beat these guys by forcing them on their own resources. But they're 2700 plus because they are strong players in almost any position, and the fact that some of them prefer quiet positions doesn't mean they can't play these crazy ones. And Nidich will be rubbing his hands together here, because the last 2 days his opponents sort of forced him to play good moves. The opponent's been forcing the pace, and he's just
but maybe is that because
forward.
They thought he's losing so much? Maybe we just want to finish him, we just want to win, and maybe they
really want to win.
They forget that he's actually a very good player.
Yeah, it's the Spassky may be an old line, but if you put your head in my mouth, I'll bite it off. And okay, Nidich is not that old, but compared to this field, he is.
And I told this to Erwin Lamy. I heard the story. Nidich actually, he lost so many points, and then 2 nights ago, he went out. He went drinking. He didn't sleep only for a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back and wins 2 games almost. I just predict that he will win this game.
The Lawrence Trent diet.
Oh, that's just so... maybe that's the new recipe for for Nidich.
And it didn't work too well for Jababa though, did it? His finish hasn't been so good.
No, it's so...
Yeah, but you've got to realise, I mean...
Don't drink, children.
For Nidich, Nidich is almost like this ancient guy compared to Rapport. When Nidich was winning his big tournament back... in Dortmund, Rapport was 9 years old. I mean, maybe he'd picked up a chess piece. But,
probably a grandmaster by then. No, not yet. But let's see. He took on b2 and king takes b2.
B2, so no b3 tricks.
No. So
this is.
I'm going to say this game is going to be over soon. Yeah, I think I dare to say that. Okay, grandmaster disagrees. Now I'm in danger.
I think you'd expect Rapport to find some tricks. But the knight on c5 is such a great piece.
This is great, and look at this king side. He can't play his bishop, he can play his knight, he can play his rook.
Rook h7 is a vicious threat right now.
Yeah, right now as well, right? If it's your move playing, well, let's say, I always like to play the random move a6. You can play it right away, right?
And it's almost destruction.
It's just destruction.
And we might, hang on, we might be able to throw knight g5 at you.
Knight g5 in. Threaten mate here and here. This is
it's pretty good.
This is pretty good.
Yeah.
This is
okay.
I doubt we will see something like this, but
let's move on, because I think Nidich is nearly winning that one.
Yeah.
So what
there's one game we haven't looked at all. I want to
really Gelfand.
Yeah, let's look at Gelfand Hare Krishna. We'll go through it a little bit quicker. Let's start at the beginning of the game.
A very
C4,
nice place to start.
E6, Knight C3, D5, D4.
Okay, so in fact Gelfand may have done something a little bit clever, because I don't know that Hare Krishna necessarily wants to get into these Queen's Gambit positions.
So they often use C4 to get move order things, right?
That's right.
Get trap them into certain openings.
And Hare Krishna thought a while about D5, but eventually he decided to go for it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so a while. 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yeah.
That's a while, okay, yeah.
So D4,
Knight F6,
and now it takes on D5. This stuff is really Gelfand's generation. Guys like Ivanchuk has played some great games with the Exchange Queen's Gambit, and you would think you'd test out a young player in something like this.
Yeah.
So C6, Queen C2.
Queen C2.
Okay, you need to stop Bishop F5 now, which wasn't possible last move because of Queen B3. bishop e7, e3,
E3,
and knight d7.
knight d7,
And
knight
now
d3,
bishop d3.
bishop d3.
And now h6. This is used to be thought of as a really weak move. Because in a lot of variations, black wanted to play g6, and very often black would play knight f8, knight e6, sometimes even g6, knight g7,
knight g7 and bishop f5. Yeah.
And after h6, bishop h4, it was thought that all black had succeeded in doing was weakening the king side.
Yeah.
But then Michael Adams started coming out playing this stuff, and he just played knight h5 here, and it's a similar to a depressing line that Ulf Andersson used to play and make draws with, but nobody else really wanted to play it. The difference is after bishop e7, queen e7, okay, you can't really play knight f3 because of knight f4, so you need to put the knight on e2 or castle queenside.
Which you did.
And knight b6. So both sides are going queenside. And the difference is that in some variations h7 was weak, and now it really isn't weak. So black doesn't need to go g6.
No, because you don't care about that side anymore.
And he's actually gained a tempo on a normal line. Now, not a great line, but I noticed after h6 there was a fairly significant think by Gelfand, and I think he suddenly had that sinking feeling that he was going to get this boring line that Adams played, and instead of a nice Queen's Gambit exchange,
he thought, let's test out my younger opponent for a few hours.
Win something strategical. Instead, he's got this where there's liquidation. It's really hard to prove anything with white. And you even had players back in the 80s even playing these positions with black for advantage. I think Paul van der Sterre, the Dutch grandmaster, used to win some games with black from this sort of position. So, okay, h3. The idea sometimes is g4, or also just to stop bishop g4.
Yeah.
The problem is when you go g4, sometimes you get hit by h5, and it's not at all clear how you can solidify the position in your favour. So black bishop e6.
Bishop e6
sometimes goes to d7, but okay.
Going to castle.
Always going to castle queenside. Knight
f3.
Castles.
King
b1.
King b1.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So white moves his king to b1 out of the c file. Black does the same.
And rook c1.
So either this is like he castled king side, but on the queen side.
Yeah. So there's not many good plans here for white. One is to play knight a4 and try and attack on the king side. It doesn't often work. You can put your knight on e5 and try and back it up with g4, f4. Yeah. Neither of them are terribly convincing.
He played knight f6, just the knight on the edge back into play.
He played knight a4 and he didn't take it.
He didn't take. So that is because normally you would hear queen takes,
and then the idea for white is to play rook c3, rook a3, and soften up black. Maybe get black to play b6. So black might play rook c8 and b6 and think about some c5 move. But it can be a little bit better for white.
Yeah. Yeah, but just
especially with knight e5 as a possibility.
And does it matter?
Knight e4, I don't trust it.
You don't trust knight e4?
Knight e4. So he took and knight e5, and this is at least exploiting the h6 move because there is no f6 for a little while. Yeah. Because of knight g6.
Yeah, because of the no f6 because of that square.
Okay. Now already.
But this is also interesting because let's say you would take on a4.
Queen
you would take back. You would have this knight versus this bishop.
Well, the big threat is queen takes c6 right now.
Oh yeah, that's a nice threat. That's a move you would
unless f6 kills you after that.
So that's so you.
So maybe I've overestimated. Maybe
so again, I'm going to play a random move. Queen takes c6.
f6.
Because with the idea that if you take back. Yeah, welcome back. We had a small technical issue, but nothing too big. And we're back, and we were looking at the Gelfand Hare Krishna game, still with myself and GM Ian Rogers. And Hare Krishna took on a4, queen takes a4. That's a position where we are right now.
And bishop d5 looks absolutely fine for black.
Bishop d5 to just consolidate. Yeah, this is not the award-winning game of the day.
Well, unless white has rook c3, rook a3. But here you can go a6. There's no bishop sacrifice on a6. Though, if the white knight could finish up on c5, you might have a problem. But I don't really see it getting there. So no, this looks very equal. And Hari Krishna's been quite impressive, actually, with his theory with black in particular in this tournament.
Also, just 2700 play, I would say just a 27, because there are many 27 high players, and he's on a plus score. He's just he has relatively easy games.
Yeah, and his score against Gelfand's not great. I mean, 1 loss, 1 draw, and he lost the game with black that he played. That's not very convincing. I mean, very unconvincingly. So somehow he's made it look easy today. He's just come up with an idea. Okay, he's borrowed it from Adams, but I feel plagiarism's good in chess.
yeah. Thank God we can copy other people's ideas in chess. But no, but I mean, this whole tournament looks relatively easy. He's not in trouble that often. He's pushing for wins long. He plays. He doesn't get in time trouble. He's just a solid player.
Yeah,
he stands out.
He in a way you had expected a little bit more of him a few years ago, because he was world under 10 champion, I think, and
he's now 27. Then you're old.
He was world under 12 champion. Then he was world junior champion. He was very strong, very young, and somehow he plateaued for quite a while. But last year's result in Vacancy was very convincing. It was halfway down, but a strong field, of course. Carlsen Aronik, and here in another strong field, he's doing fine. So rook d5.
Yeah, he played rook d5. So he plays another piece on d5, not the bishop but the rook.
And okay,
yeah,
so
it's an active square.
And there is no queen takes c6 now because of rook takes e5.
So that is the little tactic. Let's see, queen takes c6 again with the idea of when you capture back you take, but you take rook takes e5 here. And that loses
winning.
The piece.
So, in fact, it's not impossible that Black's thinking about switching with rook b5.
Yeah, he wants to go to b5, maybe.
Well, I think he wants to double rooks, because when he doubles rooks, then he can play f6 whenever he wants, and that will be useful.
Yeah, but doesn't he also eye for just to get his pieces, to get his rook to the b file, maybe get himself some kingside attack going?
A one rook attack's not going to be mate, but that'll come later once he's pushed white back a bit. Well, the only downside I can see of rook d5 is the knight can come to c4 from there, and from there to d. Maybe it can come there, but b5 might actually win something.
Yeah.
Oh no, probably not. Knight a5. But in any case, it's possible to reposition that knight without getting it swapped off.
Yeah.
So that's the only downside I can see of rook d5. But apart from that, yeah, absolutely fine.
It's a good move. Let's see.
Okay.
I want let's go back to. Let's see what game haven't we looked at for a while.
Okay, let's go back to Caruana and So.
Caruana So.
So is
something has happened.
Is having another think, and he played He played what we expected, but is this really good enough for Black to make a draw?
Yeah, so we followed the whole line.
D4.
Knight d4, and in bishop takes d7, knight e2 check, king f1, bishop takes, queen e2, a4. That's where we left it. And in our analysis, we went play bishop c6.
He hasn't moved yet. Now,
rook a6.
Rook.
We've had a few more moves, and rook b5, and here we said rook a5, but he played rook a8. So this is a draw offer.
Okay.
He didn't offer a draw, but he's saying I'm willing to repeat moves.
Well, it's very it's a good idea by Caruana, because although So is almost unbluffable, he does have a lot of respect for the top players, and you see both he and Giri are sometimes inclined to make a safe draw against a high-rated opponent rather than push them hard. And it's a tricky thing to judge here after bishop c4, whether Black can perhaps...
Yeah, so let's say if you play bishop c6 here, we're just going to repeat moves.
Yeah.
But let's say if you indeed go for bishop c4.
Now then Black will have to try and attack that with a rook b2 sometime. So I guess we start with a3.
a3, just get the pawn as far as possible. Do you have to block it? I think you have to block it, right? Otherwise, or you...
Yeah, you probably do. Yep.
Probably, because otherwise you just get a2 and all the way home.
And then we presumably go rook b8.
Yeah, to try to attack the bishop.
Knight c4.
You really have to find the perfect configuration for your pieces here. But
it's bishop b2, perhaps.
Bishop b2. That's something
Yeah.
else in to make a draw. If you can just keep this position like this and
Yeah.
not allow white to
Okay,
take.
now the problem for white is you'd like to attack the a pawn with bishop c5, but whenever you take, you're going to finish up losing a piece on the a file.
Yeah,
And this may be a positional draw. White can bring the king across.
yeah. So positional draw means it's a draw because no party can make any progress. Right?
Indeed. So king d3. Even if you go king c2, you're not really threatening to take that
So
bishop.
let's say we'll just make a move.
h5 is a sensible move. King back. We don't put our king on g7. Let's say king h. Let's move our rook. Rook b7 or
Rook
something.
b7.
And now, can white do anything with this?
Can you play bishop c1?
c1, you can. Yeah, it's a logical move.
Now then you would have to
Yeah, take.
king takes.
And this is better for white because you are threatening to take on h3
Yeah, you're threatening
now.
to take now.
And after rook a7, king c2, you're gradually getting across in time. So this is better for
This
Wesley.
could be something.
Yeah.
So he has to be careful a little bit. It could also be that maybe at some point the rook will just have to go after the pawns. And just
if you can get in one of them, and I somehow
if you
doubt
get one of them in. So
So-
rook A, it's going to be interesting. As you said,
Yeah, how ambitious he is.
They have a lot of respect for strong
Yeah.
players.
I mean, So really could gain a bit of ground. I mean, he could finish, for example, equal second if he wins this game. So it would be a very big win if he could get it. But
Yeah.
he's already sitting safely in fourth place, and so's Caruana. I mean, it's really a question of how ambitious he is
Yeah.
and how much respect he has for Caruana. I somehow think Caruana should have just about enough. So it's possible to rationalise making
Yeah.
the repetition, but I just think that a Carlsen would play with white here and just see how well black defends. If you ever get the two bishops against the rook with
all the pawns on one side of the board.
well, even with the a pawn, eventually white should be able to pick off that a pawn, and then you'll suffer horribly with 4 against 4.
for many hours, and it could still be a capture draw, but it will be tough. Let's have one more look at Knightish Rapport, because that game is on fire.
Yep.
We left it at Queen D3. He took on B2 check.
King takes
B2.
B3.
B3.
I don't see why we don't take it, but C3 is so safe.
Yes, C3 is indeed a safe move. That you're saying if you would take on B3 might also be very good, but then
This looks
C3 just closes things off.
And now Queen D8. Well, that's setting up the pieces for the next game, but apart from that,
That's
doesn't seem to
indeed
have
that's
any
already
big
in
advantages.
the beginning. Because now, do you want to shout out the move?
Well, let's try Rook H7.
Actually, Bishop F5.
No, Queen C4.
Queen C4.
That's
okay, attacking the
It's
so
simple.
Rook takes
H7.
H7.
Bishop F5.
Beautiful threat, and that's also one of the.
Actually, you don't need to play Queen C4.
Played.
Maybe did he play it?
Let's say, but this is Rook take. Half an hour ago, we were talking about the disadvantages of taking with the F pawn, and this is definitely one of those disadvantages that you just you just miss. You really miss a pawn here. So, but if you take here, it's just Queen takes here, and we saw this. This is just over. So he played Bishop F5.
So I don't know why Knightish looks so worried.
He looks on the camera. He's maybe he's just afraid that he misses something, or that Rapport has some great trick up his sleeve. But he played Queen C4. Also with the idea that if you would take on Queen takes knight and
take a rook,
and this is
over.
So he indeed is.
Is it over?
No, he
played King F8.
King F8.
Only move.
King
and
F8.
Now something spectacular would be good.
Yeah. So that's what he's thinking about, something spectacular. So King F8.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, if you just exchange rooks, like if you would just take on H8, this is totally a one position, right?
I would think so. Well, you can play Rook H1 and Bishop G7 again. That certainly helps.
Or can you play something? Can you go for it right away?
I want to go Knight G5.
Knight G5. Threatening both this square and this square.
Yeah. Well, I think I want your bishop back on G7, so I'll have Rook H1 first, if that's okay.
Okay,
because
that's okay.
then after Queen E8, So rook h1 before knight g5.
Yeah, rook.
Maybe it's a question of taste, but okay. Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
Queen e8, stopping the mate. Knight h7.
Knight a7 checkmate. Oh, you just wanted to.
That's all I wanted to do.
This is what you wanted to. Well, it's also about us having fun, so I'm glad we got that one in. But this seems totally over.
It does indeed.
This seems totally over. King.
The good thing from White's point of view is he's even up on material.
Exactly, because usually you have this position, but you sacrifice a knight somewhere. But here you have everything. You have the material, you have the position.
Okay.
You have lots of time.
Let's not worry too much about this.
What I want to suggest is we've been talking for an hour and a half. We'll take a short break, 5 to 10 minutes, and please get some coffee, get some tea.
Might even be back with Knightage.
We might be back with Knightage if the game is over by then. We'll try to bring him in if he's still... I think he will be happy to show it, I would assume. Or maybe he wants to get home to Germany as fast as possible. We'll see. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back again, world. Welcome from Wijk aan Zee. We're back, and I have a special guest next to me, sitting female grandmaster Bianca Muren.
Yes.
From the Netherlands, and maybe you recognize her from a few years ago. Right now, you might recognize her voice when she starts speaking, because she's the one who has been interviewing all the grandmasters after their games.
Indeed.
What's that like, Bianca?
It is very nice to do.
Yeah?
Yes. The players recognize me when they come out of the playing hall, when they finish, and they come straight to me.
Oh, they do walk up to you. You don't have to hunt them down.
No, in prior years I had to, but this year not.
They know the drill.
Yes, indeed.
And is it? Are they obligated by their contract to have an interview with you, or it's just they like doing it?
Yes. Well, it's stated in their contract that it would be nice if they would comment on their games afterwards, but it's only like 1 or 1.5 minutes, so it's not really that is very hard or so.
And what is it that you want to get out of the 1.5 minute interview? What do you want to know? What is your goal?
What is my goal? Well, I want to know what they felt like. So of course we all have internet, and we see the Fritz or Ripka kibitzing, and we see, oh, he missed something, was terrible, but the players, they have a whole different feeling in the game. Of course, they're just playing a game, they don't have the computer running with them. So that's
the more emotional what they felt like. Because I even noticed sometimes when you bring up the computer said this, that some even get, I won't say aggressive, but they are like, yeah, computers, we're humans, right? That's what Gelfand said.
Yes.
But they're all like, yeah, we have to do it ourselves. All of you at home, maybe at home as well, have the computer playing along.
Yeah.
But that's of course not their world.
Yeah, actually what you just said, it was really nice, the game between Gelfand and Nakamura of this tournament. There was some beautiful line which the computer gave, which Gelfand missed, and he could have won. It was like +9 or something.
Yeah.
And the players came straight out of the playing hall, so they didn't see any computer or whatsoever. And then I asked them, well, did you see this and this and this line? And then first I interviewed Nakamura, and then he said, yeah, I saw this, but then I could have played this and this. And I said, no, well, because then he could have played this. And he said, ah, yeah, you're right. Well, then he was completely winning.
Yeah.
And then I asked exactly the same to Gelfand, and then he said, well, it's just humans playing against each other, and we're not a computer, and it's nice to see the difference in generations as well.
Difference in generations.
Nakamura is really the computer generation, and Gelfand is...
but I also thought Gelfand is the one who missed the combination, who could have won if he played the combination.
Yes, indeed, but I think even if he would have been the losing side, he would still have reacted the same.
It's a generation thing.
Yeah.
And you've been here for a few years doing this, so do you also have like a personal bond with the players, or are you really the journalist chess players, or is there some fun going on? What is the relationship you have with them?
Well, with some you have like a little more connection than with others, indeed. Like
who's your favorite?
I think Anish.
Anish.
I really like interviewing him. So he always smiles when I come with the camera and the microphone, and it's really nice to interview him.
Yeah, he's always have something fun to say.
Yes, indeed.
And I noticed, I want to get your opinion on this, they often seem to be hard on themselves. Like, I played like a fool today, I forgot my preparation.
Yeah.
Is that all bluff, or do you believe any of it? Or is it just an image thing, or just a game they play?
Well, it's hard to say. Probably sometimes it's the truth, but I can't believe that it's always the truth. Like for example, Aronian, it's mostly he says, well, I just looked at it briefly at home, and well, I didn't really know what to do, so I just followed my feeling or something like that. If
you listen to him, you feel like he wakes up, makes a nice omelette for himself, reads the paper, clicks through one game and goes to his work. But I feel that's not how it is. I bet someone else makes an omelette, he studies, people come in with openings, he studies it all the time, comes here and destroys everyone.
But he's always pretty relaxed. Always when you see him walking in the playing hall, or even we had a trip to Eindhoven this year. Well, one to Eindhoven, one to and Amsterdam, but the one to Eindhoven. On the day itself, we went by bus, and in the bus on the way there, it was like 2 hours drive or so.
Yeah.
Then, well, all the other players were sleeping or just reading a book or whatever, and Aronian was chatting away all
really?
2 hours. Yeah, he was just relaxed and having fun, and while he was playing kayaking that day, so it was a very important game.
But he was just chatting to anyone who was up for a conversation. And the other ones were sleeping, reading.
Yeah, it was very nice to see. Yeah.
Maybe that's when you're winning everything. You can be so relaxed.
Yes.
You want to also look at some games quick?
Yeah,
I know
sure.
you also have to interview people, but while you're here, let's see. We left off with let's see the game Knightage. Maybe you saw rapport. So that in the playing hall.
Yeah.
Let's see. We left with Queen C4. King F8. We thought Knightage is completely winning here.
Yes.
But it's still, the game is still going on, so that's interesting. Knight G5. Black played Queen D5 here.
Yep.
And White decided to exchange on D5.
Yes, somehow I saw before I came here that the computer gave 96 with +9 or something like that.
+9.
Yes.
So knight E, let's say knight C E6 check.
Yes.
Okay.
Bishop takes E6.
Bishop takes E6.
Knight takes
Knight takes
E6.
E6. King I
King
think has to go to
F7,
F7.
yeah. Knight G5 check.
Knight G5 check.
And here the computer gave that Black should play King E8.
King E8.
After which, of course, Queen D5, CD5.
Yeah, after King, then Queen D5, CD5, and you just take
exactly,
and it's completely over.
Yes, but of course the main question is what happens when Black plays King F8.
F8.
Indeed.
Makes more sense.
Yes, and well.
Yeah, that's where you come in.
Yeah.
No, that's why I brought you here. Let's see.
Well, it is not entirely clear how you can continue.
Yeah,
probably it's just something like, I don't know, Queen D3 or something like that. Just continue attacking. I think that's the deal. But
Queen D3, because if you just this is also a boring combination. You just take.
Yeah, and this is like the game.
But this didn't happen. But then I mean, this is probably not the best variation. But I feel.
Well, anyhow, this is completely winning for
White,
of course.
This is completely winning, but it's not the kill that you were maybe looking for.
Yeah.
But he decided to exchange queens right away. So here he played queen takes, c takes, the check. Oh, so this is indeed what happened in the game. So he just went for this variation, king f7, rook.
Yeah.
I do feel it was more winning somewhere, but this must just be a technical win.
Yeah, it should be enough.
Yeah, because the also a problem is you're 2 pawns down. Black is 2 pawns down, and also this knight doesn't come out easily because the h6 square is covered by both the rook and the bishop.
Yeah.
And White played rook a1, going after the b pawn with his rook.
Yep.
And yeah, you can move your rook out as he did in the game. Rook h2, but probably something like g3.
G3 and a rook a3, something like that.
Yeah. Would you resign as Black, or would you just continue fighting?
I never resign.
You never resign. That's why we're both doing the commentary.
Yes.
You never resign. Yeah. So this might just be a matter of time.
Yeah.
I mean, Knightage had a rough tournament, but he's gonna, I think, score 2 victories in the end.
Yeah, he won yesterday and today again.
It's finished now.
Ah, it's finished.
A little elf whispered in my ear, it's finished. Oh, it's after rook h2, g3. Oh, they blitzed the following moves out. e6, rook a3, knight e7. So he gets the knight out, but he just loses. Yeah, he's 3 pawns down and no. Well, so Knightage finishes on 3.5. You talked to him a few times. Of course, he wasn't happy most of the time because he just lost so many games.
Well,
do you think he is happy now, finishing on a high?
Yeah, yesterday he was kind of relieved that he won his first game, and probably now he would. Of course, if you win such a game, the last game in the tournament, it's nice. But overall, he won't be very satisfied over his tournament.
But we see him in the camera. He takes his time. He won. He's checking out other games.
Yeah.
Enjoying his last steps here for this tournament. So he's the first one to finish with an interesting game.
Yeah.
While you're here, I thought you know a lot of gossip. I have one question. I saw on the camera. I don't know if the viewers caught it in the B group. Jobava who had such an interesting tournament, right? He just played interesting games. He started off scoring win after win, and then it went downhill a little bit. But and today he made a quick draw with his opponent, Troff, the American IM. And they hugged. Jobava hugged his opponent afterwards. He was so happy. But I also heard rumors that he also had quite a rough night last night, or maybe even played a little bit intoxicated. Not sure if this. Do you know anything about this?
Now I know why you got me here.
This is the gossip 10 minutes that we got here, viewers. We'll go back to chess games. I'll get grandmasters in. You'll be treated well. But this is just 10 minutes of gossip. It's also interesting to know the ideas behind grandmasters, what they do, how they live their lives, and why they hug their opponents after they make a draw with a 300-point weaker opponent from the States.
Jobava played quite a serious tournament until one point.
Yeah.
And then when it was clear that he wouldn't become first anymore, then he just sort of, enjoyed life.
He started enjoying life. That's a nice diplomatic way of putting it. He started enjoying. Well, I also enjoy life once a week. And that's a nice, I'm going to say that all the time. I think I'm going to enjoy life tonight. I'm going to enjoy life some more. I'm going to enjoy life 10 times. Yeah, well, that's great. Also, he just decided this is it for me.
Yes, and I heard a rumor, but I think it's true that he didn't sleep tonight.
He didn't sleep at all. He went straight to the game.
Yeah.
And he played some moves.
Yes, and he made a draw.
And I think Caden Troff, the American IM, must have been happy with the draw, even against an intoxicated
yes, 27
Jobava,
plus.
27 plus.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to have some remarkable figures in chess. You should also have the boring, straight-up ones who just play good games, who are world top. But you should also have the ones that are a little bit more crazy, or a little bit more. Well, that's fun.
Yes.
Do you have any other gossip that you feel like sharing?
I have a lot of gossip, of course, but I'm not sure if this is the right medium to share.
Okay, so you'll share that in your book, your novel that you write, My Years in Wijkenzee and all the grandmasters that acted crazy, by Bianca Myrna.
Yes, who knows?
My grandmaster. Well, it was very nice having you. You can stay. We can look at some games. I don't know if you have to interview.
I think
people.
I have to interview Najditch right now, and maybe I'll send him here.
And catch Jobava and see if he's still awake. That's interesting. I'll send them here. That's great. So thanks a lot for your gossip.
Yeah.
and your insight. Your breaking news. If you have more breaking news, please feel free to break in, and then we'll switch back to the game. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. We are going to continue with Ronian van Wely. Let's see where we left it off. Oh, that was nice gossip quarter. Let's see. We left it off at Queen E8. So last move played eyeing for E5, and white sometimes eyeing for E4. Another idea of Queen E8 is to move the queen to the king side. So Queen H5 is an idea. Queen G6, a nice Dutch defense attacking idea that you see often, and the G pawn maybe gets played to G4. And in the meantime, white's position is very solid, so that's always a matter. Can black go all in? Can black sacrifice something, or is the white's position solid enough? And then his position might be better. Let's see. Aronian played Rook E1, also a solid move. So far, all the moves he made are It's a bit downgrading to say that many club players could also made up those moves, but you have to make them in the right order, of course. Queen H5, and this is getting interesting. Black is going for the attack on the king side. White is still, let's say, ignoring it, playing Queen C2. Of course, threatening to take on F5, and now Black has to make a decision. Like, how do you solve this? A move could be E6, but it's a bit passive. Like, if you want to play E5 in the future, now the bishop is blocked, is looking at this pawn. It may be a bit too passive, so Van Wely decided to go for it, and after Queen C2 he played g4. g4, and that way he's also protecting the pawn with his queen. Aronian took, h takes g4, knight takes g4, and this is an attack. It's the start of an attack, but right now black only has 2 pieces, and so it's not too much. We do definitely need some more pieces to join. Maybe sometimes rook f6, rook g6, or the bishop can come in. So there are many different options to follow up on the attack. I've been alone for 2 minutes. That's my new world record of being alone in front of the camera. But I found myself a new guest, and I hope he's willing to join. This is Tom Bottema.
Hi, thanks.
Welcome, Tom.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you. Yeah, we just had Bianca Muring coming by for some gossip. If you have gossip, that's always great. Tom Bottema is the press officer of the Tata Steel Chess tournament. Has been so for many years.
Yeah, I lost count.
You lost count. He can't count, but no, you can count. But you lost count. And what is your? How do you feel about today? The games? Have you followed them at all?
Well, just a little bit, but well, I was very surprised by the Knight Eats report game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I usually lose with black. So, I mean, okay, we should
So he's a big inspiration for you.
Yeah, he is a big inspiration. No, no, I was really surprised. I mean, it looks like a game of somebody without repertoire, not finding any plan, and losing very easily from a stronger player. But
Yeah.
it was a sort of a silly game.
Do you write the reports as well?
No, I don't.
Otherwise, we might read this tonight in the report. Like report seems like a play without repertoire. No, but it was indeed. It was quite.
Seems.
Odd
Yeah. Well, okay, but on the other end, also against Geary earlier in the tournament, he played like d4, knight f6, bf4.
Yeah.
Which was also not showing, well, great faith in your own repertoire.
No, but he just wants to play games. He wants to play off.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. But obviously he's a very strong grandmaster. But I was sort of surprised how today's game went. Okay, for the rest,
we're looking at Aronian's Van Wely's game right now. We just took off. It looks like Van Wely is starting some kind of an attack with 2 pieces on the king side. So, and we left it at queen b5. Have you followed this game?
Yeah, basically. Okay, so the first thing I want to tell is that Aronian took some time for his third move. Obviously he was maybe not expecting the Dutch defense. He thought for like a couple of minutes and played bishop f4, which from what I know is not like the main line.
No, but he has played it before.
Oh, okay, he has played it before. Yeah, and well, his virtual ELO rating is already 28-32. He will definitely try to beat Van Wely.
Yeah, right. That's what we discussed. I was afraid for quick draws, but that just doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the tournament. And also, Aronian is playing white against Van Wely. It's 150 points weaker in the meantime.
Yeah, and I mean he has a very good score against Van Wely.
Yeah.
So
would you say Aronian is doing so well? You mentioned his ELO rating, that right now we have Magnus Carlsen, top of the hill, world champion.
28-72 or so, yeah.
Exactly, but 40 points behind Aronian. So there's really a number 1, a number 2, and the rest.
Yeah, but okay, but only now after this tournament. The number 2 was, I mean, for the last couple of years was the best amongst equals, and now there's a clear number 2 again.
Yeah, but in this tournament, I know Kramnik wasn't playing or none, but there are so many top 10 players playing, and Aronian is he's beating them like it's nothing.
Yeah, he outclassed them completely.
Yeah. That's quite remarkable.
Yeah, I was doing some research for a speech, and as I found out, is what he's doing every game. Well, first of all, he plays so quick that he puts his opponents under
time pressure.
Yeah. I mean, there were some of his victories. He has more time left than what he started with. Okay, you get a 30-second bonus, but still, he plays with an enormous speed. And secondly, what he do is he goes to like an equal or a slightly better ending for himself. And then he just crushes them. Yeah, his endgame technique. That's how he won this tournament. His superior endgame technique.
But that's also what they say about Magnus Carlsen, right? That endgame. There's just his willingness to continue playing in any position.
In any
that's
position.
What Aronian also doesn't give. If it's the computer says 0.00 evaluation after 40
No
moves.
problem, no problem.
He just keeps on playing and often wins the game. So that is...
No, but what I said, I went through all of his games from this tournament, okay, quickly, and the games he wins is exchanges, ending, and he wins.
Yeah, but then that's interesting what happened here. Bishop b5's the last move. Van Wely played king h8. Many purposes to not be in check anymore after queen b3. Maybe bring his rook to the g file at some point, be able to attack. And queen b3. This is not an ending yet. This isn't close to an ending. This is... I like your theory, but right now we have quite an unbalanced.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's by no means it's like a decisive attack for black, of course, but it's probably the kind of position Luke would like to have against.
There's a lot of play. Luke van Wely likes to have a lot of play. He played knight d8.
Yeah.
So of course there was a threat after queen b3. The easy threat is bishop takes c6. You can't recapture because the rook is hanging. But so knight d8 is a move, and Aronian played bishop d3, g3. So because this was also an option, of course, to exchange.
Yeah. Okay, but
would it ever be an option to give up?
Maybe, but you can maybe take on c6 anyway.
You can take on c6 anyway. Yeah, but then you can, for instance, go back and you have the bishop pair.
And you have the bishop, yeah.
For what it's worth in this position, because it's quite solid. The pawn structure of black is ugly, and probably the bishop wasn't doing too much here anymore. But somehow after knight d8, Aronian decided, like, I do want to keep my bishop. Also, maybe there are sometimes ideas like playing bishop h4 and just annoying threats. Black's pieces are on the back rank, and it's going to be. I think this game we're in a few moves, but the game hasn't really started yet.
No,
I mean it's still about to go
okay,
down.
and for the time being, Black has sort of a very easy plan. Maybe block with c6, the knight on the a has a bright future on f7, g5 at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean,
just regrouping his pieces.
Yeah, regrouping his pieces.
Starting again.
And white is still a bit slow. So
yeah, agreed. Let's switch. I want to switch to one game. Karjakin versus Dominguez. It was also interesting. Karjakin played rapidly in the beginning. We left at this position, bishop f6, and white is a pawn down, but has some attacking chances, has some more activity. The question of this game is it worth a pawn? And here he played a remarkable move after 17 minutes. So this is the first move Karjakin actually started thinking. Bishop b2. So he exchanged the bishop, so he felt like maybe he didn't want black to consolidate with bishop e7, and he just decided, I want to exchange the bishops and right away set up my two rooks so they can double on the d file, attacking the pawn. Rook d8, rook bd2, and h6. I feel this position, if you have this position as Karjakin, you are a pawn down, you have to do something.
Yeah,
you can just if you would just play something like h3 and black castles and you just decide to do whatever, then black is just a pawn up. So of course there's some pressure on the d6 pawn, you have to do something, and that doing something for Karjakin meant playing g4 here.
Wow.
Yeah, that's quite a move, because you g4, it's right away aiming. Yeah, it's clear what you're going after. You say, please castle, and I'll throw in g5, and I'm going after your king. Also means that you're weakening your own king, because this is also not. It's double-edged.
Well, but the thing is, of course, that well, I mean, if he does nothing, he's probably at some point simply worse. So
yeah. So he has to.
He has to push and hope for the best, but. I don't know now, but like a couple of moves ago, when I was in the press room, I saw the evaluation was slightly worse for him, but he had compensation. So I mean, g4, h4 maybe at some point.
And I think that's indeed still the case, the compensation. After g4, knight e7, Queen f4, castles. It's interesting.
So
can you take on d6 or
knight c8, I guess.
Knight c8. Let's see. So let's say rook takes d6.
Maybe there's rook d4.
He didn't.
No, it's not possible. Knight c8 is probably winning. Yeah.
Is knight c8 winning? Because after rook d4,
d1 is still
you take on f4, rook takes, and rook takes d1 check, and you're rook up. So that's not possible. So instead of taking on d6, he played queen g3. Black played e5.
Yeah. Taking on d6, what's the threat now?
Yeah, because now you could take on d6, and I think you are a pawn up.
Yeah.
Knight h4. I mean, there's still attacking possibilities, but it seems rather vague.
Well,
the only thing is, Domingos has only 15 minutes left and Karjakin 45.
Yeah. Well,
so that's interesting.
I probably would prefer black.
Yeah,
but maybe let's ask the Erwin Lamy.
My trainer is asking for a substitute.
Yeah.
I can substitute 3 times, just like in soccer. And right now, I'm sorry, you did a great job.
No, I'm glad. I'm actually glad to leave.
A goal getter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sort of interested what his opinion in this position is.
Okay, so. I'll make sure to ask him.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please at home a big applause for Grandmaster Erwin Lamy again. Thank you, one guy.
Wow, what an entree! What an entree!
What have you been up to the last 2 hours?
I haven't seen much. I went back to the hotel. I had to pack some things. My father came to bring the long story.
Okay.
Luggage.
Luggage.
I will not
bother millions of viewers with that.
Bore that with.
So
millions today.
I heard 18 million people are watching.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Divide that by 1,000 and by 18, and that's about it. But I love that you're watching. Let's see. We left it at Karjakin Dominguez.
Yeah, that was a pawn, right?
That was a pawn.
That was just.
It was, and it seems to still be a pawn. We just had b5 by Dominguez takes.
Yeah.
And now white played knight f5.
Better take that off, I think.
Take that off.
Yeah.
And sorry, g takes f5, queen e7. Because f6 was a
threat. Beat him multiple times.
Many times in one game.
Can I take on before?
Yeah, let's take. So it's white's move. Karjakin is thinking. He still has 45 minutes left. Dominguez 15. If we take on b4, that's a pawn. I would say
queen takes f5.
Queen takes f5.
And rook takes g6.
Rook takes d6. Do we just have an?
Because this, okay, at least we restored some material balance here.
Again, you have the material balance, so you're no longer a pawn behind. White has the advantage of having like one group of pawns.
Black, yeah.
Sorry, black. Yeah, I'm not good with colors. No, I am. I'm great with colors, just not white and black. Let's see. And white has ugly pawns like this. But he does have 2 passed pawns on the queen side.
Oh, the king could play a role. The king is a bit open.
Yeah.
If black could somehow get queen and rook coordinated in such a way that the king.
Yeah, so then you would not capture maybe on d6, or you would, because you could also keep many pieces on the board for attacking purposes.
Yeah, rook c8, c2 is also an option, of course.
Rook c8, yeah, to threaten to go to c2, eyeing the f2 pawn.
But I don't think there's so much. Even if we drop back rook 6 d2, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, I would take black for sure.
Yeah. So then,
maybe I'm going too fast because rook c6.
Rook c6, another file to pay attention to. Yeah, and if you would take
also a move, of course.
A move, yeah. And let's say rook takes, or maybe queen takes is better, because after rook takes you could even play queen
right.
b1 and win the a2 pawn.
That's a clear pawn, I think.
So queen takes. Yeah, maybe.
Check on g4, maybe.
Check on
just to see where.
See where he goes. see what he does. Although you do. The question is, do you want to be there? Because he maybe king.
And maybe something like rook c8 afterwards.
Rook c8.
Because for the moment e5 is not hanging.
No, because the rook is still here.
Maybe rook c2. It's a slightly.
But this is a better position for black, right? So this is. So the question is, if you really fully equalized here.
It's. I would definitely still take black, but like I said, Karjakin is a great defender. I think he's showing it again.
And he played queen takes before.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I think queen takes f5 that's also what's played. I think queen takes f5.
The position is not completely risk-free for black either, because for example, if we manage to exchange queens,
then in the rook ending,
A
the
and B
pawns
pawns, they are really
very
gonna
interesting. And he took on d6.
He took on d6.
Now it's going to be interesting if Domingos decides to swap one pair of rooks.
I think he's gonna swap one, just to get that queen, to get the square g4 for the queen.
Yeah. And also with one pair of rooks, it's less likely that white manages to swap queens, maybe. So
right.
you need in a rook ending, it's an advantage to have the pawns here, have the pawns on a2 and b3. But in the queen ending, with queens on the board,
and yeah, then of course without queens we cannot really get to the white king anymore. So that weakness of the white king will not play the same role.
And that was the thing. Karjakin had to do something. That's why he pushed the g pawn. Like he had to attack. He had to create something.
I think he defends very well so far.
Oh, sorry, that was not played. Yeah. So and Domingos is thinking about either swapping a rook or not swapping a rook. Yeah, one game is finished. Aronian Van Wely, that's interesting. Aronian Van Wely.
I haven't seen that game for
that's
sharp.
It's sharp. Okay, it's nice.
That's nice.
You saw it for I think half a second, but you already realize it's sharp. Knight d8. That's the grandmaster eye. Knight d8, bishop g3, and Van Wely decided to go for e5. So that's the move I don't know if you remember, many hours ago when we started this, you said that's the move black wants to play. He wants to play e5 eventually.
And I'm sure Aronian will announce it as a decisive mistake in the final.
Probably it's like never play e5.
But yeah, in general, of course, okay, the structure has changed considerably. So this e7, e5 push, now it's a completely different thing, of course. But in general, it's the desirable thing to achieve.
So yeah, you take once.
Many options, yeah.
Many options. So let's see if we have a move. No, we don't have a move.
But I like Van Wely's approach to this game.
Yeah.
He clearly didn't come to survive. He wants to win.
He wants to beat whoever is sitting across from him.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. And I like that Aronian actually has 23 minutes and Van Wely has 18 minutes. And I don't think the whole tournament Aronian was this low on time.
Yeah, it's very interesting to note. Yeah,
and that is and that's an interesting. Maybe it all has to do with the tournament standings. Also this game, but also he's just 8 out of 10. He wants to win this game. He's thinking, oh, this guy's putting a lot of resistance.
Yeah. They have some history, of course. They played a few fighting games before. They like to tease each other a bit. They're quite.
How do they tease each other? Do you know?
Yeah, they try to witty remarks. You know, there's always some psychological. Battle going on.
Oh, that's interesting. So do you partake in that as well? Psychological stuff?
No, I usually enjoy watching it from the side.
From the side, how they. Yeah. Let's look at another game. We'll get back to this one. Let's see where maybe Nakamura Giri. We haven't touched that one in a while. Interesting fight. I don't know if you see this game at all.
I thought that objectively speaking, this position after queen c2 was just very good for white.
Very good for white, yeah.
Okay, that was my feeling. I don't know if it's.
No, but it's your profession, so I think we also felt it was quite good. And but Giri played actively, and
I like that he gave the second pawn. I mean, once you
after bishop g7, right? That he took on c6.
No, I mean I like the fact that Anish was prepared to give yet another, because I think he has to now really pull through. You cannot just.
No, you can, because he's a solid player, but you can't sacrifice one pawn and then back off. Then you have to go.
You have
all
to
the
go,
way.
and he knows it, of course.
Yeah. So Nakamura actually took the second pawn, king f8, and again I really like the fact that the kings both have to artificially castle.
It's pretty rare, I think.
It's very rare, but black has active play. Queen a6, so he anticipates to go back to e2.
Stops queen d3.
Stops queen d3, and so that normal move. Knight d4. Yeah, normal move. He captures.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he's really controlling.
Controlling
some positions, excuse me, some squares now, of course.
But it's 2 pawns.
It's too much, I think. But
but it's just
practical chances still, I would say.
And that's interesting. Also, Nakamura, isn't he a player who would like to be on the attacking side of the game now?
I think he's also pretty.
He likes to sit.
Well, materialistic is a big word, But
just because he's American.
But he's
materialistic. Oh, that's so stereotypical. Okay.
But he likes to take pawns and say, well, show me. You know,
Yeah.
he's a good defender. He calculates very well.
Yeah.
And Anish will really have to show here what he's got, because
he has to show he has compensation.
Yeah.
So d3, king g7. So black is a little bit faster, getting his rook out, getting his king out. Maybe. Let's see, h4. Yeah, not to gain some space.
And probably also preparing rook h3.
Rook h3. Yeah. Geary did play h5. Probably doesn't want h5, to happen. Rook h3. You called it. You'll get a prize for that later. Let's see, rook h3, queen d7, and rook b1.
So he's preparing to develop his bishop, probably. He wants to
he needs to make sure
b2.
that b2 is not hanging. And indeed, after rook c8, he played bishop e3.
I do feel that this rook here is a bit odd at the moment.
Yeah, because why is it going? Yeah,
I don't know if it's a big deal, but
yeah, right now it's covering e3. Yeah, it's a need. If you can get it into play over on the first rank, you might wanna. Yeah, maybe it goes to f3, but it's a need. It feels defensive, but it makes sense. He's 2 pawns up, so he will have to make some awkward moves.
Right. I was wondering, for example, if we go just a few moves back.
Yeah.
He could also have tried, for example, g3, king g2, and then to bring the rook.
To really castle.
I'm sure he also he was thinking about this, of course, and he decided against it probably for good reasons, I suppose. But
yeah, don't believe them so. No, let's see, because then you have to be quick.
But this would be my first intention: g3, king g2, and then play something like bishop, even give the b2 pawn back.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah, to a bit more solid, maybe. This g3,
h4
if it doesn't fail tactically, maybe if you have rook c8.
Yeah,
rook
we could
c2
make a few moves like rook c8, for example.
Yeah, rook c8,
king g2,
king g2,
rook c2,
rook c2, and then
rook
you have
f1 maybe.
Rook f1.
But he may be right that that there's very good compensation here for
exactly.
black.
Maybe now or h5 or try to get your queen in somehow.
Yeah, I mean, he may have been. This actually looks like serious pressure.
But again, it's 2 pawns. So I mean, you can even, if you would decide somehow.
This would be a dream, yeah.
I want to take bishops, but then you exchange the bishops, and you suddenly have this pawn. It's not the most beautiful pawn in the world, but at least it's not dangerous anymore. You won't be checkmated. So yeah, but rook h3, queen d7, rook b1. He wants to get the bishop out. Rook c8, bishop e3.
Rook c2.
Rook c2. So he's saying you can exchange the bishops, like if you would take here. I'll take back. Buying 2 pawns at once, or 3 even.
Yeah, you will have to play rook f3. Or?
F3 is, I think, the only move. And
just
now
rook c8, huh?
Rook c8. And this is actually
very dangerous.
This is very dangerous, isn't it? So I don't think taking on d4 is.
No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
He didn't play that. He played queen a5.
He played rook c2, queen a5. Alright, just to get back and to regroup. Well, this is an interesting. I feel this game could have 3 results.
Absolutely.
As all games can. But
everything is open here.
I mean, it could just be a positional draw. I just learned what a positional draw is. That
who explained it?
Ian Rogers.
Ian, okay, yeah.
So both parties can improve, and it's a draw. But I feel either white converts his 2 pawns and wins, gets a favorable endgame, or black just crushes white.
And the third option.
Third option is that electricity goes down and games cannot be finished. No, and a draw, of course.
Yeah.
So, there's
some drawish endgame maybe that black has enough activity to draw the endgame. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is. Nice. Let's see what the clock times. It's 20 minutes versus 20 minutes, so that can indeed go. Yeah.
And what are we expecting here? Which move?
Let's see. Queen a5.
Just rook c8. Or?
Yeah. Or do you have like a move could also be just to take on. No, maybe that's not true. Let's see. Bishop takes b2. A move you have to look at.
Because if you play rook takes b2.
Yeah, that's interesting, and you would. Let's see if you would now indeed play this move, queen e5 check.
Wins the
something wins back the rook, but
nice in between.
A nice in between, but after rook takes, can you play queen takes?
Yeah, now I was wondering if
check,
king g1.
King g1. And then
it's over.
Then it's over. So bishop b2 is
rook takes b2. Yeah.
Yeah, rook takes
That's
b2.
an important tactic to have.
So that's not possible. Let's see. Can you play? Yeah, this is not what you want to play, but rook takes b2. But then we get the situation again of okay, you got one pawn, but now I'm no longer in danger, and this is a good thing. So queen a5. See if we have any more moves.
We do.
Yeah, after queen a5, rook b8 was played. So getting the last piece out. And b3. So now Nakamura, materialistic as he is, decided to play b3. So we cannot capture the b pawn anymore. So now I like this move because now it's really up to, is there enough compensation? No way you're just going to get 2 pawns back
rook
somewhere.
c8 he played.
And rook c8. Okay. Black is dominating. Yeah, he's also making sure rook c1 is not possible.
He just provoked this b3 move.
Yeah.
And maybe he feels that the a2 pawn is weak now, so the queen is a bit more tied up on a5 to the defense of the a pawn.
Yeah.
It's very reasonable compensation, I think.
Yeah, this feels
very reasonable compensation.
Yeah. Would you prefer white or black if you had to choose?
Pooh.
Depends on your mood, maybe. Do you feel like defending
I'm quite
pawns?
materialistic.
Okay.
I like to. Well, I mean, materialistic. I like to grab material and then.
Yeah, and let's say prove it.
Yeah.
If you don't prove it, I'm gonna.
Right. I'm not the type to throw pawns like.
Yeah, because
like
this is I would almost say emotionally quite heavy for a black player. If it's not completely your style, that you have to prove something.
Yeah, but for some people this comes naturally.
Yeah.
I would also feel the same. Like, well, now I have to.
Now you have to go for it. Every move has to be tall-like.
I've worked with Topalov for long, and he also was giving pawns left and right, and he felt that it's just the right move. So I'm just not. There's no pressure.
Oh yeah. So exchange sacrifices.
Yeah.
So he would right away pick black probably.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
So you had to work for Topalov. Was it hard ever that your styles are so different, or was it nice for him that you would say, hey, but Topalov, I'm up 2 pawns, sit down and prove it to me?
Well, yeah, my general work was not that I had to do his opening work. So I was preparing him, helping him prepare for the World Championship match with Anand, for example. So it was a lot of opening work, and that's a lot of computers involved. We didn't sit around the board a lot.
No,
it was really.
You just gave him a PGN file. Here, have fun.
Yeah, well, more or less. Okay, of course I showed him the results of the work.
Yeah.
We of course we worked a bit. We had some training sessions together as well.
Yeah.
But most of the time, most of it is electronic nowadays.
Yeah.
The romantic days.
Are
around the board with
says a 28-year-old to a 27-year-old. This is the romantic days are over. The teenagers are in control with computers. They have computers. We don't know what computers are. Okay, let's get back to the computer. But we don't know what they are. So we're gonna wait for this move. I wanna get to let's see the interesting. The fact that Domingos, maybe?
So Caruana is a draw. That was already known?
That was not known. Breaking news, ladies
Breaking news, yeah, I just wanted to point it out.
So Caruana was a draw. We left it. They went back and forth a little bit and decided it was a draw after bishop c5.
Okay.
Do you feel like someone should have pushed? So?
If someone... Well, it's difficult. You have this... Normally you're happy to have 2 pieces for rook and pawn.
But the a-pawn is...
The a-pawn is difficult to control. And the moment you are bringing all your pieces to the queen side to pick up that pawn, black will shift his attention to the king side.
Pick up one pawn is, if you even pick up one pawn, it could be enough to easily draw.
Yeah.
So decided to call it a day. Caruana ended a little bit unhappy probably with the loss against Knight.
I think he's unhappy with the half out of 2 in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
I think he would have liked to win that game yesterday, of course.
Yeah.
And well, today is a normal result, but especially yesterday will give him bad feeling.
Of a bad feeling because is he also going? He's also going to Zurich. Yeah, that's 3 days from now. We have a super tournament. Yeah. Average rating 2801 with Carlsen, Aronian, Nakamura, Caruana, Gelfand, and Anand playing. So that is an exciting.
That's a tough event.
Round, exciting tournament. Brooks, and let's see, Kayak and Domingos. Yeah,
right.
One pair of rooks. So rook takes d6, rooks take d6, and rook queen takes indeed, because otherwise, if you take with a rook, you lose the a2 pawn. So queen takes and rook e8.
That's move I very much like.
Yeah, because c8 was also an idea, but right with rook e8 you eye for the pawn and most important for this square, because you do wanna.
Yeah, that switch is very strong. Rook e6, rook g6 is coming. That's idea I didn't consider at all. And that's very strong.
Yeah, that's a very strong idea indeed. So you don't have to go for c2. And so now rook d3. Of course, he's saying, okay, if you come with your rook to rook to g6, I'm going to move my rook to g3, and then I miss the g2 pawn, but I'll just put my rook there, and
that would be fine, yeah.
Yeah. And also eyeing the g7 pawn. So I think active play by correctly, maybe also one of the only moves.
I think so. I think so, yeah.
So rook e6 was played.
And he can also play with the idea of rook f6, of course. So
rook f6 to go for this pawn. Yeah.
I like this transfer of the rook to the 6th rank. It can go either way.
Yeah.
Sometimes even c6 maybe and c1. It's
yeah. Yeah. So I think it's easier to play for black.
Yeah, definitely.
Queen d8 check, king h7, and Caruana played rook g3. So even arriving there earlier than before the rook is on g6. Very proactive.
Is that a pawn sacrifice or?
Let's see. You mean queen b1, after which you can only play king g2, and now the question is. I also like rook f6, but let's first look at queen takes a2.
I suppose he wants to go queen f8 or
queen f8. Yeah, and then we get this position, queen f8. This is a bit worrisome.
A bit worrisome, yeah.
A bit very worrisome.
This is getting out of hand, huh?
Yeah,
rook g6 you can play, but queen takes f7. And yeah, this is definitely not.
This is not what you want, because with this you also cover this, and this might be better for white.
Yeah, the b pawn might be.
The b pawn in queen endings.
The queen end games are very dangerous.
Is, rook g3. He did go for queen b1. So queen b1, king g2, and now Domingos is thinking. He has 12 minutes left, because he could he go it? It would be lame for all of us out here.
But I'm afraid he will.
Oh god, he might just.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to take on a2.
Is he going to play queen e4?
Well, queen e4 doesn't have to result in a draw. He did it already.
He did it. Okay.
He can.
No, but it could also just be see what he does and improve the position of the
rook. Maybe king g1, rook c6.
Yeah, king g1. Because let's just say a2 was a poison pawn. You can take so this actually. So let's see after if you would go king g1, which actually happened. King g1. And now you have to come up with a plan. I mean, we have a draw. So maybe he'll even, because he's low on time, repeat moves once.
Yeah,
but you can play. Sense, this is a draw. But the question is, do you have something better?
Yeah,
like
I think he will.
Rook c6.
Yeah, he will bring his rook over, I think.
Rook c6 is an idea. Just with a simple threat of checkmating on c1.
And now we missed the rook on the back rank.
Yeah, and now your rook is nicely placed on g3, but we do indeed miss some help here.
This might be dangerous.
Yeah, but this seems to be almost an obvious move to
queen d1 maybe.
Queen d1, because you have to do something about this. Okay, so you have. It's interesting because you can also bring your queen to f3 sometimes too. Yeah, how to assess this position?
Well, I would definitely be afraid with white here. That there's some kind of maybe rook c2.
Yeah, so an active move, eyeing for.
And I just want to take on a2. I think I just want to.
Yeah, and if you would play queen e3 here.
Oh, that's a strong move. I didn't see that.
Because if you exchange and you take on a2, you can also take on f7, and you get to a probably drawish rook ending.
I also think so. Yeah. I have no idea how an exchange on f3 would be, and then just keep playing.
Yeah, keep playing. So you exchange, you play f6, for instance.
Yeah, or king g6 maybe.
King g6. So this is an interesting rook.
It's an interesting question.
King g6, and now it's an interesting. Are you good with rook endings? Do you? I think you studied.
I feel pretty comfortable.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
But of course, I had a similar endgame against Rogozenko once. And then initially it looks like we have passed pawns, but with a rook on b2, it's very difficult to, for example, if we go a4 and
rook b2,
it's very difficult to push them forward. And in that particular game, I managed to bring my pawns down. Just f5, e4. It was very fast.
Yeah.
And I just won the game quite convincingly because they was just unstoppable.
Yeah. So although black
very
doesn't have a passed pawn, he might still be better just because he.
And you actually play against the king.
Yeah.
Once those pawns come down, you actually start to mate simply the king.
So that's where the mating comes in.
Right.
That's very interesting. Let's see. So he has a move here, but that's definitely an idea to exchange queens.
I think this could be tricky. This could be tricky. I think. Yeah.
Okay. Let's wait and see what he does then. Let's see. We have Galvin Hare Krishna or Aronian Van Wely. Maybe it's time to go to Galvin Hare Krishna just to see what happens there. We left it here, and this move, queen takes a4, rook d5, with the idea of going rook b5 we thought, and after rook c3 with the idea of going rook a3 or b3. Indeed rook b5, rook a3. So both players have activated their rooks.
Right.
You have to do something about the mate threat on a7, so a5.
It's pretty drastic.
It's a drastic move. You would say a6 is possible as well.
I was afraid. Can you take on a6?
Ah, that tactic again. So let's see, a6.
I would be afraid of this.
Yeah, but or even the other way around.
The knight might be stuck, of course, on,
yeah,
on
so
e7. But
with the idea, you have to now take back. Knight takes. Let's say king b7. Knight takes here.
Yeah, rook e8.
Rook e8, d5.
Yeah, and we're just getting out and pawn up, apparently, yeah?
And this is a pawn up. Also, still complicated maybe, but this should be better.
This should be good, yeah.
Or do you have difficulties with these two pawns maybe?
Oh, that could be, of course.
That you have the annoying threat of continuously playing rook.
Right.
Playing your rook here, 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 here. So might be tough, but let's say he just didn't play. He played a5, drastic, but makes sense. Rook c3. So I feel like White feels Rook did his job here. A5
I think so.
Weakness, a slight weakness, and this position where it's roughly equal, a slight weakness might just be the difference. Might be something to play for. Rook d8, Rook hc1, Queen b4. He wants to swap queens.
That would be ideal for
that's what black wants, right?
Yeah.
How would you recapture?
With the pawn, I think.
With the pawn. So if he would take on d4, you take. Rook will have to go back. You can maybe even play b. Oh wait, is this nice?
Yeah, that's very nice.
Bishop.
That's very nice.
Bishop takes e2 with the idea of.
That's a nice little.
So you actually don't want to take because that just loses. So he
rook c5 maybe, but
rook c5,
in any way, any case, I think that the bishop is actually quite good.
Yeah,
it can go to d5 and it really controls everything.
Yeah. So and just like Erwin Boris also thought, let's play queen to c2. Let's move the queen. He played bishop d5. It's a rather equal game, right? It's not. There's not too much going on, or would you?
I would slightly prefer white already. I think, yeah.
Because he has the good kind knight or the threat against the king. Maybe.
Some initiative there. Okay, slow initiative.
Yeah.
I think that a5 was a big concession. I think that normally speaking, he should get into some trouble for that.
For the a5 move.
Yeah.
And also we just play smooth, like after queen c2 he played bishop d5, but he has to because there are already threats.
Yeah, I was looking at that the entire time. Yeah, rook takes c6.
So rook takes c6. So bishop d5 might just be necessary.
Just also protecting e4, not allowing any tactics.
Yeah. Queen e2, f6, asking where are you going with that knight. Well, yeah. So you have the. Do you go to c4?
And you can just slowly try to press a bit.
And that's where you come in, right? That's
I like that.
That's your.
I like that. Yeah.
To slowly strangle your opponents, because then you feel a5 is really. There's a rule, as they say in chess: pawns can never move back. right? So that was why White really played rook c1, c3, a3, a5.
Just to provoke that weakness.
To provoke a5, and he just goes back.
Yeah.
So do you think Gelfand is going to go for it? He's going to...
Oh, he's definitely going to try.
He's
definitely enjoying it. He likes this kind of play.
He enjoys this, yeah. This is also interesting.
And that's also important, yeah, to have a good time.
Yeah. It's also about fun. It's not just your work. It's also about fun. And Hare Krishna is very solid, so that's gonna take a while, I think.
I think he will. If for Black, the ideal would be to play Rook d5, and that he somehow, let's say, if we can go Rook d5.
Oh yeah. So
let's say we play a3, Rook d5, and if we would manage to exchange.
Yeah, you want so let's say Queen c4, or maybe even Queen c4.
Well, as I was saying this, I'm just wondering, can we take on d5 and play Queen b5?
Oh, here, so Queen, Rook takes, Pawn takes,
Queen b5.
And Queen b5.
Just
because now there are some weak pawns, right? And then, yeah.
This is kind of.
And can you play? No, let's see.
For example, you could try Queen c4.
Queen c4.
I'm afraid of the pawn endgame. For example, if
you exchange, because first let's say you
that's
take
the
pawn,
first thing you have to look at. Yeah.
Then there will be a draw, maybe
minimum perpetual check, I think.
Yeah, so you check here, maybe. Yeah, this might be a perpetual, minimum, or you pick up some pawns over here. So
you just give checks on c4, d3, e2, f1, and
So
b5. I take it.
You take.
I push the d pawn.
You push the d pawn.
Push it again.
This is just, and you have to capture, and this is just lost.
These things are so dangerous, so difficult to assess that I might easily be wrong.
We can make too big of statements. So let's see. So King c6 is the only.
Because I was thinking I'm going to pick up the e pawn, but you're going to the b pawn, of course.
And then you're faster. So what you do? Yeah. Then the question is, do you have enough tempo?
It's maybe g4. Let's try g4.
I don't know how we got ourselves into this swamp and pawn ending. G4. Yeah, because the thing is, Black can probably always go back and forth on these files, because if you go after the e pawn, you run to the b pawn, and you're faster.
Yeah. Well, definitely something to think about for Hare Krishna.
So you might have an almost equal game, better for White, but you have to. These are very difficult things to assess.
Yeah.
And you have to really calculate well if this is possible. So if Rook d5 is actually possible. Rook c5, he played Queen c7 and Queen g4, and it's the position we have right now. Yeah, I think Hare Krishna will have a rough afternoon.
Yeah, he's definitely...
Gelfand is saying, I'm not gonna give you a draw easly, you're just gonna have to work very hard for it.
Suffering.
Yeah, you have to suffer, not work, suffer for it. Okay, let's see if our good friend Luc van Wely is doing the impossible.
So he has prepared with 96.
Yeah, so we left here, we have now Queen b4. Sorry, Queen b4. What does Queen b4 do? Just eye the rook?
He wants to take on e5.
He wants to take on e5, so this is a tactical idea. That we always go for b6.
Some move.
Or maybe not b6, because that's actually a move that you can play b5. Let's play rook a8. Even the random moves are sometimes difficult to find. So you play, for instance, play here, and if you would take, you take here, and you can take because of the check. So okay, rook a8. I don't think he'll play rook a8. He played knight e6. Yeah, so the rook is now covered. There are also ideas of playing c5.
Right.
Or knight to g5 at some point. Let's see.
Rook 81.
c5. Queen b3. Knight c7. I do feel Black is playing creatively, but it doesn't feel like a whole. Like it doesn't feel like all his pieces. It doesn't feel. It's not the natural beauty. How the way his pieces are working together.
Yeah, it's not yet. You mean it's not convincing you yet, eh?
No, I think it just looks ugly. I think. But let's see. Let's see.
No, White is very harmonious.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
it would be surprising if you can just go through such a
harmonious
position.
Yeah. Bishop e2.
Yeah, look how it's all placed. It's
it's like my bishop is way too far away. I'll move it back to e2, where the rest of his friends are. Let's see, bishop e2, bishop e6, bishop c4.
And bishop
so it's like I want to exchange that bishop. I wouldn't be unhappy to exchange the bishop, but he went to d7.
That's smart. So he just provoked the bishop back and forth.
Yeah.
And bishop e2, is that a draw offer, you think?
Is that a draw offer? I don't think so. I think if Van Wely would say, I'm going to go back to e6, maybe he would repeat it one more time.
Yeah, the bishop d7.
And now he will play something else. Do you think he's maybe calculating if queen a3 is possible or some?
I don't think he will go for a pawn hunt. Well, I agree with you that black's right position looks harmonious. On the other hand, there's no clear way to proceed, and black has many moves to improve his position.
Yeah, exactly. The rook is going maybe b6. The rook is coming out. Maybe f4 at some point.
Yeah, we were joking that well, f4 basically it's nothing, and it is nothing at the moment.
But more and more pieces are getting developed.
Yeah, imagine the bishop going to c6 for example.
Yeah.
Then at some point maybe rook f6, rook g6, then already it might really turn into something serious.
Yeah, and I think we have quite some moves after bishop d7, bishop e2 back, and Luke actually made another move.
That's Luke, eh? Always in for a fight.
Like I'm here, I'm back on the poker table later, but right now I'm playing chess. And Levon, what's your last name? I'm not sure who you are. You thought a long time in the opening, so you can't be that good, he probably thinks. So
what is the time situation?
Time situation right now is 5 minutes for Luke, 12 for Aronian.
So he decided to play for a win with 5 minutes on the
exactly.
clock.
So that is impressive. Let's see, there are a few more moves. So he took on f4, he took back, bishop h4. So he doesn't want to go back to h2 and maybe get.
It's actually far more natural. We were playing bishop h2, but bishop h4 is.
Yeah, because you eye some squares.
Yeah, this is clearly better than what we were doing. Yeah.
We approve of Aronian's
move.
We
definitely approve.
Bishop c6, and well, he right away puts his bishop into action with bishop e7, and Luke plays rook f7. And now it's interesting. This hour we're getting to the time control. We're getting closer to the time control.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is some tactic here.
Okay, I'll turn the engine on. Let's see if there is a tactic.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Rook f7.
Well, we cannot move the f3 knight because it will be mate on h2.
Yeah, that is indeed if you. I don't know where you would want to move it to.
Yeah, I thought about knight e5 because if you take it with the bishop, I can take on g4. Yeah, but even that is losing. Yeah. No, that's definitely not a move.
Checkmate. that's not something.
But I just wanted to point out that if you move the knight, it's
no,
mate.
And I have a rule during this commentary that every 45 minutes we need one checkmate.
Okay.
And we were close to 45 minutes, so I'm happy that you shared this.
We keep this bishop takes g2 in reserve.
Yeah, reserve. The second checkmate we'll do later if we don't have one. Rook f7.
Maybe bishop c4. What's bishop c4?
Bishop c4. What I do like, and then we'll get to bishop c4, is that he got his bishop to c6.
Yes.
Compared to c8. That's such a... And Aronian indeed just moved around a little bit.
Yeah.
On 2800 level, but still, he just moved around a little bit. And now his bishop is placed better. So you were wondering, let's see, bishop c4.
I'm just wondering where we are going with that rook.
Mm-hmm.
Or will he play something on d5?
Can you put something in between? There are no mates yet, or no tactics probably.
Yeah, I feel that opening the position up with f4, the way this looks at least, hasn't really been in his advantage. So
maybe not. So you have to play knight d5 maybe, attacking the bishop.
Yeah, I would wonder about bishop c5 now. It's a bit materialistic,
bishop c5,
but
yeah. Okay, but that's good. We can
be sometimes.
Yeah, we can be materialistic. Okay, so.
And he, in this type of position where he's giving a pawn, he should probably just go all in, rook g8, and just go for the mate.
Yeah.
We'll have to mate him now.
Yeah, that you just say, okay, you take that pawn, but now I have all my pieces out, and then we'll be even more materialistic.
Right.
We'll take on a7 to just double on the second rank, and that's, I think, the natural habitat of rooks. right? To double on the
That's-
second rank.
Yeah,
That is the dream position.
especially when they're together.
Yeah, they're best friends.
They're best
forever.
friends forever on the
Yeah,
7th, 2nd. Yeah.
yeah. It's always sad when one rook is swapped and then he has to go.
Then all the pressure is gone.
Identical twins that are separated, which is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Bishop takes d4, check. Queen takes d4. Rook f3. She could also play. Yeah, rook f3. He has to go, and then you're also eyeing for f7. It's an active defense, and I like this. This is almost mathematics because after rook cc2, rook f1, and it's not. It doesn't look too active, but again, you have two pawns. One, if you would take a2.
Which I think he will do.
You think he will take take a2?
He did actually.
It did actually happen. Rook takes a2. Okay, so this is the position. White will move his queen to I think b5 because
It has been played just now.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah.
And queen b5. Yeah. So okay. What we have now is we got one pawn back. White is defending well, but he needs both his rooks to guard f2, and yeah, this is difficult to assess.
I think it will be option 3.
Option 3, a
Option
draw.
3 was that black is active enough to make a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's yeah, that might very well be. It's a very exciting game, but it could just end
Is
like
Queen e8 an annoying threat? I'm just wondering now.
okay. Yeah, so
Queen e8 is an annoying threat.
here we go again. We make the random move that we're famous
Yeah.
for, a5, queen e8, and it's very hard somehow to
Rook f3.
yeah, rook f3 is
that
a
rook
very
is suddenly,
active. H4, rook h3, rook f3, very active defense. The nicest thing is if a rook like this one is both a defender of the f2 and an attacker of f7. So that is what is multifunctional rook. But queen e8 is difficult.
Yeah, that's it.
So-
that's just it. Yeah.
Let's say a5 is a bad move, and yeah, what to do about this? Because the thing is, okay, so we have this rook, this queen, all eyeing f2, but we have 3 defenders, and that means that there's only one piece that can just do whatever she wants, and that's this queen. So indeed, white is defending, is holding on.
But Nakamura is happy, I think, because I do feel that this game is now just between two results:
Yeah,
draw or win for
Yeah.
white. If he manages to somehow extinguish those rooks, maybe trade one off,
yeah.
then he'll be really fighting for a win. And I don't see black's rooks are great, of course, but he cannot really.
No, and we have to just do
the next
something
wave
about
is not coming. This is really the maximum.
This was it. Yeah,
This was
we
it.
attacked f2 with maximum force.
And white defended, and
And
there's
it's
no.
saying I'm going to threaten e8. I'm going to try to do something. So he has to.
Yeah, how are we meeting queen e8?
Yeah, that's a good
really
question.
really annoying.
Because if you have to go back with your queen, that's not what you want at all. Is let's see.
well, we may just follow what Anish did. He played
He
queen
played
d6.
queen d6.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going for the e6 square. He's saying if you right now go queen e8, I'm going to put my queen, and that's also again we have a piece that is both defending and attacking. So that is the same thing as the rook is doing on f3. So queen d6. But indeed, the attacking wave is over. You also just let go of f2 with one piece. So white could at some point use a rook again. But it might be that black gets one pawn back and that we'll see a drawn.
I still feel that he has enough activity to make a draw here, but definitely not more.
No.
Definitely not more.
So after, I think, queen b5, somehow we don't get the moves here, but then
Queen d6
queen
was played.
d6, queen e8.
This is on the board
queen
even.
e6.
Yeah.
This is on the
Yeah.
board. And yeah.
Maybe white can bring a rook c1.
Yeah, so that white takes off with a rook.
Maybe.
And threatens to go for it. Okay,
Rook
that's
c8
interesting.
is.
So rook, let's say we take the pawn and we're like, okay, we're materially even.
Let's go rook c8 then.
Let's see.
Oh, he has played rook c1.
He has played rook c1.
And there is some small time trouble because Nakamura has 6 minutes, Anish has 8.5.
Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. So rook c1, queen b3. Yeah, queen takes b3. It would be a move to look at, like you take back a pawn, but then rook c8.
It's just mating, isn't it?
It's mating because you don't have any nice checks. That's it. Right?
One move short.
Yeah, you're one move short. You can sacrifice a lot of. So you can take the pawn. So rook c1 was played. Do we see? And now white is giving the orders again.
Yeah, rook c8 is a big threat. I would consider rook c2.
You have to.
Rook e c2 is played.
Rook e c2 is played. Okay, so this rook. And yeah, white should be happy to exchange a pair of rooks because there's no other active square. So
right.
I bet he will exchange.
But we can really say now that white is a pawn up.
Yeah.
But still, black is active. I mean, the b3 pawn is weak. He might just want to go rook b2 next. Rook takes b3, or rook c3, something like that.
So and they continue playing.
This is the position we. They have exchanged on c2.
I went back to the beginning. Let's see. Exchange on c2.
So after rook takes a2, queen b5.
Queen b5. I have to. I don't have to move.
Queen e8.
Queen e8. Queen e6. Rook c1. Rook ec2. Rook takes.
Yeah. Rook takes c2. This is the position on the board right now.
And we'll get back to.
That's pretty exciting. My feeling is that Hikaru made progress, but.
Yeah, and now, but he has to do something about the b pawn now, right? He has to. Oh, can he play an active move like d4? You think?
Oh, that's very interesting. That's very
interesting. You just go d4 with the idea that you right now use your rook again to cover b3.
And d5 is a big threat.
And d5 is a big threat because the queen has to defend f7.
I think you're completely right. Yeah.
Question is, what to do about this? Let's see. You don't want to play something like f6. That is too ugly.
Maybe just maybe you'll have to do something like that.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that. Like maybe you have to play f6 actually. F6, because then after d5 you might wanna.
Well, take on e4 maybe even.
Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, that's of course you take on e4. So
that's the threat probably. The same after rook g3.
G3 you can also take on e4.
With queen b1 check.
Yeah, and then okay. Oh yeah. So that's not possible. Let's say so. This is h4 will hang. So let's say check. You take here, and if you think, hey, I have this one, no,
just in time to make a draw.
So queen c7 is not the move.
After rook takes f7, are we forced to take back?
I think so. Check.
King h6, is that a move? Or is that just...
Okay, take queen takes e7.
Oh, I was just wondering if we have some tactic or some...
Check.
It's just one check, isn't it?
But I think in the game, actually, after f6, what they played was d5. Or after f6,
d4, rook c8.
Rook d4, rook c8.
This is the position on the board right now. Yeah.
And then he... Oh yeah, rook c8, this is the position.
Hikaru has 3 minutes and 30 seconds for 6 moves. So.
Yeah. So shall we quickly look at Aronian van Wely? See if he
that's also heating up right now, yeah.
Or Karjakin Dominguez? We have a lot of time travel things going on.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's just easy to pick.
Really heating up right now.
Let's go quickly to Karjakin Dominguez. Yeah. And then we'll...
so that line more or less appeared.
So this check, always repeating moves showing
30 seconds.
If I want, I can take a draw, I get extra time. Do I want to draw? No, I want to continue playing. It's a nice psychological thing to do, right? Queen d1, as you mentioned, and now he came up with f5. He decided to not wait for the rook ending. He thought, let me already start pushing my pawns.
Yeah.
He has 4 minutes left, and Karjakin is thinking after f5. I would say, well, it's definitely an exciting move to make. And
still some problems to solve for Karjakin here.
Because also the rook ending will be tough. Okay, let's go to our countryman Van Wely fighting the monster from Armenia. And I mean because he's a great player, not because he is a monster. Okay, let's see. Bishop c4 was played. Good call. Knight d5. And Aronian decided to not capture c5. So he either believed it or he thought because somehow I felt like the bishop
Maybe
was
there was a
needed on
tactic.
h4.
Maybe there's a tactic we missed.
I doubt that. I doubt that. I cannot believe that.
I also
would
cannot
ever
believe
happen.
that, but
no, that would be a miracle. But Aronia missed bishop takes c5. Aronia played bishop h4. Also, yeah, retreating.
Yeah, no, it's very sensible. He's keeping control, I think.
Yeah.
Very difficult for black to increase the pressure. It's the same story as Anish game.
Yeah.
Also for Giri, it was difficult with those rooks on the second to increase.
No, that's true. But don't you have like rook g8 or rook?
But where is the final blow coming from? I'm wondering.
Yeah. I think
for example,
G
here,
file, but
rook g8.
if I could
just
rook g8.
I'm afraid of knight e4, for example.
Ah.
In just the pin might be we just want to take on d5 next.
Yeah. So that's indeed difficult. So maybe because of that he played rook f5.
Okay.
Also an active move and covering the
out of the pin as well.
Out of the pin, covering the knight. He played bishop d3 and rook f8. So that's been kicked back. So this is the thing. Aronian for a while had like his pieces were harmonic. Yeah, it made sense, but now he's just gonna kick back some of black's pieces and maybe untangle a little bit.
Could an idea be that he wants to place his bishop on e4 and maybe exchange those bishops? I could imagine him
going bishop e4.
Yeah. Another idea is queen c2. He's trying to trap the queen.
Or what I like, and I think that's what actually happened, is bishop b1.
Oh, bishop b1.
This is.
Oh, that's a serious move.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. A6.
Is it time?
It's time.
It's time
for the checkmate of the half an hour. Let's see. Checkmate.
Yeah. Hey.
I bet you didn't see that one coming.
That one.
So, but that's after a6, a5. But that's a nice idea. I like that because you have very basic chess ideas. And one of the first checkmates after the checkmate on f7, you have checkmate on h7 with a bishop and a queen. And I just really like it when the big guys threaten these things. They think, they also just go.
They know their classics.
They know their classics. They know how we play at the club in Amsterdam, in the local club. Bishop b1, and Van Wely is thinking, has a minute and a half left, and he played rook e8. Okay, shall we see what happens after? This is of course.
We have only one move.
It's a knight f6.
And I think we even have to take the d knight because knight gf6 is probably running into c4 or.
That's the c4.
Well, maybe you have knight b4 still, but it looks all a bit.
It looks a bit. Knight b4. It's a lot to calculate with a minute and a half left.
It's not ideal.
So you use your time. You think, of course, you need the time, maybe. But isn't it so sad that you don't have time left to calculate all those lines? It feels just like a big disadvantage.
Well, it works two ways. In time trouble, it's also nice when play is very concrete. When there is a clear way you must follow, you have to calculate, and then you just make the move. If it's a position where you have 10 very reasonable moves, it's often far more difficult in time trouble to make the right if you have too many options. Here he's facing some concrete problems, so he will just I think he'll be very focused, calculating, and it may not be such a disadvantage unless it's really getting out of hand.
This is but what's happening right now. I like, you see, this is straight up time trouble. He took on e8. Let's just stick to this game. Van Wely, I think, is just gonna take back his two options. Let's stick to this game till time trouble. So we have 10 more moves. They both have a minute and a half. Aronian even asks someone behind him to please be quiet. And that also, this is, I think, the first time in his life to be in time trouble. It's probably not true, but this is definitely exciting. Van Wely's picking his nose and recapturing with the rook. So
again somebody is Aronian and both were looking at the spectators or someone, because apparently they are a bit annoyed by some noise.
I see, by the way, Anish Giri Nakamura is a draw. And
they made a draw. Okay.
They made a draw. I'll just super briefly click on that game. So we just okay. So rook takes f7, queen takes f7, takes
of
f2.
Course. Oh, of course.
Takes f2, queen b7.
Oh, but that's just if we can go just a little bit back, because the king was not on h2 before. Oh, very quick. He gave a check on c1. That's very smart.
Big nuance. Yeah, check. So the king was no longer covering. Oh, that's very smart.
And that now it's just a perpetual check, of course. Yeah. Oh, so he gave a check. That's what we
good
missed.
Tournaments for Geary.
Fantastic.
Not so great for Nakamura, and Geary, the first Dutch person in 10 years to finish on a plus score in the
and +2 immediately.
+2. Yeah. So that sets the bar high for the Erwin Lamies of this world. Let's go back to Aronian.
Too high, I'm afraid.
No, you don't know. Let's see. Knight e4. 1 minute left for Aronian, 1 minute for Faveli. Oh, and now it's on fire. I don't think we're going to be able to keep up. We're just going to play the moves. Knight d e3.
Oh, whoa.
And yeah, this is very exciting. How many seconds do they get every move? 30 seconds. So you're in time trouble. You always have moves, so they don't run out of time. But you just have 30 seconds to decide. And Aronian is now below 1 minute. He's at move 33, so he has 8 more moves to play.
Amazing.
This is like we're in a coffee house. This is like
we're in a coffee house.
We're in a coffee house.
And that's just quite. What happens if you take that knight? Is he simply going to take it back?
Yeah, maybe he's just going to take it back. Yeah, you can also take on e4 maybe, or is that too dangerous? But this.
Yeah. I thought just to keep all the...
Exactly. Yeah. The coffee house spirit.
Yeah, the coffee house spirit. You don't take, you only give.
Yeah, he took on e3 and Van Wely. Let's see what he will.
He took the fish. He took the knight off.
The knight. Okay. So this is very exciting. Now it could just end up in some kind of ending or checkmate somewhere, but this is actually very exciting.
This is very exciting indeed.
So bishop takes.
I think knight takes e3 was an interesting option, but of course it's
if this
too
works,
fast to be able to work everything out.
Yeah. So bishop takes e4.
Let's say we take it back.
Yeah. If you take back, you would recapture here.
Don't we have a check on d8 now? After
exactly. A check on d8, and you'll have to go to h7 and you can
g8, queen g8 already.
Queen g8.
Rook d6 check. This is going wrong.
Check. Yeah, this is
mate.
This is,
there's a mate coming.
There's a mate. Is there a mate coming? We'll just play this mate. Let's see if this happens. But let's see if so.
Yeah,
if you take on e4.
He took
back with the rook.
So after rook d8, he has something else planned. I hope.
Rook e8. Rook e8 back. And let's see how many pawns. 5-5. So. Okay, so this happened and he takes, and Aronian is thinking. Below 30 seconds. Van Wely 2.5 minutes.
Very nice final.
It's a very nice final. So I was briefly afraid of short draws or uninteresting games, but this is just...
Queen takes b7.
Queen takes b7. And he had 6 seconds left for that move.
Amazing.
Queen, so then you just have to make a move. And that's what he did. Queen takes b7, attacking the rook, and now maybe you can just take on e3 with the rook. No, although
I'm having tough time to cope with all the quick transformation.
Yeah,
let's try to take the pawn off. That's the most.
And then let's say rook d8 check runs into rook e8 again. But let's say materialistic, you take the pawn.
Yeah, I don't think it's going Luke's way at the moment. This,
no, but for instance, are there lines like rook takes f3, takes?
This would be nice though.
Queen takes g3, and if you take, maybe there even.
Well, already you could take on g4 and d1.
Oh yeah. Sorry, g4 and d1, and that wins. So there are actually threats.
I think he will go rook.
But then you
check.
also have a check maybe. Check.
Another check. On e4?
And on e4, check.
And that's it. That's it.
And that's it?
Because if you go back, it's rook d8 check.
Yeah.
And if you place the queen in between, it's just an exchange.
So this is not possible, but that's all things you have to calculate.
I think if he will get into this position, he will play it simple. He will just go rook d8 check.
Yeah.
And after rook e8, go queen a8. And just say, well, this is a very good endgame for me.
Yeah. And then we had a lot of fireworks, but then
it will be just an unpleasant endgame is what will result. Queen d3 and queen e4, something like that.
Yeah, queen d3, queen e4, and then suddenly you get in trouble for the pawns, the ugly pawns on f4 and h6.
Do we have more moves?
Yeah, we have more moves. We played
Queen G6.
G6, so didn't take on E3, because maybe he also thinks knight takes E3 is very interesting.
I like this move.
Yeah. And Aronian, oh, this is tough. He has to think. I've hardly ever seen him this nervous.
20 seconds.
We should always have a countdown. Next year we'll have a count 3. We have rook E4.
Yeah, but doesn't look very convincing. Doesn't look very convincing.
Yeah,
I'm
this
afraid.
is the only move, right? Queen D3, rook E4. Oh, he played something else. Let's see. He played
Bishop D4.
another spectacular move. He played Bishop D4. Check.
Whoa! And if CD4, you have Queen B1.
Queen B1. So CD4, Queen B1.
Whoa, that might
C
change
takes
everything.
D4, Queen B1. You have to put something
Yeah,
in between.
give the mate, please.
And here we go. I love my job.
I would have taken with the queen first, but it was too
Okay,
good.
just for Erwin, we'll take with the queen. And you're right.
Yeah,
this
this
is
is-
actually a better move. I'll
this is
remember
a-
this forever. If you can sacrifice. And look at it. He resigns.
He resigns.
This
Fuck.
is. I mean, we're very neutral. We don't care who.
Yeah,
wins.
we're very neutral. Yeah,
But it's been very exciting. Luke van Wely did
amazing
it.
end. Amazing end of the tournament.
This is a very amazing game. So
Incredible.
This is incredible. Bishop D4.
That will go into the tactic books.
And we used to have, in Wijkensee, there used to be a daily prize. You know, the commentator would give a prize for the best game of the day. And I think this one would be in the top 5.
This one would be in the top 5, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it would be.
Also, Luke got rewarded for his brave play in the last few rounds.
Definitely. And also, Aronian repeated moves. Luke said no.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to continue playing. Aronian is shaking his head right now. Luke must feel on top of the. This is a moment where he can say, "I'm King Luke" again, right? His nickname,
His
alter
nickname is
ego that kind of got away from him.
this is Bishop D4, beautiful.
And with
Beautiful,
no time on the clock. And,
yeah, I just played it
it's just a
instantly.
hit. It's
Yeah.
beautiful tactics. So
So
Aronian
we can
took
say
on-
that E takes F4 was the decisive
E
blunder
takes
then.
F4 was maybe not the move.
Yeah, that's time trouble.
Exactly.
Even the strongest players
No,
in the
but
world.
that's interesting because Aronian never gets into time trouble. And
Yeah.
this was just a fight. It was a straight up street fight. It was a coffee house
Yeah.
game where both players have to be able to cope with time trouble. And I'm just gonna think he isn't very used to it. Maybe Van Wely gets into time trouble more often. I
Yeah,
don't know
I've
if
seen
it
him
plays a
get
role.
so in Eindhoven. Just previous round, he was in big time trouble as well.
Yeah, but
Luke is quite used to it.
yeah, but if Aronian is not used to time trouble, it's even almost a dangerous thing to get into, especially in a position because I'm not. We don't have the computer evaluation here, but I do feel at many points he had the upper hand. Aronian.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Couldn't push through, and then
And the Dutch defense maybe that Luke played got him a bit off track. It cost a little bit more time than he's used to in the opening, and eventually.
So Aronian still a super tournament. 8
but this
points. I do feel that's the thing. You win, you score so many points, and then it's a sad.
This must be disappointing. Also, after the previous round, he was on his all-time high.
It's rating-wise.
Rating-wise, and now he's dropping below that again. So that must be
somewhere in Norway. A guy is going like, "Oh, I'm not in trouble yet. This is okay."
He never was, I think.
He never was in trouble
because the gap was still 40 points.
Yeah, okay.
But this is a big blow for Aronian.
So we have Aronian, great player, lots of help. Luke van Wely, who considers himself a poker player right now, just defeating with a slightly inferior opening, defeating the number 2 in the world. Yeah. That's the thing with Luke van Wely. He often ends on a minus score. That's completely fine because you know that every tournament he's going to win 1 or 2 games.
He's going to win a few games, yeah.
And that's just.
With this approach, you're going to win a few. You're going to lose a few games. You're going to win a few games.
Yeah, but still, indeed, it's.
Well, this position is
Bishop D4.
Yeah.
And just completely over. That is very beautiful. Very beautiful. Let's see the rest of the time trouble. What happened? We had Kayak and Dominguez. Let's see what happened there, because that was also very exciting. We had F5 was the last move. B4. Wow.
They've reached time control with F4.
Yeah, but B4
seems a long way from B8.
Yeah, it might be a good move, but maybe it's just a thing to do that you just have to start applying pressure to b-pawn.
Yeah,
f4.
but it's gone out of hand, hasn't it? b5.
And after a very long thought, the 41st move, the notorious move, right? The move that it's often you make the time trouble.
40,
and then
41. Yeah.
41 is always a dangerous moment, but he played b5, so attacking the rook. This is very interesting. Let's see if we reach time trouble. We made it to the 40th move. What I want to suggest is we're going to let this sink in for a little bit, take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to the people.
Yeah, we need a break after this game.
We need a break. I'm sure you do as well. Get some coffee, some juice, or maybe something stronger, because we did go through a lot together.
Yeah.
It was beautiful chess, and we still have a few games left. We have Gelfand torturing Hare Krishna. They got to a pawn end game. We'll look at the pawn end game.
Pawn end game, yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Karyakin Dominguez. Dominguez is still pressuring, and maybe we'll get players.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but we'll definitely be back and see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We're still talking about the last round of the Tata Steel Chess tournament, and we needed a break because it was so sensational, right? We saw Van Wely beating Aronian with the last move, Bishop d4 check, that just shocked us.
That was, it didn't only shock us, I think.
But we both showered, we both ate something, we drank something, and we're back.
Yeah.
We're ready to discuss the last two games. We have two games going. We have Karyakin Dominguez going and Gelfand Hare Krishna. Two interesting games, very interesting. And again, I'm very happy to have a Grandmaster next to me, because especially the pawn and game. And if you don't make the random a4 move, is there anything else you can do? Can you play Queen b1?
Oh, Queen b1. Oh.
Maybe
Rook c2.
Rook c2.
Okay, I didn't see Queen b1, but maybe it doesn't matter much.
Rook or Queen e1.
And Queen g4 again.
And again Queen g4, and you have nothing, and checkmate will follow soon. And
maybe Queen d1? Because then you're still controlling...
Queen d or controls... yeah. Let's see if this is possible.
Queen c4 check.
Queen c4 check. This is really nice. And there are several moves now. If you go here, we have check, check, and checkmate. If you move your rook in between, yeah, you can probably no, you shouldn't fall for. I thought you can take a checkmate, but this is you recapture with check, so you just have to play rook c1.
Good enough.
Good enough. And if you go to e1, I think
rook c1 is rook e2,
e2, rook d2, something like this. So this is winning. So f3 might be very strong.
Dominguez just thinking he has half an hour. I think he's just making sure.
He's making sure, but he's about to make a move. You see, Karyakin is looking at the board. He's not happy. He's probably, maybe he's even going to resign after f3.
Well, let's just. Is there? So
is there anything else?
The next move is Queen g4, but maybe we can make some kind of.
If you play h3.
h3, exactly. Queen f5.
Queen f5, the same idea.
And again, if you take on f3.
Yeah, you can take an f3 because then you get the checkmate again.
No, I don't see how it helps.
It doesn't help, does it? Has he made a move yet? No, he has not made a move.
I think he's just
but there
checking
must be, is there really nothing?
Rook e3?
Rook e3. Now we're talking. And then...
saying that, well, if we exchange everything on e3, then our b-pawn might be some kind of...
Yeah, then the b-pawn comes into play, but... so
I still don't believe it completely, but...
no, but that can be a fast one. So let's say you take...
Let's say you take.
You take back, queen takes. It's also guarding this square for just in case.
And now we just want to go e4, e3.
Yeah, you want to push this pawn, but it's not over yet, right? Let's... Okay, you have to be careful. You can play, I thought, queen e2, but then you just push, and you can't push because that runs into checkmate again. So you have to be a little bit careful. And it's hard, but can you push right away, maybe? The idea, if you take, you lose this pawn, and that's...
But we got queen b1 still.
You have queen b1 now.
All with check.
And it's all check. You pick up this pawn, and this should just be technically
this is easy win. Yeah.
Endgame.
Yeah, easy anywhere. Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
This is just grandmasters at this level say, hey, I'm gonna get something nice to eat and a drink, because this is gonna be super easy. This is over. Okay. But that might maybe that's the only way for him to get to a queen ending.
Just the fact that he's thinking makes me slightly... And Karyakin
decides to go for it. Is it like, I figured this one out, why waste more time on another move? This is just going to be the move I play. Is it ever?
Well, it's possible, of course, but I think that his first intention was f3. I mean, the first thing that ended his... Because you really want to mate that king, and that mating pattern we just saw with the queen on e2, that will instantly have gotten... I mean, these guys, they instantly see such mating...
So they right away see it. Yeah, Karyakin played f3 himself. So like, you're gonna not get the second chance or to play f3.
Surprisingly difficult to make use of that.
Yeah, because you would say the second rank is so open. and you already have your rook on it, if you can just get your queen somewhere, but most squares are covered. Yeah, could you... Check is the first thing that comes to mind, maybe? A check on c4?
Yeah, queen c4 looks very logical.
Queen c4.
You have to reckon with queen d3 though.
Queen d3. And yeah.
We'll have to exchange.
Do you have... Yeah, it's check, so check, check. And then... This is not so, because you can take on... Yeah, this is dangerous. If you take here...
Rook b3.
Rook b3. And...
Quickly get back.
Yeah, quickly you have to really...
Yeah, hurry up.
And then you suddenly get this position.
And it's at least it's technically difficult. I don't know, it may not even be winning when you get your king to king
yeah,
e2.
because the king is quite fast, right? King.
King g6, king d3.
King here. Yeah,
well, not to mention, not to forget, if you go just a few moves back.
Yeah.
We could have started with a move like rook b6,
rook b6,
just cutting off the king,
yeah.
And only now to activate our own. And I think we will make a draw here pretty comfortably. Okay, I'm making some random moves.
Yeah. Because
here, okay, we're already winning all the pawns.
Yeah, just, yeah. So rook, that's a very strong move actually. So this is so you can take on h2.
No, rook h2 will not happen. I'm expecting then something like rook b2.
Yeah, rook b2, and is this
rook d5?
Rook d5, but now maybe you say now you take on h2.
Yes.
And you can put your rook behind it. You can, however, take here.
So black is even willing to give an extra pawn here just to get his rook behind the button. And I think those 2 pawns, eventually he will get 2 passed pawns on the king side, and they should be decisive.
Yeah, because you can always play g5, you won't lose f4, and that should be...
And then slowly you bring the pawns down,
yeah,
and
no rush.
No rush.
It's not like you're holding up the prize ceremony or anything. Just no rush. Take your time and take as much. Yeah, you paid for it to be here, so you might as well get your money's worth and play as many moves as possible. Now let's see. So.
But still, I don't think that he would like to go for. I mean, the position he just had, it felt like. Because when we got to this position, I said, well, let's be fast because this game is gonna end soon. That was my feeling.
That was my feeling. I feel f3 was much better, much more dangerous.
Well, unless there is some way that
even
White could have defended, but
even then, no, yeah, no, it's yeah, true. But queen c4.
Because the rook endgame, they're definitely even the one we just saw. It's definitely still a lot of work.
Yeah.
To make that, to turn that into a win.
And rook endings, the draw margin is relatively big, right? There's if you get your rook active, it's well, I'm and also I know he's still Karjakin is an hour. Dominguez has 25 minutes left, which is a lot of time, but it's also not a lot of time because if you have to make some big decisions here, some key decisions, then it can be a factor later in the game. And it's actually odd that he had a phase where he completely outplayed Karjakin. And now, for Karjakin, it's easy. You just think, I'm going to make this move. You prove it to me again.
Right.
This is what I'll do.
It's much easier to. Well, that's my own feeling. I don't know if you have the same feeling. When I have a bad position, you're just defending. When I'm a bit worried, defending.
Yeah,
when you have a good or even a winning position, then suddenly something changes. You really have to finish
you have everything to lose. And when you have a bad position, you have nothing to lose.
Psychologically, it's much more difficult to switch to that state of mind.
Yeah, and especially if during a game that goes back and forth to continuously. First, like you have an equal position, then you're winning. And again, also 4 hours ago, you said Karjakin is one of the toughest opponents.
Defenders, yeah, he's a very tough defender.
So he'll just keep defending, and he'll apply time pressure now.
Well, he shows it again because he's defending very. I would have thought the game would finish by now.
But it's not so. It looks like we'll still have a job for for some while. Let's go to the second game that's still going. That's Gelfand Hare Krishna. And this is very interesting because this is a pawn endgame. Let's first see how we
So we have had a lot of moves.
We had a lot of moves. Let's go through them.
Queen g4 was the last one we saw, I think.
Yeah,
move 30.
We saw Queen g4, b6, Rook c4, Rook e8. This.
Oh, this is a small tactic. It looks like, or
d5.
Winning the e4 pawn. Or
winning the e4 pawn. Yeah. So let's see. How did he fall for this? Or is there a trick at the end?
Well, he wins the d pawn back, it looks like.
Yeah,
maybe
so
maybe he saw. He just calculated the...
Yeah, so he takes Rook d8, Queen, Queen,
So he's winning the d pawn.
Yeah, and then you can't take on b6 because no, this is.
You mean after an exchange of queens or immediately?
Yeah, not immediately. I'm just thinking, can you take on d6, b6? But that doesn't look too.
Just king c7.
King c7. Your rook has to move, and you're just gonna lose pawns on the.
Yeah, you
side.
don't want to allow any activity.
Exactly. That's the thing with rook endings, because here you're a pawn up, but this is too much activity, or maybe even first a check. And
I would like
rook
to keep the rook on the king on the first rank.
Okay,
I don't know,
but like to keep it there. Yeah, that's fair. But maybe you can take here. Is that
king b6?
And then king b6 important, because if you take first, you get this move, and you suddenly have.
Yeah, this
g2.
this looks bad. Yeah.
This
also, rook takes c5 is an option here.
Oh yeah, so it takes c5 and then.
Rook c2.
Rook c2. But king b6. Activity is often more important than a pawn.
Yeah,
and that is odd but true. And here black has enough activity. You're 2 pawns down, but you're going to win back f2. So he played king c2 to just make sure the rook doesn't get in.
And Boris Gelfand is a huge fan of Rubinstein. This is his favorite player of all time, and Rubinstein was fantastic in rook end games.
Oh, so he studied the games well.
He studied them all, and well, Boris is known to have a very good technique himself.
Yeah, and then it's ending for a big fan of rook endings to 2 moves later switch to a pawn ending.
This is very
that must have been heartbreaking for him as a Rubinstein lover. But okay, so
but Rubinstein also did this often, exchanging into 1 pawn endgames, and this transformation is also happening here. After an exchange, he played. This is very important. His next move, a4.
A4, yeah. Let's go.
That's a very important move.
This is the pawn ending we have. We have at first sight. If it's so, you say here it's very important whose move it is.
Right.
Because if it's black to move, you would love playing b5
or a4. Yeah.
Or a4.
Yeah. Just to prevent any. I want those pawns to remain flexible.
Yeah, yeah. Because after the white move a4, yeah, this is you. With 1 pawn you're keeping 3 pawns into place. Or with 2 pawns you're controlling this. And how do you assess this position? What do you look at in this pawn?
I think it's lost. And the reason is quite straightforward. Well, we have already a few moves, so we can even see how.
Yeah.
Well, the only black should try to push b5 to get his own passed pawn. So
yeah, because if you don't do it, just for
if you don't do that, well, we can just I can just show you when, let's say we are waiting.
Let's say king d. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Let's say we are waiting. I just want to show. Then white is just going to make a passed pawn here. This is just the most simple, rather cooperative line, of course. Black will run out of moves at some point. The king will have to go, and it's a very easy win.
Yeah, if you go after the b pawn,
the e pawn or the b pawn.
Yeah, so this is
very easy.
Yeah.
So basically, white has an extra pawn on the king side, and he's able to make a passed pawn there.
Yeah.
And black is unable to do so on the king side. The only way he was b5.
So that has to be played, because if you allow king c4, it's over. So I need after check takes back e4.
It's very interesting, because I think that b3 is also an interesting move here. And now again, black would probably sacrifice this pawn.
Yeah, is that enough?
That's what I'm also wondering.
Let's see. c4.
So the idea is we go king c5. Now we want to give this pawn away.
Yeah.
And when the king comes to take that pawn, we're going to take on c4 and run to the pawns.
Yeah, you want to get there as fast as possible.
Right. Always in pawn end games, the one who has the passed pawn that is most far away always has the advantage.
So, but here, what white will want to do is get a passed pawn going as well.
Yeah, we'll try.
So then you have. Is G5
are we in time with a4?
Or is a4?
F4.
F4.
We're not in time, are we?
A3. And here e5.
So I just forgot what I just said.
No, it's good to. Can we get Rubinstein in, please? We need Rubinstein. No, but it's good as a general rule. But then there are exceptions to the rule, right? So here, what happens here is.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to point out that those 2 pawns are
they protect each other, right? So if you have to go after this pawn, you cannot take the pawn, because this one will run.
Yeah.
And so that's a problem. And then so this is art.
This is art. Yeah.
But okay, so then the only move is to take.
We're gonna take on f4.
You're gonna take on f4, and now you start running.
f3.
f3. If you run here,
You are faster
here,
even.
you're faster. You take many pawns. So let's
Yeah.
say you go after this pawn,
And now the a-pawn has to go.
or do
probably.
you first promote your f
So
pawn?
that it's with check.
So it's with check. So maybe you go here, you check.
Yeah.
King takes, a4, h6. Yeah, but this is, and then because of this pawn,
Yeah, that's a good.
good one.
That's a good thing.
Good one to have. So we can also promote the queen.
And this should be, well, I don't know what it should be.
Yeah, this is
Queen b2 check was maybe more.
queen b2. I
Well,
thought
anyway,
maybe-
we
you pick up
are
a-
going very deep. But I know I just want to keep checking that
Yeah.
that king. Queen e5 check.
Queen e5. You put this on a nice spot, and maybe now you can.
Queen f4 check. We just keep checking it. Already now we have a draw. Queen g3.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
So this is a draw. So
well, we're going very deep.
no,
but it's, we
these are
give an
nice
idea
ideas.
of
Also, that you promote the f pawn in order
With-
to promote with check. It's a nice idea,
Yeah.
and also the breakthrough. So if instead of h5 might be a draw. But let's just assume. But indeed, if you don't play that move, but you play a4, white could get the same setup probably,
Right.
and breakthrough, and maybe this could be win.
that's
So
just the
this
win,
is
yeah.
this is so b3 c4 is an interesting idea here, but it might just not be sufficient. But it's definitely an interesting.
It's something you want to avoid with,
Yeah.
as white. Of course, he has no reason to go for it.
Nice, but he didn't play.
He played e4,
He played e4.
which is the best
Normal.
move for sure. The previous move, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, e4.
And we have quite a lot of extra moves. I
A lot
think
of extra move. Let's see. We were at e4.
he played g5.
G5 to prevent f4, I'm assuming. G3. I do think it's nice that we went over this
Yeah.
because we're going to see some of these ideas
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the actual
yeah.
game. H5, because white just wants to play f4. And also now white wants to create that pass pawn, right? And capture both a5, c5, and win with his b pawn.
Right.
So white has the upper hand here.
White is. Yeah, I'm still thinking that it's a win.
winning. Okay, that's good. And Gelfand must have assessed the same thing.
Yeah.
So he went
for this
and
deliberately.
This was his idea. H5, F4.
It's nice to point out that, for example, if you go h4 here, in this position, of course after an exchange it would be perfect. We will just play. Next move we'll play f4 and we'll make our passed pawn. But after g4. Suddenly, you cannot move either pawn, and it's actually black who's winning.
No, black has the. That's the thing with pawn endings. I feel that's the only endgame where one little mistake can be the difference between winning or losing.
Pawn endgames are incredibly dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any move can, like you say, a win or loss can be just one move.
It's very.
So he's played f4.
Wow.
Well, the same idea we just tried is probably pretty hopeless now, huh?
Yeah, because you don't have a.
We need so much more time here.
Yeah,
now.
so you just if you play f3, you just pick it up. This is hopeless now.
It's hopeless.
So this
Hopeless.
idea of the breakthrough is not working.
But that means, well.
So f4. That might just be over. Are computers good at calculating pawn endings?
Definitely, they need some depth because pawn endgames they go like we just saw. Many times they go straight into queen endgames. So you need to give them some depth, but then they are simply.
But then they just.
It's pure calculation.
It is
so
pure
it's,
calculation.
there are very little positional factors in pawn endings. There's a lot of calculation. Of course, some techniques like the breakthrough is a technique. Zugzwang is a technique. Passed pawns, how to assess them.
But they need depth because it's often like queening. It takes 8 moves and then you pick up another queen and just that's hard for them
the
to
variations
calculate.
are very forced, very long and very deep. So they need some time to.
Yeah, so that is interesting because now f4 is taking. Does that make most sense?
Yeah, let's try. Let's try to take.
Let's see, we take on f4, take back on f4.
Maybe c4 or
c4. Yeah, maybe. Let's right away go for e5.
Yeah, I wanted to take it and play king c5.
King c5, e6.
Yeah.
King d6 only move you take here. Yeah, this
should be too slow, huh? I wanted to go to the h pawn, but we are much faster with white.
Yeah, you're much faster because then let's just play King G5. B4.
So this is an example. The computer would have to also make all these moves in order to assess the.
Yeah.
But this is.
But the
actually,
nice thing
it's
is
just one tempo.
It's one tempo.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. If the pawn is on h2, it's a theoretical draw because you can never. You always have the stalemate.
Right. That's
trick.
a nice little trick.
Nice trick. But this is a very long line, and it's just one.
It's one tempo.
But then Gelfand, that means he must have calculated this one tempo line all the way till the end, or just felt that it.
I think
good.
it's a feeling. Yeah.
It's also a feeling. You know, this must be.
I just said it's pure calculation, but I think when he saw that he can make the this pass pawn, he has a better structure. I think you cannot calculate it till the end.
No.
That's some assessment is involved. So for computers, it's pure calculation.
Yeah.
For humans, there are some other factors as well here.
Yeah. So
but can we win a tempo in this variation? For example, what if I would start with this move? The idea being that after e6, I go king c6.
Yeah.
I don't know if it helps.
Well, let's find out.
Let's find out.
Are we going to calculate or just?
I'm already making the moves.
Good. It feels like you're even slow.
No, it's the same. It's the same. Of course, it doesn't help. No.
It doesn't help.
No. No, I thought I'd make an extra pawn before. No, then I'm running out of ideas.
If you're Gambit, let's say you get into a pawn end game.
Yeah.
And you have to calculate these lines. Are you really? Because then it's also sometimes counting. Like I go there, you go there, you go here. Do you use your hands or do you your mind, or are you like really? Because I feel that's a moment it could help that you almost just like.
I'm usually closing my eyes in such moments.
You close your eyes.
I try to visualize because the transformations are so big that the board is not useful anymore.
Yeah, because then you get.
I mean, the entire position is gone. Basically.
So then it's nicer to not see the pieces and just be.
Right. Generally, I don't do that. Generally, when I have a board, I'm not the type to stare. You have some grandmasters; they look at the ceiling.
Yeah.
Just blindly calculating variations.
Ivanchuk said that. Like it's sometimes a handicap for him to see the actual pieces.
But I do that only in these type of situations.
Yeah, but I almost feel at pawn endings that you're like, shall we just both get an extra board and just count this out? Because this is incredible. But so G3, H5.
Yeah, Hare Krishna is thinking here.
Yeah, there's not really another move, or can you?
Well, after G takes F4, G takes F4, we could start with H4. For example.
G takes. Oh right, yeah. G takes 4, G4, H4. Then
for what it's worth, I don't. Yeah, E5.
E5.
It's all the time the same story. We make this E pawn, then we pick up the C pawn and the A pawn.
Yeah.
And
now you have King C4 even, A4 maybe, E6.
King C5, E7.
For all the viewers, I'm sorry that we need a board for this. This is we could be quiet and calculate for a little bit, but this is the same story?
Didn't we win time? We won time.
I have no idea where, but somewhere along the way.
No, we won the tempo here, yeah.
We won a tempo. So this is a draw.
And it's important to point out why, actually, because in this position after Queen G8, King H1, we cannot get our king to the so we cannot mate because of this stalemate trick.
Yeah.
King B3 would be stalemate. It would end the game. So we cannot really make any progress.
And that is the thing, right? If you go to G8 here and you continue to check and check and check and check, could always indeed go here.
Either you threaten to queen,
and then you get to this position finally. And the king can't advance. Yeah. So that is why the A and H pawns are draws.
Right.
But this is so we won a tempo here, so that's interesting. By taking and then H4. Maybe is an idea to play B3.
B3 definitely an idea, yeah.
And still, it's amazing to me that for Gelfand, probably who assesses this as one, that's not an easy win at all.
It's really definitely not easy.
You have to calculate all the way to the end. And could it be, does the computer know that a queen versus an H pawn on the second rank, does the computer know that that's a draw, you think?
He might evaluate it wrong. That's
that
good
is
point.
the thing. So he has his whole line, and then he's like queen against pawn, or that is one, because he doesn't see that eventually you can't come closer.
Especially in the past, the computer had this problem. I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe nowadays engines, they are so smart that they already know that they see that they cannot make any progress.
Smarter than you think.
Yeah.
They're sad for a little bit. But
well, in the past, computers were just brute force.
Yeah.
Just thinking, just calculating. Nowadays they have some rules written, like, well, this if you don't have any pawns in front of your king,
right? That they know.
There are many more if there's no pawn in front of the king, they actually see that it's weak. It starts to become really scary now.
It's a little scary.
It's a little scary. They make very normal, natural moves.
Yeah.
And
I heard they're very sad when they lose as well.
Oh yeah.
That they
really, yeah.
They really deal with it.
But they're immediately ready for the rematch usually.
Right away.
Need that rook, that white rook. We need the long side to give side checks.
Yeah, yeah.
And we don't have that here, so it's just a theoretical loss.
And for you out there who didn't follow this, please buy a rook ending book.
Yes.
But you sometimes you cut off the king and.
But trust me.
Trust Erwin, it's lost. So probably those guys know it.
Building the bridge is part of it, as you said.
We'll build a bridge. King E1. Is that the same story?
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Probably because you take
rook takes b6.
Rook takes b6 and a check follows.
Next move rook b1.
You would want to get to the short firm, but that's. We needed a mate, people. So a rook b1 mate.
Excellent, you found one.
Yeah, I found a mate.
Even in a rook endgame, you're mating.
Not much material, but we found a mate. Let's see.
So that's the reason that he went king d2.
Yeah, so this is probably right. He felt this was losing.
Yeah.
King d2 and quite a spectacular move. I think because the idea is probably to after takes to play king c2. Or
well. It's not only the idea, it has been played.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And Dominguez has 16 minutes now. Kayakin has played all of this more or less without thought.
His rook doesn't have many squares. Can he go through to a... This is
what I mean, eh? You think, well, now I got you in a rook endgame, it's technical, dry, I'm just going to slowly advance my pawns. And suddenly you have to calculate how to stop this here, and how do you make progress?
It's a good question. You have to be careful not to get into some kind of Zugzwang, or I didn't use the German word yet. So I did. Willkommen.
Yes.
2 words. Enough. This is actually very interesting.
This is extremely interesting.
Play, for instance, this move, or should you
king
really
D3?
be in time to like push your pawns?
Without the support of king, I think king e4 just. I think without any support, it's not going king e3.
And you just
king f2, for example. I'm afraid of f2.
Yeah. This is king f2. Because this is all dangerous.
Well, even after h4, if we start checking the king, just or just king e3 and just king e3. No, just checking.
Check. Okay.
Yeah. And another check.
You can.
And then rook b4 probably.
Rook b4.
Just attacking the pawns.
Yeah, okay. Because then you take all the pawns off, and it's
just these 3 pawns. They're not really. If you would want to play this, then maybe you want to try after king g6, king d3, maybe king h5.
King h5.
So now at least you have the king present.
And then king here.
Yeah, this is.
But this is
dangerous.
This is dangerous. You do see, by the way, the strength of having your rook in front of the pawn, right? That you have the white rook over here, and this rook is just so helpless. Black would love to have it the other way around.
Yeah, miserable.
This is very miserable indeed, and then that even outweighs 3 pawns on one. That is, if that.
It's all about activity.
Even in the endgame. It's all about activity. So
maybe
here,
rook b1.
Rook b1.
Idea that h5 we start to give checks.
Yeah, after h5 you just check and
just take on g5, I think.
Take on g5 right away. Yeah,
because that endgame is not so dangerous anymore.
No. So rook b1, and it's hard to get out of this.
Well, if this is dangerous for white, then we can also consider to place our king on e2. After king h5.
After king h5, king e2.
In front of the pawns, and it will also not be easy to really advance all the way. King f2.
King f2, don't you? It just
so king g2.
The thing is, optically, it feels so dangerous for white. Because if you have h3, king h4, g4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you're completely right. But I can, let's say I go like this.
Yeah.
So king h4, I
yeah,
guess.
king h4,
I give
then
a
you check.
and I go back.
And you go back here, and the thing is, you don't have many other moves.
There's not much.
Maybe no other moves.
If
actually.
f3, I give check on b4. It's surprisingly difficult to push them
Yeah.
without the rook. It's very difficult to push them forward.
Yeah. So this is, I think Dominguez isn't too happy. We get a shot of the clock.
Fantastic defense
14
from
minutes
Kayaki.
and time is ticking away. And
Fantastic
this
defense.
is a brilliant defense. That even in
Very
endgames,
instructive.
very instructive endgame.
Yeah.
Because you just sacrifice f3. Let's say he didn't take on f3 yet, but otherwise king c2, or did he play?
You know, he did.
Oh, he did
we have
sorry.
all of this on the board.
This all on the board.
Yeah,
I
rook
am
takes f3,
way behind.
king
And but
c2.
he played.
Rook f1. He played.
See, rook f1,
Oh,
f2 check, king c3,
Ah, yeah.
rook f1, king c2. Yeah, so this is the same idea, right? If you go rook a1, we get b6.
You think he might want to do something with his f pawn? Maybe f3, f2?
Right away.
Is he in time?
Okay, let's see, f3,
b6,
b6,
f2,
f2.
but rook f5. Just. Are we winning already? Or?
Yeah, this is. Yeah, this.
No, this is getting.
Can you get king g6?
King g6, yeah, king g6, yeah, yeah.
Rook f8.
Yes, because b7 is obviously not.
Yeah,
not
yeah.
working.
If you play b7, indeed, you can. Well, yeah, you can
you
tank.
have rook c1.
You have rook c1 check. So, rook f8.
Yeah, that b6 pawn will be.
That is going
hard
really
to-
fast.
hard
So
to
you
stop.
almost have to.
I think you have
Or-
to think about. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, you have to think about drawing.
You have
here.
to think about
Yeah,
drawing,
yeah.
and so activity is even outweighing 2 pawns
Yeah.
here at some point. So king c2 is played, and again Karyakin used no time at all.
No.
He's seen this variation, and he's like, yeah, you go prove it. And this actually, I think, an annoying situation for Dominguez. He was so winning, and now he has to make, with not so much time, he has to make the decision: is there something? Because there's a moment you have to pull the emergency brake and get your draw. Because as we see there are
Well,
variations.
there's not so much risk just yet.
But
I mean, yeah, what we just did was very risky, but I'm expecting him to go rook a1. He gave another check. Maybe that he's just getting some extra seconds on the clock, king c3, without thought. And I am still expecting him to get his rook around, and that he will try to somehow advance his pawns, but he's checking his score sheet now to see if he didn't repeat, if he won't repeat too much. You see, he's checking his score sheet.
So he's winning time, but I feel it only takes longer to repeat moves and to decide what do I want to do now.
To see whether
how often did I play this repetition? So, and he plays rook f1 again. Karyakin, no
C2.
mercy. He also sits at the board. He's like, I'm going to move right away, so you don't get any extra time. King c2.
King c2 is on the board.
So now, if he goes rook f2, it's a draw.
He will play rook a1. I'm sure.
Aaron Lamy says it, so it's true, people. So okay, let's.
I would be surprised if you would give a draw here.
Yeah,
there's
that would
absolutely
be too
no
soon.
risk. Even with a rook against 3 pawns, many times you are sort of safe if the pawns are far enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, although his king is quite close, right? So
that's true. But well, we have the rook on the board still, so that also helps.
Yeah. Shall we look at the pawn ending?
Yeah. Well,
because,
definitely keep an eye on this one, of course. But
because it's the only other game.
Yeah.
But also because it's awesome.
But it's a good point. Yeah.
Let's see. So he took on f4.
And c4.
We predicted.
We thought h4 was useful because we want to pick up the h pawn.
And didn't we calculate this all the way to a loss?
Yeah, and the good thing is we were allowed to move the pieces. That really helps.
Oh yeah.
That helps.
Oh look, Gelfand is he's flipping that pawn in his hand.
He has a fantastic technique.
He has a great technique.
I tried that once and it dropped every 5 seconds.
You threw it at another grandmaster.
It's some
but
kind
it's
of...
amazing. That's what poker players do with their chips. But also, is it something chess people do a lot? The grandmasters do a lot.
Play with their pieces. He is a fan of playing with the pieces.
With 2 pawns, right?
Yeah. He's just.
But aren't you when you're his opponent? Doesn't it make you nervous?
Well, these they are professionals. They are not even looking at.
But like, if you could do things with pawns, could you
And
also do
Gelfand
this
is-
all the time? I mean, that's
Well, there is a limit, of course.
There's a
No, but
limit,
Gelfand
okay.
is very correct. I think usually you don't even see him because he's doing it
I see-
right under the table.
under the table, so
Yeah.
you don't know. What is he doing under the table? He's playing with a pawn. Okay,
Yeah.
that doesn't make it less awkward. We have two pieces. We got help
Well, with a knight, it's hopeless.
from Lennart, Otis and Bart, two people who have been running this live stream here in a great way for
Yeah.
the past 3 weeks.
Follow them on Twitter.
They follow them on Twitter, then they double their followers.
Yeah.
And right now we have, they gave us a bishop and a knight. And that,
So that you
that
can
I
show
can
us.
show what Geary, this is difficult.
This is the most classic.
This is the most classic, this is the
easy.
most classic version.
Children like
You can
to
also do
that.
the juggle, but then you actually need,
You need three,
pieces.
usually. Yeah.
They're working on it right now.
We're
so-
actually juggling now.
Yeah, we're
This
gonna
is-
juggle. This is. I'm just wondering.
I never expected it
that's
turned
why-
out this way. With our life.
What is your?
I would, but this is well. But no, I cannot even
You
do
can.
it. No, it's
But that's,
just,
you have to practice at home.
Yeah,
It's
you see, it's just.
this is too dangerous. Can I?
we're
I'll
definitely
try
not gonna
one
continue
time.
this.
I might break things, but it's the last day anyway. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're really.
But is that allowed? That's the thing. Can you, like, if Geary starts doing that, can you start
I think
juggling?
you're allowed if you can.
It's like,
If it drops, then.
can you say, hey Geary, look. Okay. Sorry, this is getting out of hand. Let's get back to a pawn ending, because this is great. This is great. Also, I found out this the other day, and I'm really amazed. Like, I can pull a finger out of my beard, and it really looks like it's a long finger. Never mind.
that
Okay,
beard,
this
yeah,
is
that beard is,
otherwise we don't
yeah.
get hired next year.
Yeah,
We have to
yeah.
stay professional here. Yeah, the beard is so I look more like a grandmaster because I'm only a FIDE master. I
Oh, it's
thought
just. Yeah.
I grew it especially. It's fake also. No, it's not fake for this commentary session. C4.
Well,
Yeah, we looked at
we
this.
thought that
we
if
thought
E5 was
is
a win,
winning.
so let's see what we did wrong, or maybe we didn't do
You
anything.
have to take.
It's a matter of. Yeah, it's
is
pretty straightforward,
yeah,
is it?
A4 doesn't make sense.
It-
H4 or yeah.
Yeah, it's
We
the
looked
same
at
line.
both,
Yeah,
both lines.
it's
you
it's
go
pretty
after the
straightforward.
Take that pawn.
We're gonna pick up this pawn, and black is just not in time to do the same. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, sorry. Oh, well, he has played
he
E5.
played E5.
So Gelfand also believes that it's, and we're just gonna make what I think will be the final moves of the game because
Yeah.
it's all rather.
And king,
Forced.
it doesn't make sense to go to the king side with your king because the pawn is just going.
Yeah, that B pawn is just gonna.
It's gonna
The king
go.
is in front of the pawn, so
Exactly.
it will just queen.
Yeah, exactly. So he
King
has to go
F5.
king F5.
King A5, King F4, and this is what we saw before.
Yeah.
And it's nice just to maybe to illustrate the. Sorry,
first
yeah,
the
that's
B7.
important. Yeah, to illustrate the winning plan here, because before we saw the stalemate idea,
Yeah.
but now with a few checks,
There's no
We'll-
stalemate. Yeah, this
we'll
is
slowly-
actually, you have to.
we'll slowly get there.
It's a long process.
And
but
now
you have to
after
go
King
to-
H2, we can even play this move because there will be Zugzwang and you lose the
Yeah, exactly.
H pawn.
So
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
very easy. So this
I don't
is-
think it will get this far, but this is the general winning idea.
This is how you win. And indeed, instead of king c5, what we said, if you play h4, you get the same thing. You have to go.
It's the
after
same
this
position,
pawn.
yeah.
King takes. Yeah, and this is. We'll just
Exactly the
illustrate
same,
it
yeah.
one more time. You're not watching a re-show. And yeah, and h3, and you're too late. So,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure if h4 was better, but it is odd to me that he played c4. But h4 maybe might be losing as well, but
Yeah.
seems more.
I also
we didn't find it yet, right?
Right,
The right,
right.
way.
It seems that with the pawn on c5, it takes white a bit more time to pick up the pawns there and
Yeah,
create
but-
his own pass
And
pawn.
again, a bit more time is
It's
the
decisive.
difference between winning or drawing.
Because finally the winning line is only winning by one tempo.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and
it's
but
just
is
one
there,
move.
Can we try to find one other move? Like, is there anything else that you can play? B3 we talked about, right? That
Right.
Might be the move.
Yeah, I don't think we went. We didn't really go deep
No, but
in this
E5
line.
was a
B3
possible
looks-
draw. B3
yeah.
is maybe a good move because if you play this, we get this setup where both the pawns support each other,
Yeah.
and white can just
That's
go
just gone, yeah.
after this pawn. So C4 is not a move. A4 doesn't make sense. So here you would have to move your king. After which you can just play king C4.
This is pretty straightforward.
This is straightforward.
Yeah.
And now you could probably even play e5 or just
King d5, king b5,
king
e5,
d5,
also.
e5, and this, and now you're way too late.
Considerably faster.
Yeah, so this is also completely winning. So that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a win. This is a clear win. So that means they'll probably be finished quite soon.
We see Hare Krishna on the screen. I think he knows it. I think
he knows. This is a shot of a man who knows he's been he'll be defeated. I have one switch. I want to thank.
I know my place.
You know your place.
Give up my seat.
You can stay.
You're gonna stay. That's good. We're gonna have a little party together.
Let me just give you.
I'm only here for small.
For some small talk.
Yeah, small talk.
I want to welcome Jeroen van den Berg, the
Hello,
tournament director. Nice to see you here.
Nice to be back here.
Yeah, nice to be back. That's good to hear. The tournament's almost over. How do you feel?
Well,
was it a good tournament?
I think so. Yes, we have had a great winner, Levon Aronian. He just gave the press conference and he was very honest about his performance. Maybe one of the best ever. He won his 4th Tata Steel Chess tournament, so it looks like Vishy Anand has a serious rival for the future. He won it 5 times, and of course I'm also happy that after so many years we had also a very good appearance by a Dutch player, Anish Giri, who is now second, maybe shared second. We have to wait. But probably the best news for the followers of the live stream commentary is that I can also announce now officially, and that's the reason I'm here, that there will also be a 77th Tata Steel Chess tournament.
Applause.
From
That's
9 to 25 January. So you can put it in your agenda.
9 to the 25th of January. There's a next. That is great news.
Yes,
that's excellent news.
I cannot say yet how we will do it because we still have to evaluate it, and we are very happy with this year's tournament. Also the changes that we did in our format. We had very good reviews, but okay, we still have to evaluate the tournament. But I think the most important and best news is that we come back next year.
Yeah, that is great to hear. That means you still have a job. That means we potentially have a job. That means that the whole world can watch great chess games.
Yes, and so the chess family can come back next year in Berkensee.
Because that's what it's like here, right? Yes. That's what it feels like here.
We are a small family all together, and we come back next year. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to say, and now actually I have to go to prepare my speeches for the closing ceremony tonight. Yeah. So I leave you to the games.
Short, that's very fruitful.
As we say in Dutch, kort maar krachtig. You can translate it.
Short but powerful.
Short but powerful, I think. Yeah.
And it's an important tournament director has other important things to do. Thank you very much, Jeroen.
Thank you.
We will. In the meantime, after this great news, that's great news.
That's fantastic. Because in these times, you're never sure. Tournaments are disappearing.
If Tata still makes steel, and they apparently do, because they secure the tournament for yet another year. And
great.
Of course, we lost the C group this year. They're down to 12 players, but also there were great initiatives going to the museum, going to Eindhoven. The live stream is up and running. This is also new, so this is a good development for chess. I think nice to follow.
Well, as Jeroen said, everything will be evaluated. But the best thing is that the tournament is ongoing.
You can still keep going. And what's not going anymore is Boris Gelfand versus Hare Krishna, because after e5, let's see, e5 he resigned. And that is
we can just
e5
update the receiving moves.
And
he just resigned.
He resigned.
Yeah.
And Hare Krishna, good tournament. Too bad. It's always sad when you lose the last round, right? It's even Aronian, the B group winner, is also having a rough game. I don't know if he's finished yet. Not anymore. Okay, well, never mind. But he won the tournament yesterday. Aronian did as well, and then the last round, Aronian lost. Well, at the end, you'll be happy about it.
I think for Hare Krishna it was a tournament with many ups and downs. Heavy losses, some good wins. Overall 50%, I think. I think he's pretty happy. Of course, nobody likes to go away with a loss.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, 5.5 out of 11.
That's a good score.
It's a very decent score.
You would go for it.
I would definitely sign for that. Yeah.
So you would sign for that. Cool. Let's see. So well, Gelfand 2 wins last 2 rounds.
Yes.
Nice way to go to Zurich. That's like I just had to warm up a little bit, and now I'm ready.
Yeah, he seems to be ready to.
He seems ready for it. Let's see.
Rook A1.
Last game, Carjac and Dominguez. Last game that we follow of this tournament.
Yeah.
Or do you want to look at some games from the amateur groups? No, let's leave it up to. Let's see. You play Rook A1, B6, rook A8. Well, prediction is B7, right?
Yeah, B7 and rook B5. And,
rook B5.
That's gonna be very difficult for
It's interesting that he's thinking.
Yeah.
And Karjakin that is thinking. We haven't seen that often this game, because. But what other move can he?
Well, there are two ways he can deploy his rook. He can also place it on E7, but it seems to make little sense.
No, if you place it on B7, then the king can just walk out.
The king comes out, looks a bit strange, yeah. So I would expect.
Or maybe it is possible still, also keeping a draw, but.
This position, you mean, or?
Yeah, but because you also keep the rook in place, but now black can move his rook.
Yeah, plus I liked our rook from the side. It gave very annoying checks.
Yeah, exactly.
Stopping,
so E7 it doesn't make sense. So
I'm expecting B7 and rook B5,
and then
with the position we just saw, and I would guess that he will try to activate his king before pushing the pawns.
Yeah.
Most likely it's a draw, I think.
Yeah, this should be, or a study-like win, but I also don't see it.
Still, big practical chances, of course. It's a complicated endgame, and you can easily go wrong somehow with those pawns running.
Yeah.
Where would you put the king, E4 or E2?
I liked E4 better. It feels more active to me.
More active, huh? Yeah. I was a bit afraid that it might get cut off.
Yeah, but, exactly. And now I liked your rook B1.
Yeah, that was thank you.
Yeah, I liked many of your moves, but rook B1 was one of my favorite ones today. Thank you, Remy. Again, thanks for the Grandmaster guidance today. I learned a lot as well here.
Yeah, you learned.
Yeah. I learned that you can just juggle in front of a camera, and Lennart, they don't stop you. You can just do this, and you get away with it. So that's awesome.
They're laughing even.
Yeah. But rook B1.
Can I try? Just I go H5. Check. I go here.
Yeah. Check.
I go here.
Yeah.
You give another check. I go here.
Yeah. This is actually interesting, because now if you take on G5.
Yes. I was thinking I'm going to take on B7.
You're going to take on B7.
And I'm going to give a check on B4. And H4.
H4.
This looks very scary.
This is very
or just
scary.
lost.
Yeah, this might just be lost, because.
Well, this is what I meant. Those when the king.
So then maybe E4 is a dangerous square. Because let's see, this was the idea we had before.
Yeah.
So check.
Maybe
king H4. Check. Here.
Oh, but we had a much better solution. Here we have king F3.
To threaten to checkmate.
It's quite difficult to stop. You'll have to give the F pawn for that. G4.
G4.
Rook F8 check.
And then you lost a pawn, and this B pawn is still alive. But
G3.
G3. Yeah, and now after, for instance, this move, you might be able to play G2.
No, it's very dangerous. I'm getting scared suddenly.
Okay,
now.
so shall we?
Maybe king E2
for now
was.
Go for king E2.
Yeah.
So this is. Let's
for
see.
the moment, Karjakin still hasn't decided yet.
He's still playing.
How he's gonna play?
Let's see. King D3, king H5, king E2. Okay, let's see if this helps. So king G4 would make sense.
Yeah, I think he would like to activate his king F2.
King F2, H5.
And this was the variation we just saw. I think H5, king G2, H4, king H2. I think.
King H2.
And after H3 we played rook B6, and we thought that it's difficult to make progress.
Yeah, because this rook B6 and you don't have nice moves, because after king H4 you have rook H6.
Right.
And F3 you get a check on the 4th rank, so this is difficult. So
but F3 is maybe a better move.
Here to play F3. With the idea of checking, you just go back to H5. Check, king H5.
And back to B5 or?
Back to B5. Yeah.
Even here it's difficult to make...
It is, because for instance this move...
Just king G2 I think.
Yeah, king G2. I was thinking rook, but then you block the pawn.
And win it the next move.
And win it the next move, so king G2.
Maybe we could have gone to F5 as well, instead of H5 with our king.
With the king, okay. So check, you go to F5.
Now we want to go G4, so
yeah,
I think we have to keep checking.
Threat, so you keep checking.
King Well, it's, yeah, you just keep checking, huh?
You
No,
check.
it's just check wherever you go.
Is the check? Because can you go to d4?
Yes, and now probably king h3.
h3. Wow, this is king h3.
No, it sure
F2.
is dangerous.
It is dangerous.
And we have some moves. Basically,
we
our
have some
line has
moves,
appeared on the board.
yeah, okay, so a6, b7,
Rook b8,
rook b8,
rook b5,
rook b5, king g6,
and king d3.
king d3.
So king h5 is the
Yes,
obvious
but
move,
what
I
he's
think.
probably gonna play also only has 6.5 minutes left, so not too many.
Yeah, better to play it fast than
Exactly.
because
If
it's
yeah,
kind of
or maybe
clear.
he's thinking about h5, but then king e4 is
Yeah, h5, king e4, h4, something like this. You mean?
exactly. So yeah, king f3.
Yeah, h3. Oh, king g4.
Yeah, but then h2.
Rook takes g5.
Oh, sorry, check. Okay.
And rook h5 just in time.
Yeah.
So maybe your king h5 was better, stopping that.
Yeah. So
in this
so
position.
king h5.
But I liked our king on g4 because you know we can always put our pawn on h4. But
Yeah.
the king, we have limited time to bring the king forward.
Yeah.
Now with the king on f3, it will be difficult to activate the black king. So I think it's logical to immediately bring that king forward
Yeah,
first,
yeah,
because
exactly.
we can always choose to
Yeah.
bring the h pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, so that makes more sense. Well, he's 5 minutes. Let's wait for a little bit for his move, maybe. Want to know from you, Erwin? You were here You were here for 3 weeks straight, right?
Yeah,
The tournament.
Yeah.
And you stayed here as well, if I can say. And
Yeah, and even if I play or not, there's no getting me out of.
no, you
like I
just
say,
you just
and,
want to be around here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you could next year you walk behind the bar. You will just
Yeah,
serve
wherever
drinks.
they want
need
me.
you.
Yeah, yeah.
So what was it like? Because I bet it's the first time you didn't play, but you were here as a commentator,
Yeah.
as writing. You also write for several chess websites, articles, and publish
Yeah,
games. I noticed.
right.
What
yeah.
was it like? Was it a whole different feel to you? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, I was not sure if I would, because
Yeah.
I feel a chess player, so I playing is still my.
It could also be that you just like, I just want to make moves myself. But
Right, but I was. It was very. Jeroen van den Berg offered me this chance to
Yeah.
give commentary and do some things behind the scenes, and I was also curious if I would like it, because
Yeah.
you know, maybe in the future I would like to do these things more often.
yeah, exactly. Because do you ever think about it? Because you're a strong grandmaster, almost top 100 of the world, right? So that is is that a position that it's easy to be a professional chess player? If you're like 100, you're 150, 120.
Oh
your
yeah,
position.
that's.
Is it easy to be a professional just playing? Is that? Is
Yeah,
it a
I
good
know,
life?
but a good life. Yeah, I like the life I'm leading. I'm
Yeah.
traveling a lot. I play tournaments. I like chess, so that also helps. I made my profession out of my hobby,
Yeah.
and I'm doing what I like. I don't have any boss. My alarm doesn't ring at 6 in the morning. I think I have a pretty decent life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's good. And so, are you really looking to expand your chess life, or also doing commentary, doing more things like writing?
Well,
Or
yeah. For the moment, I'm 28, so I'm not yet thinking too much about really quitting chess.
No.
But of course, you have to think about future. I mean, I
Yeah.
will probably at some point my play will start to deteriorate. I feel that at 28, around this time, you are really at your peak. At least for
Yeah.
me, it feels that way. I am actually at my peak.
you are literally at your peak
Yeah,
right now.
so I think I have a few more good years, and then I'll have to probably. But I already decided that this. I love the chess world. I love to be
You want to be
involved
around.
in chess.
And your
so
wife is also a chess player.
of
a chess
course, yeah,
journalist,
we
so-
met through chess.
Yeah.
I mean, so definitely I would like to stay involved in the chess scene for as long as possible.
And it's nice to do different things, maybe to also be able to do commentary.
Yeah.
And that's let's see. Do we have we don't have another move? Dominguez is also a full-time chess player.
And
as they all are.
The strongest player of Cuba.
Of Cuba, that
big
is
chess tradition there, of course.
Yeah, that's so nice. So many people are playing, and he's the best one. You had Bruzon, right? And then
Bruzon also incredibly talented player.
But then he overtook him, and he he's thinking he doesn't have much time left, so I think it will be a draw. You think so as well, right? The last game of the tournament.
I'm even sure it's going to be a draw. I think that
you would bet.
He played king. He moved
F6.
to F6.
Okay, we've been talking about this game for an hour, and this move didn't cross our mind.
So that's nice.
Maybe. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, is it ever possible to bring your king to the B pawn?
Yeah, my thought was that the only chance was to try to get the pawns forward, and I thought it was not enough for a draw. But in this case, I mean, I think
king E6 indeed.
I think bringing your king over should be too slow, shouldn't it?
Yes, so king D7.
Maybe not. Well, there are a few theoretical positions that are important.
Theoretical draws.
For example, if we were to get, okay, this is not at all what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Some position like this is a theoretical draw.
This is a draw. Okay, that's good to know.
Difficult to make progress.
Because the king can't come closer. And the king, the white king is on the ideal square on G4.
Even if the king, okay, now we're blundering a rook, but even if the king gets closer, we start to give all these side checks, and there's basically nowhere to hide.
Because he'll have to go all the way to the. And you cut him off on the other.
And the moment he comes to you, you just drop back and But you got the point.
Yeah, okay, I got the point. So and then
king E4 was played almost instantly by Karjakin.
Yeah, but he's really just putting time pressure on his opponent.
Yeah. So they just reached move 60.
Yeah, and then they got 15 more minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Because so it might indeed be a draw, but he does still try to make anything of it. Let's see.
King E6 has been played. As we expect, of course, once you go king f6, it's clear.
Yeah, then you have to go for it. So
you're heading for the.
So you're heading for this pawn. So that would mean Karjakin has to act and has to play this move, right?
Yeah, here he has to.
Because otherwise, black just gets king d7 in and is even on time to.
Yeah, you have to act. You have to show the way to draw here.
So let's say check, king takes, king. It's relatively forced.
I think I would wait with taking. For example, you can in this position you could, for example, start with king f5, and only after king c7 you take on.
All right, you
don't
have to take
tempo.
yet. Okay, and then wait, this is a big difference.
This is immediately. This would immediately end.
Yeah, because if, for instance, this you can even probably take this pawn and
bring the rook back. And pick it up.
And you're on time to just exchange everything.
Yeah.
So,
but that would.
I would almost suggest it's unfortunate that we. Okay, Grandmaster Erlami, is this going to be a draw? Are we sure?
I'm confident.
We're very confident. Well, then I think I'm going to conclude this session. People, if it's not a draw, please email or Twitter Erwin Lamy, and he will
at Erwin Lamy on Twitter.
At Erwin Lamy on Twitter, and he will.
I'm
not
available
respond.
for questions.
Oh, he's available for questions, and
not sure I will respond.
And for all your commentary requests.
Of course they will come in.
I want to thank you. Thank you all for watching the entire Tata Steel Chess tournament. We've had 3 very exciting weeks. The live commentary was new. I only did it one day. You did it. 18 days. No, I think 12. No, you did. You were here many days.
Yeah,
many days, and it was nice to see. We had Jasper Sederwan, Ian Rogers, Lawrence Trent from England flew here especially to do this and to drink with Jobava. Robert Riss, of course. With many guests joining us. The Jeroen van den Berg tournament director. Tom Bottema from the press, Bianca Mure, who just gossiped with us for half an hour.
Good gossip?
Yeah, great. I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But that's amazing. Thank you all for watching. We just heard there's a new tournament next year, 77th edition, and we hope it will be just as amazing as this one. Have a great day, or if it's nighttime, have a great night. And see you around. Thanks. Bye.